Welcome everyone to our wonderful panel. We have some great panelists here, and we are going to be talking to you about navigating, negotiating, and making it work in this business and having longevity in the industry. It's very tricky. I am your hostess and moderator, Lotus Lane. My pronouns are she, her, and I'm here as an adult performer and advocate for the industry. So let's get started. We have Jet Setting Jasmine over here, and I'll let her introduce herself.
Thank you. Good evening, Lotus. My name is Jet Setting Jasmine, and I am also coming today as a adult entertainer. I am the co-owner with my partner King Noir of Jet Setting Jasmine LLC and Royal Fetish Films. I am also a psychotherapist and owner of Blue Pro Therapy and have the privilege and honor of serving many sex workers with navigating their mental health. Thank you.
Sweet, very important. And then we also have Miss Tayomi over here.
Good evening, Lotus. Good evening, panelists and everybody watching. My name is Tayomi. I'm known as Glamazon Tayomi online. I am coming to you as a sex educator of basically 10 years in this thing. Also an adult content creator and an advocate for the adult industry, as well as the in-house expert for Sweet Vibes Intimacy Products and a member of the National Coalition for Sexual Health. And I am excited to add my expertise here.
Sweet, we're excited to have you. And we also have Wolf Hudson in the house.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for having me here. I've been doing porn for 15 years, and I've worked in pretty much every single genre you can think of. I now primarily focus on doing independent content, and just happy to contribute as much as I can.
Great, happy to have you here. And then we have also Boomer Banks, last but not least.
Hey guys, I'm Boomer Banks. I'm in New York City right now, freezing and my balls off. But it's so I have been doing porn for 8 years. I do gay porn. And what else? I am an activist for all things queer. I am also a fashion designer that own my own brand called Banks with 2 Ks. I am a flesh jack boy, even though I'm not a boy, I'm a man. And I'm a loudmouth in the gay porn industry. I speak up for queer and POC men that kind of fall in the background, and I have not, so I'm grateful for that. I'm also grateful to be on this panel with all you beautiful people, and hope I could add some insight into my side of things.
Oh, you're definitely already adding it. Thank you so much for being here. I love how accomplished everybody is. My smile grew bigger and bigger hearing everything that everybody does to, make it work. And I think that's great to hear about all of the ventures and different avenues people have, especially for the topic of our panel. When getting started in the industry, it is kind of daunting. People might have an idea of what they think they're going to get into or what their career is going to lead to, but starting out, it's very hard to know what to do, what moves to make. So I want to know, what do you think are some of the biggest mistakes some new people would make that kind of hinder the longevity that they could have in a career in our industry? So I will go backwards this time. Boomer, if you want to tell us a little bit about the gay industry, since you're an advocate over there, that's helpful.
Yeah, I think social media has been a double-edged sword. I think a lot of people think followers equals something that is going to ultimately followers doesn't equal money. You have to still then push yourself to be this a self-advocate, right? And in the process, you don't realize, as me as a man of color, I never imagined having a voice for other Mexican boys coming into this industry, or any men of color coming into this industry, because it can be self-defeating. In my side of the industry, it's often been very Caucasian. and glorified in that way. And I came in and I was a Tasmanian devil, and I did my thing, and I guess it did help that I have a ginormous cock, but that only goes so much. You know, I think the best advice I could give to somebody coming into the industry is be your genuine self. That will shine through no matter what.
For sure.
Sex positivity does it. Find out what that means for you, because it often just doesn't mean sex.
Yeah.
Help other people. Not a lot of people help me. Not even people of color helped me, which is fine. I
feel
didn't
you.
care because I have a mouth and I help myself.
Yeah.
But now I help every time I see a man of color in the gay industry, or anybody that I see in the industry, period. I've been helping a lot of trans women lately, and trans men. And so it's just, and I created a house of banks. So I have
Oh,
little
nice. What
banks
is
for
that?
his, so it comes from ball culture. I'm going to give the credit where credit's due.
Oh,
Ball
okay.
culture.
I love
Ball
that.
culture started in New York. It created a sense of family, right? And I thought in an industry that's always has a stigma for like not being so helpful with each other, I thought if any kids ever come and ask me, like, it'd be cute, right? It'd be funny.
Yeah.
But it turned into something real, and I have Bo
Create
Banks
your
and
own
I have,
family.
yeah, and I have Brock Banks, and they're doing really well. They're both been exclusives for many companies. One of them's also a Flesh Jack boy. Like, they've all been
Hey.
doing their thing. But the cool thing is that like they have me to call, or themselves to call, so they don't feel alone, because oftentimes the gays like to just fight with each other than like love on each other and help each other, and not realizing that we've
Wow.
already been through that on the
We
outside
have
world.
that, unfortunately, on all sides. I know my
Right.
buddy Wolf Hudson knows all about that.
Well,
Being
I
someone
can
that's talented enough to travel through all
do
sides
both.
of the
Yeah.
industry,
That
why
I
don't
feel
you
like,
tell me a little bit, Wolf, about what you think are some newbie mistakes that people make that hinder their longevity in their career? Thank you so much, Boomer.
of course.
I think the number one thing that I see consistently throughout the years is people having superficial expectations and not really setting actual goals, meaningful goals. Like, what do you want to get out of this industry? Because this is not, a thing that's going to last for you. And you have to be able to recognize that. And I think some people aim so high for the superficial and not value where it actually matters and building yourself up, because everything else comes and everything else is noise. But that noise doesn't mean anything unless you've really set something concrete. And I think that I can just tell people is that, know what you want out of this industry, know what exactly you're looking for that's going to fulfill you, that's going to empower you, that can empower others, because it's a very cutthroat industry, just like a lot of other industries, especially industries where you are in the public eye. It can be very vicious, it can tear you down. And if you are not prepared to go through those motions, it can debilitate you. And I've just seen so many people come in with bright eyes and a big smile and come out so bitter and become some of
Yeah,
the darkest human beings I've ever seen in my life.
I hear
And
you. That's sad.
and personally for me, I've gone through those emotions. I'm speaking from experience. I had expectations that were superficial as well, even
Oh,
though
absolutely.
I wanted to do things that were much more concrete. But the superficiality came back to slap me in the face when I realized that, oh no, there are people in this industry who will make sure that you don't get where you are. They will hinder every single way.
Yes. Yes. You
And
got to be prepared for that. You have to have the tough skin for that.
so about how
Definitely.
do you do that without a community? So kind of like what Boomer was saying, it's like coming in, not having anybody around, you have to do this for yourself. But I think it's important, if you're going to go in, know that you're going to be by yourself, so to speak. So set your goals, set your do's and your don'ts, what you want to get out of this, and never compromise your integrity if you want longevity.
I love that. Never compromise your integrity. Jasmine, what do you have to say from your point of view, as far as new people mistakes that kind of mess up their career in the long term.
Yeah, I really strongly echo the sentiments that Wolf shared. There's so much about having a goal in any career that we get into, and part of being able to establish a goal is understanding what all that industry has to offer. So I think what's important in my time, not to only learn about what avenue you're walking into, but like, you know, what else, from educators to people who develop products to, you know, live sex work, just being able to understand all the different avenues that are available to you, because I think that helps people with not burning out. It helps people develop those kind of goals in terms of, maybe I'll do this to get, I don't know, a certain level of comfort with showing my body, or something like camming, and then I'm going to start looking into some other avenues as this maybe gets boring or it no longer does it for me. This is, if you're looking at this as a career is developed, a career is built. You don't just get to jump into a job and say that, you know, I'm a professional, this is my career. You actually have to develop it over time. And so I think, you know, being very clear that the work that we do and the people that you see who have sustained a career will tell you that they worked very hard at building that career and not making a lot of impulsive decisions, really thinking about how is this, either this alignment, this particular gig that I'm taking, or this brand that I'm developing, what is this going to look like in 10 years? And if you can ask yourself that question and really see yourself in this industry, then you're starting to develop a plan to be in the industry long term. Some other mistakes that I see is, you know, not owning your own content. And where anyone that's entering right now has the perfect opportunity to be able to have that ownership of their content and really, really make the work that you do now last, you know, hopefully for many years to come. So those are just kind of my little quick things that have worked for me and that I continue to tell anyone that's entering this industry.
Those are really great tips, especially the last one about owning your own content. Nowadays, that's literally, you're creating your own career. You're creating your own brand and genre of who you are, instead of, I guess, in the past where it was crafted for you and you had to break out of the mold of what the standard and the status quo was. So Tayomi, from your perspective of being kind of in a different realm, you know, sex educator and coach and also content creator, what mistakes do you think people make in those kind of areas as well?
Definitely not realizing that it takes just as much work to be an educator, and not just relying on your own personal experiences. Those are great for anecdotes and as a starting point, but having the willingness to continue to educate yourself, because sexuality is fluid. There's so much information that comes out every single year, so many products, so many new people moving into the industry, so many new businesses popping up. And so being able to cater to your clients in a way that's like full and well-rounded, just, you know, even if you don't, that's not your niche, you know what I mean? Just having an awareness of the other things that's going on in the industry, and definitely niching down. Some people do try to be too broad, and so they try to serve everyone, but that's a very common mistake. Having that specific audience that you want to serve, those people that make you feel yummy in serving them, and sticking to that. And then along the way, as you go deeper into the industry, if you feel like you want to expand a little bit, having the willingness to do that, and just continuing to refurbish and like renew yourself along the way. Because I started out doing just blogging, and then it turned into doing online classes, then it turned to doing touring around the world in person, then it turned into being Exotica's resident sex expert and seminar coordinator. So it evolved into different things that I was willing to accept as I grew in my knowledge and my experience.
Love that. I also think that's a really great example of goal setting, you know, in different stages. That's like a wonderful snowball effect of a wonderful career you have now. So one of the things that I think might be kind of unclear is, how does one advocate for themselves in a professional sense? Maybe people know how to defend themselves in a natural human instinct kind of vibe, but what would be, I guess, the professional in a professional atmosphere where you're negotiating with your body and, you know, money's on the line, you're trying to pay rent. What are the things that you try and keep in mind? Anyone can go first this time. Yeah, Jasmine.
Thank you. I'd love to. I think, you know, some of the times when we think about negotiating and advocating for ourselves, that like it becomes like a really anxious feeling, especially in a professional setting where you may not know all the key players and things of that sort. One of the best things that we can use, whether we are experienced, seasoned in this for, you know, we're in our lifetime season of porn, or we are in our first, like contracting our first scene, take a minute. You don't have to respond immediately to anything. A lot of times just taking a breather and having like this one-liner, let me get back to you on that. We'll give you a minute to run back or hang up the phone and freak out or call somebody and go, you know, like, should I do this? Is it okay? You know, are they taking advantage of me? Do I feel okay about this? Oftentimes we're making decisions because we are, you know, we feel like we have to have an answer right away, or we feel pressure that may or may not be there. And those are some of the worst mistakes that I've ever made in my career, is because I signed something too quickly, or I didn't read, or I didn't think about all of the consequences that may come. So being impulsive can sometimes be our best friend in the porn industry. You can make some really cool things happen being spontaneous and impulsive. But when it comes to business, advocating for yourself, your safety, your brand, your longevity, just taking a moment and being a little bit more calculated. And if anyone can't give you a moment to get back to them with a sound decision, then that's already telling you that this may not be the best situation for you at this time.
Yes, I love that. That is so, so true. I've definitely been there myself too, where I like respond to an email immediately and I'm like, why didn't I give myself time to think? I didn't even say everything I wanted to say. So we have all made those mistakes. So definitely take your time. There's not like a clock, a deadline, as much as you think that there is. Anyone else want to contribute to that? Negotiating factors? Yes, Boomer.
It rung a bell for me because there's so many levels of types of so when I started, I was more condom porn in the gay industry, and since then, now basically across the board, every single gay studio is now doing condomless. So when I started, I didn't know where to start, right? And I got asked by condomless porn sites to do porn, and what they offered me, I was so astounded by it, right? I didn't know anything about porn. I knew how to be sexy. I knew how to have sex, but that just didn't sound right to me, right? So I said no. I said no, and then it took a while to get like you know, put photos out and stuff like that, because I started in New York nightlife, and that's how I started getting photos taken naked, because everyone's a photographer in New York, and so photos were out there on Twitter, and then I started sex work as an escort, and at the time Rent Boy was a huge thing, and before everything happened, and they used to have the hookies, and one of the first big awards that I won was Escort of the Year, and that got my name out even more. So the porn companies were like, hey, do you want to do porn? And I was like, I don't know. And so one of the big ones, which is Falcon Raging Stallion, reached out to me, and I was like, oh shit. So it took time to get the right people to ask. And when the right people asked, you just gotta, I know impulsive is always a good thing and a bad thing, but like, I'm so good about gut feeling. And if I don't feel it, like if I'm not comfortable, if you're throwing a couple $100 at me, like, I mean, I can do a client for a couple $100. Like, I'm not going to put my whole image out there for you guys to make a lot more than that. It just didn't sit right with me. So, you know, at the beginning, you get those people, and
Yeah.
they'll do it, and they'll do exactly what she said, which is like, they'll be like, oh, well then you know, it's either now or never.
Yeah.
And but
it's a fake pressure.
Oh my God, it's totally fake, because they're like, oh, I'm really credible. I worked with this person. I see that you hang out with him. You should ask him. I'm not talking to him right now. I'm talking to you.
Yeah.
Like the one thing that was an advantage to me is that I started all this when I was 32. So I started in my 30s.
Yeah.
The problem with like guys doing it like when they're 19 is they see a couple $100 and they're like, oh shit.
Ready. Yeah.
You know what I mean? I could go buy a new pair of shoes or the iPhone that I want. And then oh, followers on Instagram and followers on Twitter, like I'm gonna be famous. Like, no, girl, no.
It definitely happens even in the mainstream and queer and independent sides of porn too. You know, that first batch of money that you get from being new. You know, that first batch of money from being new is so like intoxicating. Wolf, you're shaking your head too. And Tayomi, do you guys have anything to contribute on this topic of negotiating professionally in this atmosphere?
Yeah, I mean, I want to go back to kind of what Boomer was saying about just following how you feel, just having that intuition. That usually that first intuition is the right one. I can't tell you how many times, like I would say maybe 98% of the time, that feeling was correct, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of the times performers believe, directors and even other performers that are seasoned performers are up here, and they can't reach that unless they play the game. You can play the game by actually doing your job. You don't have to kiss ass. You don't have to compromise yourself and do the things just because, you know, I have to make it in. And I hear it so many times. I don't want to fuck up. I don't want to lose that job. It's like, well, do you really want to stick it up your ass? I don't, but I want to be good with them. It's like, no, they're not sticking it up their ass. So if they're not sticking up their ass, you're not sticking it up your ass. Now, if you want to stick it up your ass, have some more money if that's what you want. If they can't do it, they can hire somebody else. It's as simple as that. But it's not something that resonates all the time. And that's where you fall into a lot of situations that can go really, really bad. And business 101, everyone is trying to get something. You want to get to the middle, but you want to get a little bit more. So it should always benefit the performer as much as possible because you're the one who's putting your body on the line. If they really want you, they're going to get you regardless. They're going to put the offers. They're not going to go away. And if they don't give you the offers, then you know what? It wasn't the studio to work with. They're not a party that you should ever really be associated with. You have yourself to live with.
I completely agree. Definitely trust those gut feelings. They are there for a reason. They're put in us from the beginning of time. Tayomi, do you have anything to contribute on professionalism and negotiating? I particularly want to know because you're someone unique where you negotiate these like touring things and like things at Exotica. If someone wanted to maybe partner up with big conventions or sex shows, how would one even negotiate that kind of thing properly?
Well, first and foremost, like knowing the value that you bring to the industry. So I like to call myself sorry, my dog's going crazy. I like to call myself a connector, and I'm like a plug. So I have a connection, especially to people of color in the industry. So it's like, if you want to, you know, color up your event, which a lot of these conventions, we know, like they need more color. I'm the person to go to. So that makes me a commodity. And also I already have a strong brand as it is. So I spent time building my brand up. So then when I come to any platform, I know what I'm offering. I have an organic reach. I've organically built my following over the last 10 years, and I have the numbers to prove it. And so I have my base rate of what I'm going to ask for. Or if we're doing some type of bartering, then I'm going to barter something that I know is going to be of value to me in that situation. But definitely not just accepting something because you want to be a part of an organization or you want to be a part of some company. Really making sure that number one, it's in alignment with who you are and what you stand for, and then being able to like walk away and say no if they're not willing to pay you what you're worth. Because like as an educator, a lot of companies today that make billions of dollars in selling products want to give you affiliate codes and free products and just be like, oh yeah, we want you to promote our product. And it's like a lot of new educators in the space, they kind of get wrapped up into that because if it's Adam Eve or like whoever, not saying Adam Eve does that because I've had a very great contracting relationship with them over the years, but like companies that make the money, but they just don't want to pay you. And what I do see a lot is with educators of color, they specifically do that to us. And so I have to have that caveat in there about being a person of color in this industry, especially as an educator. You have to fight for what you deserve, and be willing to walk away and say no if they're not willing to honor you with the price that you desire.
Absolutely. Always know your worth. One of the things that could kind of be, I guess, confusing for people is how to just have control of your safety going forward. That's always a concern. Consent, safety. I think it just comes down to, how do you, as you're going into these different ventures, control the situation where you're being safe in any situation?
That's a good one. I think, for those of us that have been doing this in a while, looking at your physical safety, your psychological safety, your financial safety, your legal safety, your family safety, all of those things, from the, privacy. It's really, when we're setting up our careers, our brands, our businesses, we're really looking at this as an enterprise, and if you were opening up a brick and mortar, you would make sure that it's secure on every front, right? You would make sure that it's staffed adequately, and you consult with legal, you consult with someone in finance. And I know that's not always available to people when they're starting out new, and that's why community is so important. The people that have put together this particular seminar that we're hosting right now are leaders from within our community, and are reaching out to us so that newbies can identify safe faces that have been, vetted amongst each other for years. And so, reaching out and saying, I'm new, I have this contract. Is there someone that could look over this for me or with me? Investing in your business, knowing that first gig that you get, maybe, I don't know, you make $1,000, putting some money back into the security of your business. And that may be physical security, paying a friend to come with you on set, or the psychological safety, making sure you have someone safe to talk through your career so that you can maintain. There's so many ways to look at safety. Sometimes we focus so much on the physical aspect that we miss out how we're being taken advantage and violated in other areas. So I think having that kind of enterprise type look at your brand and seeing where are there positions that you've left yourself vulnerable, and reaching out to others in the community to help you plug in those gaps. As well as, if you don't have the money to plug all those gaps, one of the most important things are reaching out and saying, hey, Lotus, I know that you shot with this company before. Can you tell me about your experience, good, bad, or indifferent? I just need some help with how I should approach walking into this door. And that can go a really, really long way in creating safety. I always say, no matter how long you've been doing this, you still have to protect yourself, right? So we don't let our guards down, no matter how long it's been, right?
Yeah.
And so I think that is important, is that knowing that we are in an industry that can be unsafe and does have the potential to take advantage in many different ways, and going into each situation accordingly.
I love all of that advice so much. It actually reminds me of one of the things that I got caught up in my very first year. I was too intimidated to reach out to a director, a seasoned director, and ask them to verify if someone was BS or not. And the person was BS, but I didn't find out until later on my own because I just didn't want to bother the director. But then come to find out, they were like, oh yeah, all you had to do is DM me. Like, I would have told you right away. And I'm like, oh, but you know, when you're new, you make things into such a big monumentous deal. I'm going to be bothering them. I'm so annoying. They don't want to hear from me. And it really is not as bad as you think. We all want to look out for each other and protect each other and not have each other fall into the hands of more predators. So with that said, we do have 15 minutes left. One of the things that I wanted to also ask and have you guys think of is, what is it about a scene partner or a director or production company or anybody that you work with that makes them makes you want to work with them again? What is that quality that they, you know, make you either feel or bring to the table that makes you be like, yeah, I want to work with this person again. This is the kind of feeling that I want again on set.
I have to say, as a content creator and as someone who creates content and is an educator, I work with a lot of different people. And a lot of people that I've worked with, I've never met in real life. So I will say communication is really big for me, especially if we have telecommunications back and forth, making sure you're on top of your emails. You know, I have some type of like direct line of contact, and people that see me, you know, not just looking at me for what they want me to do for them or be for them, but have actually done the research about who I am. They know what other spaces I've worked in, what other projects I've worked on, and they're approaching me with a unique way to bring me into whatever they're doing. And so that makes me feel really yummy. It makes me feel appreciated and seen, and not just being like scavenged in a way, you know what I mean? Like they're just grabbing at straws. And so that's something I really look at when working with others and wanting to return to work with them.
God, I love that. They really know you and see you aspect is so true, especially the more busy you become, because then you're like, I can't express my energy to this many people, especially if some people don't even know who they're talking to. Anybody else want to contribute on that? What makes you want to work with someone again?
Hey guys. That was beautiful. The reason I think it was beautiful is because, and I just want to piggyback, the as you know, cis male but identify as queer, it's so hard to, it took me like 2 years to finally realize that I am comfortable with my femininity and I am comfortable with my masculinity, and they don't have to be mutually exclusive, right? So when people approach me and they see the images from when I was with Raging Stallion and Falcon, and they see the tattoos and the Latino and the beard and stuff, and they're like, oh, you're masked, you're top. And I was like, actually, no, I like to get fucked. And it fucks with their like illusion, right? If you approach me in a way that like it's so indefinite, I don't want to work with you, you know. And now I've gotten the opportunity to work with companies where I get to choose who I work with, and that's very unheard of. That is very unheard of. They trust me. They trust me that I'm going to be like, I want to work with this person because I've had the correspondence. I've done my work, you know. But now having this like OnlyFans, like you know, self content situation, it's so hard to get with people, especially obviously now because of other, you know, we're in a pandemic, yada yada. I'm getting tested like almost every week, right? Because I haven't got sick and I don't want to get sick. But asking this question to other people and feeling like it's offensive, that is already like I'm not doing this. So if I'm asking you basic questions that are pertinent to health and
Yes.
and integrity and being genuine self, and you're getting squirrely over that, like it's just not it's a no-go. But if you answer those questions and you meet me with beautiful answers and like it's perfect, of course I'm going to work with you over and over again.
So true. I was getting nervous you just talking about that. I was like, okay, don't hold back the information, because I've been in those situations too, and that's an automatic red flag.
Yeah.
Anyone else have any thoughts on what makes you want to work with someone again, or what makes you completely not want to work with someone again because of things they say or do?
A willingness to be open, to explore and not be inhibited. So often one can be very afraid to try new things, to want to explore because it might tamper with their image or they're insecure about it, as opposed to like, you know, I don't know enough about this, but I'm curious. Can you talk to me more? So just kind of like communication for me really does it. I love people that don't just automatically say no, but they want to know more before they make a definitive decision. So like, I'd rather have somebody who wants to be informed than just automatically say yes or no. And yes or no is fine, absolutely. But I think for me that sort of willingness to be open-minded to trying new things leads to opportunities to maybe temper down some of the negative stuff they might have learned. Because like one of the things that I've had to deal with doing gay straight porn is there are female performers who will not work with me because I've done gay porn and they're afraid of HIV, not understanding what HIV is and how it transmits and what it doesn't do. And so I have to explain to them, you know, you equals you. They don't know. And so when I tell them that, you know, explain to them how it works, a lot of the times it changes their perspective. So it's one of those things of like, instead of just saying no, it's more of, I don't know enough about this. Can you please explain more? And that to me makes me want to work with them so much more, as opposed to just looking at them like, oh, they're hot, I want to work with them. Now it's more like, wow, we're so willing to completely like break down that barrier that they had set up. Now I really want to explore with them and create something beautiful.
And to be quite honest, Wolf, the example that you brought up, that's a lack of education. So many of us don't even have that knowledge coming out of high school or college. So, you know, being open to learning more about sex and sexual health is pertinent in our industry, because things are happening different every year, and we didn't get all the knowledge, no matter what you think.
I need to be in that. Like, I need to somehow be a bridge, because performers coming in should not be bringing those types of ignorances in.
Stigmas.
Like that.
Yeah.
Stigmas. Oh my goodness. That's, I'm sorry you went through that, Wolf.
Well,
it's unfortunately.
No, go ahead.
Yes,
look, I just wanted to piggyback real quick. I've been a detectable for 19 years. So entering this industry already, I was like, wait, you guys want to work with me? They're like, yeah. And I was like, oh, I didn't even know that they worked with HIV positive men. And they're like, well, we're a condom porn company. We disclose, blah, blah. And I was like, oh, okay. So even going into that, but then it was further, like when people stopped using condoms, I would get performers that'd be like, what's undetectable mean? You are in the sex industry.
Yeah.
And you do not know what undetectable means. I want to have this conversation with you, but honey, you are almost 40, like and you're a sex worker. It doesn't make sense. They don't add up. Oh, well, can you like, and then I do, and then it's just like, it's so frustrating. I've gotten better at it. I do panels now. I work for the New York Department of State of Health. I'm getting better at it as an educator, which is beautiful. Great. And I'm glad that there are educators, and a man of color. It's even more of a stigma, because to us, people with HIV that are men of color, we don't have HIV, we have AIDS. Do you know what I mean?
And
it's not even
HIV. Boomer. I really appreciate you being open. I just want to give Jasmine the last 5 minutes really quick so we can wrap up our thoughts.
Sure, thank you. Thanks for sharing that so much, Boomer. I would say for me, I crave long-term business relationships, because my goal from the beginning was to long-standing, you know, I kind of knew that from jump. So for me, some of those kind of like red flags that may not be to everyone is kind of knowing your own work style. Is I always ask whoever I'm working with, if this one-to-one or this project we're working out, if it works out well, how do you see us working together in the future? And if they haven't thought about a future with me, you know, it's like saying to a lover, like, I love you, and they're like, you're very special. You know, like, we're not on the same page, right? No. So that has been really, really important to me, is that if they haven't really thought of maybe how I can, you know, how we can partner in the future, or that this is going to hopefully be a collaborative effort, then they're probably not going to invest in me the way that I would like to invest in that work. It, you know, it might feel more like a one and done type of thing. And I know that I like to build long-term relationships in my work, specifically this work. So that helps me make decisions based on my work style. And the one thing that I wanted to add that kind of sums up to me what longevity in this industry looks like is diversifying your earnings. use old skills and new works. I have seen a lot of some, I could tell by the point of their toes that they were trained in ballet or dance or gymnastics, and they have figured a way to make their mama and papa's dance money translate into porn money. And so I just love, you know, people that are accountants and now they are adult friendly accountants and attorneys, how we use our old skills or our current civilian skills in this industry to stay planted and solid and earning. So diversify your earnings using the skill sets that you already have.
That is absolutely 100% top of the line, the most important thing, diversify, because I think that is what longevity breaks down to, is it's never going to come from one stream. Not even for the people that were on top 20 years ago, they're now currently doing different things as well. So it always is changing, ever developing. I love all of the advice and tips that everybody shared today. You guys are so incredibly intelligent and insightful, and you remember all of the important things that I really think people overlook, like all of the detailed things that sometimes get lost in translation. Is there any final thoughts, like one sentence that you want to throw out that you want someone to keep in mind? They want a long-term career. Anybody? Ty?
I would say, as Jasmine said, diversify, and like you said, Lotus, have a tough skin. And just be willing to do the work to see where things are flowing so you can get ahead of the trends before everybody else gets on it. And then you can carve out your own lane, and then you can just soar in that and become a trailblazer.
Love that. And Boomer, yes.
We talked about this before. Advocate for yourself and your sexual health big time, because no one else is going to do it. And then unbeknownst to yourself, you'll be able to help other people in the process. And that's how we create a community, because the more you are loud about the right things, the more people are going to be like, hey, Boomer, I heard you talk about your HIV status. I just found out I was HIV positive. Oh, great. Where you live? There's this doctor, there's that doctor. Go here, do this. Yes, you're still going to be able to do porn, Like,
love it.
Just advocate.
Research and advocate, and follow sex educators. They're going to help guide you towards new sex education ideas that you might have missed in school. Wolf, do you have any final thoughts?
Just have a good time doing it, and know what you want to do, and you know, be persistent, never let go. You know, make sure that you always stay focused and surround yourself with the people that will build you up and that will go on that journey with you, because they're going on that journey themselves. So that's how you build a bedrock and you build a family. And yeah, just be true to yourself, as corny as that sounds.
Oh, no, it's awesome. And then one last final thought, Miss Jasmine.
Just a piece from earlier, diversify. Have at least 7 streams of income if you can.
Love it. Well, thank you so much for spending your afternoon, evening with us, listening to all of the panelists share their thoughts on how they were successful and continue to be successful with long careers in this industry that can be so tough for so many. We can all make it. You just have to have a plan, diversify. Thank you for listening and for watching.
Ainda fazem da flor seu mais forte refrão, e acreditam nas flores, sonhando e cantando, e seguindo a canção. Somos todos iguais, braços dados ou não. Nas escolas, nas ruas, campos, construções, caminhando e cantando, seguindo a missão. Pelos campos afora,
love the way you wear that dress, even though your hair's a mess. She said it's Isabel Marant, but I got everything you want. Only questions can you hate? Will you come back and
Hi everyone, Hola a todos. Mi nombre es Cristóbal. My name is Cristóbal. I'm here as one of the simultaneous interpreters for today's event. I'm here with my colleague Ale. We will be providing simultaneous interpretation for the event in the link in the chat. Vamos a estar proveyendo interpretación simultánea a través del enlace en el chat que pueden seguir para escuchar la interpretación. We're going to share the link in the chat in a few moments so you can log in and hear interpretation in Spanish. Puede darle al enlace para entonces escuchar la interpretación al español. For best interpretation, we ask you to speak at a moderate pace so that we can follow you clearly. And if you're going to switch languages, to please do so after a brief pause. Para mantener la calidad de la interpretación, le pedimos que hable a un paso moderado y si van a cambiar de lenguaje, que lo hagan luego de una breve pausa. Have a great event and thank you.
She told me she was from Morocco, by the way of South Chicago. Graduated in the Bay, had her birthday in LA. Said I had to go to Paris, private jet on her parents. Asked me if I wanna roll, I said if you take me home, I will, I will, I will. Never forget the thrill. We know, we know, we know what we came for, what we came for.
as we gotta be, breaking the monotony. Cosplay menagerie, all out debauchery. We share so well, sister wives and subs, lifestyle and swinger clubs. Threesomes, foursomes, moresomes, awesome. Thirst traps and snacks, the whole room starving. Having my cake and eating it too. Done took on a different meaning, cause you eating it too, see. We do it all and keep it true. So what the fuck's cheating gon' do? I don't want nobody but you, unless I'm being poly with you.
They say one's fun, two's double, three fantasy. Here we all are, room full of lovers, poly, poly. They say one's fun, two double, three fantasy. Here we all are, room full of lovers, poly, poly. So glad you came, you and you. Because without one it wouldn't be the same, no substitute. Oh, let me kiss you while you place your hand where she wants. She's got me in the back, you on the side, two in the front. Now here come the sun.
I don't want nobody but you, unless I'm being poly with you. I don't want nobody but you, unless I'm being poly with you.
Glad you came, you and you. Cause without one it wouldn't be the same, no substitute. Now let me kiss you while you place your hand where she wants. She's got me in the back, two on the side, you on the front. Now here come the sun. They say one's fun, two's double, three fantasy. Here we all are, room full of lovers, poly, poly. They say one's fun, two's double, three fantasy. Here we all are, room full of lovers, poly, poly.
Listen, so many ways to love and lust. BDSM, you like it rough. Our cucks just love watching us fuck close up. Wife covered in nut, her husband there to clean it up.
So glad you came, you and you. Cause without one it wouldn't be the same, no substitute. Now let me kiss you while you place your hand where she wants. She's got me in the back, two on the side, you on the front. Now here come the sun. They say one's fun, two's double, three fantasy. Here we all are, room full of lovers, poly, poly. They say one's fun, two's double, three fantasy. Here we all are, room full of lovers, poly, poly.
Listen, so many ways to love and lust. BDSM, you like it rough. Our cucks just love watching us fuck close up. Wife covered in nut, her husband there to clean it up.
Diga lá, Viendo la corriente, pollito roña atarraya, la canoa de bareque para llegar a la playa. Va subiendo la corriente, pollito roña atarraya, la canoa de bareque para llegar a la playa. Habla con la luna, habla con la playa, no viene por otro lado, no va a la raya. Habla con la luna, habla con la playa, no viene por otro lado, no va a la playa. Regresan los pescadores con su barca para vender al puerto de sus amores, donde tienen su querer. Va subiendo la corriente, pollito roña atarraya, la canoa de bareque para llegar a la playa. Habla con la luna, habla con la playa, no viene por otro lado, no va a la raya. Habla con la luna, habla con la playa, no viene por otro lado, no va a la raya. Regresan los pescadores con su barca para vender al puerto de sus amores, donde tienen su querer. Viendo la corriente, pollito roña atarraya, la canoa de bareque para llegar a la playa. Habla con la luna, habla con la playa, no viene por otro lado, no va a la raya. Habla con la luna, habla con la playa, no viene por otro lado, no va a la raya.
Hello. It looks like we're live. Is that correct? Oh, great. Okay, cool. Hello. Hi, everyone. Welcome to the Know Your Rights panel. This panel will discuss ways to maximize your agency and minimize risk in the legal system, including responses to specific questions from our survey, best practices to maximize agency, and how to navigate a legal process should you face one. Please note that none of this can be taken as legal advice. If you have specific questions about your situation, speak to a lawyer who is your lawyer. For lawyer referrals, you can get in touch with Andy, who will be moderating today. I am Dulcinea Alex Pitagora. I'm a former sex worker and current psychotherapist and sex therapist in New York City, and I'm here representing Manhattan Alternative, who's co-sponsoring the panelists. Please reach out to me if you need any help with sex worker affirming therapy referrals via email at therapy@dulcineapitagora.com, which will be maybe posted somewhere, or dapitagora@protonmail.com, or via text at 917-675-3446. The inspiration for today's panel happened when Brian Ackerman reached out to the Manhattan alternative community seeking resources for some of his therapy clients who are sex workers. So thank you, Brian, for getting the ball rolling. And I believe you're going to take it from here.
All right, Brian.
And if not, then...
Hi, thanks so much, Alex, for the introduction. Yeah, just for everybody to know, my name is Brian Ackerman. I'm a psychotherapist with the Gender and Sexuality Therapy Center, and I'm so excited to be participating and supporting this panel today. Our resources will be shared after the event if you'd like to get in touch for any therapy services. Let me hand it over to Olive as well, who helped organize the panel.
Thank you so much, Brian. So hi, everyone. My name is Olive Dottie. I use they, them pronouns, and I'm a part-time therapist and full-time program director at Trans Latinx Network, which is a trans immigrant-led advocacy and service organization who's sponsoring the translation today. Thank you so much again to our translators, Cristobal and Alejandra. Please reach out to me if you would like to get connected to any free services such as trans and immigrant-led support groups, ESL classes, HIV and STI testing, or safer sex barrier pickups. You can reach me at my email, olive@translatinanetwork.org, or my phone number, 929-413-0752. And next, I'm going to pass it off to Andy. Andy has been so instrumental in organizing this panel, from connecting Dulcinea, Brian, and I to this event, to organizing the panelists and working to make sure the questions we received ahead from all of you could be answered as fully as possible. So thank you so much again, Andy, and I'm going to hand it off to you.
Thank you. Thank you, Olive and Alex and Brian, for all of the work that you did in putting this together. My name is Andy Eisenson. I am an attorney, mediator, and advocate working in New York State. And I work primarily in the fields of LGBTQ and alternative family law, but I also feel very strongly about connecting people with culturally competent services, particularly people who are not used to having culturally competent services. So that's something I feel that I hope to do today. So if you have questions about family law that aren't answered today, or if you need help trying to find a lawyer who can help you, you can email me at firstname.lastname@gmail, andy.eisenson@gmail. And I believe my contact information will also be in the resource sheet that we distribute at the end of the panel. So here's the plan. I'm going to invite each of our amazing panelists to introduce themselves briefly and just take a moment or two to talk about what they would like participants to take away from this panel, what's most important to them about doing this work in this field. And then I've got some questions that are consolidated from the questions that were sent in by people who are joining us today. And thank you to everyone that sent in questions. That really helped us in guiding what we wanted to talk about today. So I'm going to be directing some of those questions towards our panelists so that they can provide you the information that you're specifically asking for. So our first panelist that I'm just going to hand it straight to is Kate Diadamo. Can we put the panelists on the screen, please? Hi, Kate.
Hello.
Oh, it's so nice to see you.
Always so wonderful to see your face.
So I'm going to ask oh, look at all these beautiful panelists. I'm going to ask our panelists to briefly just introduce themselves and give as much of an intro as they like on what they think is the most important thing that people should know from them today.
So hi, I'm Kate. I use she and they pronouns. I think the relevant parts of my background and what I do is that I was a community organizer in New York City for a number of years, working exclusively with folks that trade sex. And I've been in the industry in some way, shape, or form of the hustle for about 15 years at this point. I think a little bit more. So I've worked on the part of like figuring out the safety planning and doing community support around safety planning. I've also done a lot of work on the back end. So when folks either are criminalized or are experience violence or victimization and want to access the criminal legal system, including trafficking and domestic violence, especially. I've also worked on that side. I also do policy and advocacy work, and happy to talk about that with anyone, but safety planning and harm reduction has really been kind of the bulk of what I do for the last almost 2 decades. And I will hand it off to Michael. Oh, you're on mute.
Thank you very much. It was the computer. Andy, thank you very much for connecting me with everyone. My name is Michael Pontone, he, him. I've been a practicing attorney for 10 years now. I've had my own firm for about 6. My area of expertise and specification is civil litigation. So essentially, when someone's been owed a duty and that duty has been breached, you can sue for money damages. Also, no small part of my job is housing court these days, which is a very hot button issue. And I find that in my experience with my sex worker clients, it's usually the main thing that they are coming to me for help with. Housing and housing security is obviously a major part of that concern. So there are a lot of very technical laws. The main takeaway that I want to give everyone listening today is something I hear over and over again is, well, I can't do anything, or, well, they're in control, or, well, no one's going to believe me. Just there are lots of many different rights and protections that, just consult with an attorney. I do a free consultation. My cell phone is out to the world. I have a very low bono scales for sex workers specifically. So, and sometimes I've represented sex workers where it's been 100% pro bono or 100% on contingency, meaning that I've only gotten paid if I've gotten something for my client. So before you make any decisions and before you let a lot of time pass, especially, I say, reach out to a legal professional for anything. But specifically, what I'd like to talk about today is people who have been assaulted by anyone, partner, client, police officer, anyone, or been involved in an accident where they've gotten hurt, or if they're experiencing some sort of, honestly, any interaction that's not to their liking with a landlord or a subtenant or a roommate. And my contact information is available, but I'll just give it over here right now. The best way to reach me is by cell, 917-648-8784. This will all be at the end as well. So who next, Andy?
Let's pass it over to Elena.
Hi, everybody. I'm Elena Cohen, she, her. I'm an attorney and a professor. I have a small law firm, Cohen Green PLLC, which we call FemLaw. My email is elena@femlaw.com, which we can also pass out. I do mostly criminal defense and civil rights litigation, so suing if your rights are violated by the police or people in prison and things like that. The main takeaway for people, and we'll get into more, is that laws vary by state. And so what I'm focusing on is things that are going to be helpful to people that are in different states. They also vary by city. And more importantly, even if I could tell you the exact law and what's legal versus illegal, police often don't know or don't understand what the law is. So what is legal versus what's going to get you arrested are really different things in most places. And in lots of places, we don't even know what's legal or illegal. So in New York City, for example, in 2010, the Urban Justice Center tried to file a Freedom of Information law request to find out how police were being trained to arrest people, both for prostitution or in BDSM dungeon sweeps. And they lost that in court, saying that the police could keep secret because it could be threaten the life and safety of undercover police. if it was told. So we don't even know in New York City which acts actually police will or won't arrest you for. The upside of this, though, is that I think, and we'll go through this, it's a lot less asking an attorney what's illegal or not versus talking to other sex workers and figuring out in your community what police actually arrest you for, when raids are actually coming, knowing what people have been arrested for in the past, because police don't diverge a lot from the norm of what they're doing. So I'll give you all of my insight, but as a criminal defense attorney, my bottom line is talking to each other is going to help you more than talking to me. And I'll pass it to Lorelai.
Thanks so much. Hi, everyone. I'm so happy to be here. My name is Lorelai. I use they, them pronouns. I am a retired immigration attorney. I no longer practice immigration law, but I did for about 10 years focusing on people who were detained, trying to get them out of detention, trying to prevent their deportation, trying to prevent their detention. I worked with a lot of sex workers in the past and also survivors of human trafficking and domestic violence, in which we'd seen sex work also come up in some of those cases. And sex work is also very personal for me, as my mother was a massage parlor worker. And it's just a part of our history as Asian women in a very, very different way. And so what I focus on more nowadays is racial justice advocacy and training lawyers how to be better at listening to their clients and working with their clients, being more trauma-informed, being more anti-racist, because as it is in every single sphere, if you're a person of color and doing sex work, you're going to have a very, very, very different experience. You're going to have to do very, very different things to keep yourself safe than if you're white. And if you're someone who doesn't have full citizenship in the US, that can also greatly impact you. And so the main takeaways are that sex work is never safe legally for anyone who might not be a US citizen. Just because of how it interacts with the immigration laws, it can really hurt you. And we can talk about that a little bit more. And the other thing that I also want to really highlight is immigration convictions, immigration cases are completely separate from criminal and civil. So you can get arrested from the police and maybe go through something, and maybe ICE doesn't find out about it until 10 years later. It can still impact your immigration case. So those are two very different things. And I'm excited to talk more about this with y'all. Thank you.
Thank you, Lorelai, and I'm honored to be part of this panel. I'm going to spend a little bit of time giving you a little bit of information about family law stuff, because that's my area, although mostly I will be moderating and passing along the questions. The other thing, just a little bit of housekeeping, is I want to let all of you listening know that nothing you hear today should be taken as legal advice. This is information. This is for your public benefit. But if you want advice about your particular situation, your best bet is to have a consult with a lawyer one-on-one. And then just reiterating what Elena said, the law is different in different states. And so you'll have the best luck getting information that's actually relevant to you if you talk to somebody who's local to you. And then the final piece of this is not legal advice, but just sort of advice for your life. When you are everyone in our society is being constantly bombarded by people's shitty takes about what the law does and doesn't say. And I think it's really important to be thoughtful about who you're receiving legal information from. And if you are receiving legal information from someone who is in an adversarial position to you with regard to the law, whether that's someone that you're in a legal fight with, someone you're divorcing, someone who's trying to evict you, someone who's trying to arrest you, the information about the law that person is trying to give you is never trustworthy. So never listen to cops about the law. Never listen to your landlord about the law. Never listen to your ex about the law. They don't have your best interests in mind, and the law is never black and white. So I have a couple of questions that are loosely directed. I'm going to ask the person that I think has the most specific insight into each question first, and then I'm going to open up some space for everyone else to chime in if they have thoughts. And so the first question that I wanted to pass along is I think I want to start with Elena. And the question is, what's the best way of thinking about language and promotion on social media, ads, websites, etc. When you're crafting that stuff and you're trying to be careful around whether and how it exposes you to liability? What's the best way to think about that?
So, I mean, one thing I'll say first is that when you're talking to a criminal defense attorney about laws, I feel like I'm the buzzkill person a lot of the time. But for the sake of giving honest and transparent advice, my view on this, and people can disagree, is that there really aren't loopholes that are going to save you from arrest. And a lot of people think that if you do or don't use these certain words, those are the ones that either police are trained to teach you, to arrest from, or are the legal word to use. And my view on that is that that's not accurate, and that if you're doing work that, may or may not be legal, but would come across potentially to police as illegal, then there's not really word choice that's going to save you, and that's going to help you. Police are going to arrest you if they want to arrest you. Maybe later, after you're arrested, it might help you fight the case, depending on what word choice you do or don't use. But at that point, almost all cases end up resolving in plea deals or different types of diversion or different types of resolution courts have put together for sex workers. And it's going to be less relevant. And even if there were the correct words, like I said, a lot of the time this is about, and we'll get into this more, but like knowing when police are currently arresting in general, right? Who they're arresting, how people are being arrested. I'll say that in New York City, at least, people who are posting social media and ads are less likely to be arrested in general than people who are working in massage parlors and on the street. Obviously not always, and raids do happen and people do look at ads. I'm not trying to say that that doesn't happen. And just to really say that, I think if and when you're doing this work, there are risks, and we'll get into later about how to minimize it, but to get out of the framework of certain words are going to, save or be the worst here. I mean, for one example, saying, I'm going to trade sex for money is bad, but I assume the question is more about the nuances, not bad, but in terms of what's more like less likely to arrest. But I don't think it's accurate that there's different words that are going to help you not get arrested. And if other people disagree, please do, but that's what I've seen.
I want to open up some space. Kate, you got some thoughts?
Yeah. So I think one of the things that, at least when people are generally thinking about ads, often the person that you're thinking about reading that and the repercussions you're going to find, that's not going to be the cops. Cops, when they're looking at online ads, when they do stings based on online ads, like maybe they're looking for certain words. Maybe they're looking for words that indicate that someone might be younger, or they're looking at pictures and like trying to look at people, or they're looking at agencies, because a lot of cops have this idea that like, if you work in an agency, if you work for someone, if you have a manager, therefore you're trafficked. And so I think that part of the challenge is that when we're talking about ads and words, it's not necessarily the cops, and it's not necessarily what's clearly legal. You're probably looking and thinking about something that's a lot more about what's going to get your ad flagged, especially when it's on a social media site. And so you're looking at like algorithms and bots. And so that's one way to think about it, as far as like what's going to get my ad, what's going to keep my ad up, or what's going to keep this post up that's not going to be too explicit. And that's going to be really different website by website. So I always recommend like look at the other ads on the site to see how people are talking, because that's the stuff that stays up. And cops are generally like, they're not smart, and they're lazy. And so a lot of times what you're looking at is what stays up on the site, what works on that site. That's really, really helpful. The other thing to consider, and this is a little more in the like, it's not the criminal procedure, but if you're in a precarious situation, especially looking at like divorce, custody, that kind of stuff, if someone found your ad think about what could be used against you and think about what gets put online in terms of that. If you are like, look, whatever, if someone finds this, if my family finds this, if I am going to get doxxed, like this is something that I'm going to put up, and then you kind of plan around that. If you're facing something, like if you're in a custody battle, if you have a stalker ex who could find that, bring that to court, show the judge, like that's the thing that is a little bit more in the weeds about trying to figure out what your language needs to be. And that might be one of the areas of like vulnerability that could influence that conversation. But especially when you're posting online, if you're thinking about cops doing stings, they're going to get you, they're not going to pick up your ad and be like, we have enough to arrest, for the most part. And like maybe in some jurisdictions they might. I genuinely have not heard that, as much as they contact you, they want to set up the appointment, because what they need is that conversation of, I will do X for this money. And they need that conversation as an easy, like, now we can arrest you, now we can definitely charge you, and now we can book you. And so they're looking for that conversation. So your ad isn't necessarily the thing that's going to get you arrested, unless they're like really gung ho on it, but it might put you more on their radar. As opposed to like this ad in and of itself is going to get me arrested. And that is generally not like the main piece that they use as evidence against people when they do get picked up.
Thanks, Kate. I want to give Lorelai and Michael a space to speak on this if either of you have thoughts.
Nothing particular. The only thing I would say is, again, folks get worried about fighting back in their landlord, even if the landlord is doing something very illegal. Saying like, listen, I'm out. You know, they're going to be able. The judge is going to be able to see my ad or something. Like he knows. I'm like, don't. You know, the landlord knows. Like judges do not care. Like the average city court judge has seen it all and does not matter. They're like, okay, so this person has an ad. How does this in any way change their rights to due process under the housing code? So, yeah, all I would say is, again, consult with an attorney, because sometimes people end up getting really pushed into situations where they're sacrificing a tremendous amount of their rights because they're worried about the optics of it, and they're just very intimidated by the court process, even though there's a lot of support for them in the court process.
That's absolutely true in family and divorce court as well. People take determination. They have this idea that determinations of things like the financial outcome of a divorce, will you get alimony, will you get the money that you're entitled to, as being sort of a moral judgment, that if the judge thinks you're doing something wrong, you won't get the money that you're entitled to. And it's not true. Alimony calculations are based on a math formula. And if your ex goes to a judge and says, I shouldn't have to pay alimony, or I shouldn't have to give this person half of my 401k or whatever it is because they're doing sex work, the judge is going to laugh them out of the courtroom. There's no basis for saying that. And it's such a common fear. But there's no moral judgment involved in the money outcomes of family and divorce court. It's really just based on the numbers.
I think the only thing that I would add is just, we'll talk about this more later, but nothing with regard to sex work ever helps an immigration case. It only hurts an immigration case. And I would just flag that ICE officers, the government, they can access records from any court pretty much, from any avenue. And so if you think that if you are someone who is a non-citizen and maybe you're admitting to some things for your family court proceeding and thinking that that's not going to show up in your immigration case, that's not necessarily true. It might. So we can talk a bit more about the immigration consequences later, but I just wanted to flag that, and I'll also mention a little bit more in depth later. But as far as convictions are concerned, immigration law doesn't require an actual criminal court conviction to count as a conviction for immigration purposes sometimes. And so you do want to be very, very careful about what kind of paper trails and records and things that you're leaving, especially if you're a non-citizen, because the likelihood of you receiving negative repercussions is really, really high.
I'd love to ask you, Lorelei, to go into that in a little more detail if you're up for it. What counts as a conviction for immigration purposes, and how do the legal ramifications, potential legal ramifications of sex work impact immigration relief and deportability?
Yeah, absolutely. So for a conviction in immigration law, you need two things to happen. So first, either the judge or the jury finds you guilty, or you plead no contest or something like that. Or this third option is that you admit to sufficient facts that warrant a finding of guilt. Right. So that means that they can look at other documents in your court case to see were there sufficient facts admitted to warrant a finding of guilt, because then maybe that'll be the guilty finding, right? So that's part one of a conviction. Part two of a conviction is that there has to be some type of punishment, penalty, or restraint on your liberty, right? And this just means that convictions can be very broad. We can see them in things before when under the New York Penal Code, for example, cannabis possession was written as a violation, and it said that it wasn't a crime, even though it was under the Penal Code. It was still a crime for immigration purposes because of how immigration law defines conviction. So again, there has to be some type of guilt, right? But that can also mean that maybe you just admitted enough to where a judge could find you guilty even if you weren't found guilty, and then also some type of punishment, right? So a punishment, penalty, restraint on liberty. Now, the way that's going to impact you, and actually, let me also add real quick, is that not all vacatures and expungements will actually erase an immigration conviction for immigration purposes. So you might think that your criminal defense attorney told you that you get to say you've never been convicted for something because you got that expungement or you got that vacature. That's not necessarily true for immigration purposes. So you better tell your immigration lawyer, because ICE is going to know either way. And so that's also really, really important. Just anything that has to do with immigration law, just think that it's going to be harder, more difficult, and you need to talk to more experts for more advice. Now, where that's going to show up, it's going to show up in a few different ways. One, we need to think about, okay, well, what happens if I'm arrested, for example, and let's say get sent to ICE detention and stuff like that, right? So any law enforcement arrest can result in an ICE referral, which can result in ICE detention, and there may be literally nothing you can do to prevent that, right? Now, if you are eligible and if you have an attorney to assist you, you might be able to get a bond. You can get a bond even without an attorney, but depending on the jurisdiction, especially you have sex work on your history, it might be really, really hard to win a bond. So then we're thinking about, how does sex work impact your ability to get out of immigration detention, right? And so to get a bond, one, it's generally a very, very discretionary decision. A judge can decide yay or nay for whatever reason they want. There isn't really a lot of right to review. But the other thing is that if you, on your criminal history, have something that's considered an aggravated felony, which is an immigration law term of art that criminal attorneys may not understand the same way, because there's a very specific definition under immigration law. If you have an aggravated felony on your record, then you're subject to mandatory detention. So that means that if you're in ICE custody, you don't have the right to a bond. You don't have the right to a bond hearing. You can't get out of jail unless there are other certain exceptions depending on the jurisdiction, because theoretically we have some constitutional rights, just not for everyone. So some jurisdictions you might be able to, even if you are theoretically not allowed to have a bond, you might be able to ask for one because that federal court established that you should be able to. Immigration law is very, very messy. So then what happens if you have an aggravated felony? An aggravated felony could be like a conviction for any type of sex crime, crime of violence, sex trafficking, any type of conviction related to sex work or prostitution, even if it's using different language, right? All of those could theoretically be argued that they are aggravated felonies, which could ruin your chances at getting out of immigration detention, and obviously make it really, really hard for you to win any type of immigration relief. Now, all of these criminal issues can impact both, if you're already here, whether you get deported, but it can also impact, like, let's say you have status, let's say you have a green card or something like that. And let's say you had what you think is a minor conviction and you went on vacation. Well, when you come back, you're subject to admissibility and inadmissibility grounds again. And so when you come back, ICE is going to review your criminal record again. And so even though you thought you were safe because you had a green card and everything was fine, maybe now you can't get back in because now that conviction is popping up as a ground of inadmissibility. And so all of this is really important because basically anything that has to do with sex work is flagged as either something that's issue for inadmissibility. In other words, you can't get into the US even if you were granted valid status, or deportability. It means you're in the US even if you have status, even if you have a green card, and they're trying to deport you, right? Now, the other thing that I do want to mention that's related to immigration as well is that in a lot of these environments, there can be situations of victimization for the sex worker, right? So if you're a survivor of some type of crime, whether it be assault, rape, sex trafficking, anything like that, you may also be able to get some type of visa to help you stay in the US legally. That can be very complicated, very challenging, but the two forms of visa that are most common for sex workers would be T visas, which are for survivors of trafficking, and U visas, survivors of violent crime. Now, for these, for the U visa, it's required that you go to the cops for help and that you have a police report and that you're cooperative with them. And for a T visa, you can get away sometimes without having to involve the cops, but you're still going to have to prove that you were actually a victim of trafficking, which means that there was forced fraud or coercion as an element of you being used for that trafficking. And the other thing I just want to clarify too is that trafficking is not just sex trafficking. It also includes labor trafficking. Labor trafficking is actually significantly more common than sex trafficking. But like, let's say, for example, there's a strip club and the dancers, their method of payment, their hours, everything like that is being controlled. They're not forced to sleep with anyone, but it's just they have really, really bad working conditions and they're not able to move about freely. That could amount to labor trafficking, even if it's not sex trafficking. So it's important, if you are a victim of something, that you also talk to an immigration lawyer to see if that might help you get status in some shape, way, or form.
Thank you, Lorelai. I want to open up space for the other panelists to speak to this if they have any thoughts.
My only thought would just be that if you're not a citizen and you are in the criminal defense system, you talk to an immigration attorney who knows this, because criminal defense attorneys do not know this. You cannot rely on them to know to what you can plead to, that you can't plead to. It's not something. A lot of public defenders have immigration attorneys as part of the units, but just you need to talk to an immigration attorney who knows what's going on, not your criminal defense attorney about this.
Yeah, I think it's a really common misconception that lawyers are sort of all lawyers know everything about all the law. And I think about it like doctors, like, you know, if you had a really bad cough and you went to your podiatrist and you said, hey, foot doctor, can you deal with my cough? You know, it's different areas of the work. So, you know, I get a lot of requests for help in, for example, criminal law matters. And I say, your guess is as good as mine. I do adoptions.
I will just add, though, that the Supreme Court does require criminal defense attorneys to inform their non-citizen clients of the immigration consequences of anything before agreeing to it. So, but also I understand realistically that it's quite impossible to be both a good criminal defense attorney and a good immigration lawyer all in one human. It's just too much information for us to retain because they're both really, really hard professions. But I say that also because if let's say you do have a conviction in the past, and let's say your criminal defense attorney didn't warn you at all about any immigration consequences whatsoever, you might actually be able to get a vacatur that could help you for your immigration case and actually get relief and get that conviction taken away because of a Supreme Court case called Padilla.
So looking back at, Lorelai, what you were saying about what remedies might be available to a person who within the course of their work is harmed by a client or a colleague, you know, or someone who's profiting off of their labor. I'm wondering if you can all speak to what tools or remedies are available when that interpersonal harm, not harm by the state itself, but you know, that that some avenues of redress might be closed off because of the criminalized nature of the work might be available.
Yeah, absolutely. And so, Anna, I think what you're getting at is a really good point. So the U visa is a type of status for people who there's a very specific list of crimes, but the way it can summed up is they're generally crimes of violence. But you can even look on Wikipedia for U visa and it'll tell you all the different crimes there. And so, like, let's say you were a victim of assault in the workplace or something like that, because of what you were of an unfortunate client, unfortunate situation. Now, in order to get a U visa, though, you have to call the police and you have to cooperate with the investigation, because the police have to be willing to sign a thing that says that you were a victim and that you did cooperate and that the thing did happen. If you don't have that, the U visa is not an option at all. What's wonderful about the U visa, though, if it is an option for you, you do have that certification. For those who are in New York City, or in any of the more progressive cities, there's usually liberal mechanisms to kind of help you figure that out. If you're in a conservative city or in the deep South, I'm very sorry, talk to your elected representatives. But generally speaking, if you are eligible for that type of crime, then if you do, like, let's say, have a conviction on your record that might preclude you from getting some other type of visa, you might be able to get a waiver for that through the U visa.
Mhm.
Now, if you're eligible for a T visa, which is the visa for victims of human trafficking, you might also be eligible for a waiver for crimes you might have on your history. But generally, there has to be an association between the trafficking and the criminal conviction or the criminal record. It has to be related usually in some way. T visas are sometimes it's a little bit harder to get, but U visa is a wonderful option if you are eligible and you might have something on your record that could preclude relief.
Yeah, I'd love to hear from Kate on this topic as well. Kate, about what tools may be available for people who are harmed in the course of their work by clients or.
Absolutely. And so, yeah, I think first and foremost, and this gets into like much broader safety planning. First and foremost, if I can convey anything, it's that if something happened in the course of your work, whether it was a client, whether you got in with like a shitty manager, whether it was just some public asshole who decided to steal your content, like, know that you probably didn't do anything wrong. Like, you probably took all of the risks, like saw the risks, took the chances, and it's not your fault. And so I think first and foremost, like, whatever happens, just know that it's not your fault. So yeah, if there is some form of violence that you've experienced, either at, especially like at the hands of a client, is pretty straightforward. And the first step is really kind of deciding what healing and justice actually looks like for you. There is criminal legal remedies, but I think taking that moment first and be like, my healing is actually the thing that I need to center is the step that I always encourage people to take. Because maybe you do want to report to police, or maybe it's an ongoing situation where you do have to report to law enforcement for whatever reason, regardless of, and this is true if you are like a cab all day and a police abolitionist, there still might be moments where the intervention that is left for you is law enforcement. And so, like, step one, figure out what you need. And if that is reporting to law enforcement, that is one option. There's also a lot of other options. Sometimes your healing is just like, I need to talk about this and I want space and I want support. And I just never want, and I want to blacklist this client for myself permanently. And that's what I need. Another thing is to report that person to your local bad date list. Those are generally locally had. There's some national ones, but the local ones are what I find to be the best and the most useful, because the national ones, a lot of them you have to pay for access. And like, yes, someone in another place might be like, look at them if you're traveling. But I haven't found national ones to be great. But maybe reporting that person to those lists is what feels right for you. If you do need to access law enforcement, my general recommendation is, especially if you're facing client violence, intimate partner violence, trafficking, exploitation, whatever, I generally go to an advocate first. I often don't recommend people go straight to law enforcement by themselves. The first step that I always do when I navigate these cases is going to probably be Connecting immediately with a legal service provider who can provide representation if you do want to access the system. Because the first thing that we do is talk about what your rights are when you're in the system, even as a victim, because if you're admitting to something criminal, there might be ramifications for that. It might be as straightforward as like having that lawyer negotiate with the district attorney, whoever, whatever that office is, to say, all right, I need to guarantee that you're not going to prosecute my client for prostitution, for all these things. If there's an open warrant, they can negotiate that as well. And you can actually make an informed decision about what it looks like to report that experience to law enforcement. If it is something where it gets challenging, or, if you're in a situation where, no one trusts LAPD, for the most part. And so if it is about going to, okay, this might be a trafficking case, let's talk to the FBI. They don't have the jurisdiction to prosecute prostitution. And so you're a little bit safer. You have law enforcement actually on your side negotiating with local law enforcement. And that can be really helpful as well. But I would say sit down with someone and really look at all of your different options and figure out what's going to feel right for you, and make that decision, and make sure that you have all the protection that you can if you're going to report, so you can feel as safe as you can. There are these things called like victim witness coordinators. They don't work for you. They work for the police and they work for the district attorney. And so I do not rely on them unless I have just the most intense relationship with that district attorney's office or that Homeland Security officer who provides the victim witness person. But for the most part, I wouldn't trust them because they work for the state and they work in service to the prosecution that you're going to get them, and not in service of the actual victim. And so getting your own support, including legal support, but including counseling support, if that's really helpful, is going to be really important, not just to deal with the experience of victimization, but also, and like if it's an ongoing situation, like an intimate partner violence or a trafficking situation, getting that kind of community and social support is really important. But also just knowing that the process itself of like reporting, going through that case, especially if it's a long-term case, can be an incredibly traumatizing experience, and it can be really re-triggering and really, really painful, not just because you're dealing with probably having to tell your story a million times, disclosing details that you might not want to. Not every officer is going to be trauma informed. Most of them are not. Not every lawyer is going to be trauma informed, and most of them are not. And so it might be a really painful experience. And so making sure that you have that kind of support when you're going through the system is going to be really, really important as well. And if someone does make a decision, I am a police abolitionist. And so, when someone does come and say, like, for whatever reason, I do need to report this to law enforcement, or I've thought through all my things, and this is the thing that is actually really important to my healing and really important to my process. If you're supporting someone in that situation, like, my politics don't actually heal fucking anything. And so making sure that if you're gonna support that person, being really sure about what feels right to you, the space that you want to be in, the way that you want to engage in that, and honoring that people's healing looks a lot of different ways, and it's actually completely fine for all of those ways. Their personal needs are not a reflection on you and your personal stance. Like, don't do, if they're asking you to do something that you consider unethical or really dangerous, like, make that decision for yourself. But also, everyone's path to healing, whether that involves the legal system, whether that doesn't involve the legal system, every person's pathway is really important and really unique and needs to be honored and validated. And making sure that they are supported and protected from the legal system. Once you enter that system is not geared to treat you necessarily as a victim, and that system doesn't treat victims well. And so just being prepared for that and having a team around you who can deal with legal, especially immigration, especially civil, especially social consequences, and the consequences of, if you want to be under the purview of the legal system, make sure that you know that that's going to have an impact on how comfortable you feel working. I have yet to meet someone that didn't have that kind of moment afterwards of, I am reporting and all of a sudden I don't feel comfortable working in this city. Plan around that ahead of time so that it doesn't catch you off guard, because especially if you are putting money into attorneys, therapy, the things that you need, and if that's coupled with not being able to work for a couple months or having to change up the ways that you work for a couple months, that's actually going to really force you to compromise on the ways that you are getting paid professional support. So just think about that kind of stuff ahead of time.
Thank you, Kate. I want to ask Michael to spend a minute talking about what civil remedies may be available as well.
Sure. I mean, in a situation like this, I do generally try to counsel clients to, if they can at all possibly, go outside their comfort zone and file a police report, make a report of something, because it's just going to be something that ends up later on being very useful in supporting the narrative if there is ever a lawsuit that's filed. And yeah, I mean, then it really is often sometimes just as easy as that, where you just, sometimes I'll send a demand letter, and then if nothing is happening, then I'll just go ahead and file a lawsuit and usually get someone's attention. And, one time I had a client who was assaulted by John. I mean, actually a couple of times. And in one case, the client had gone to file a police report, which ended up in an arrest, which ended up in a criminal plea, which made it a lot easier to go ahead and file the civil suit and get financial compensation for the client. And in other situations, someone's coming to me a year later saying, hey, I want to sue this person. There was no treatment. There was no documentation. It's just kind of saying, like, a year ago, this thing happened to me. It's very, very difficult to sustain preponderance of the evidence, which is the civil standard, in order to do that. So, yeah, basically, if at all possible, at least try to make some sort of notation and get some sort of snapshot about what happened that was what would be considered tortious against you. Tortious meaning a violation of a civil duty from one party to the other.
Yeah, and I always tell people, working in family court, I always say it's better to over communicate than under communicate with your lawyer. If something happens to you that you think might be relevant, might be, a crime committed against you or a tort committed against you, might be a violation of a court order, might be something that you could get some kind of recovery for, tell your lawyer sooner rather than later, because a lot of these things have expiration dates. And a lot of these things, there's stuff that you can do to preserve your ability to recover that just sort of disintegrates if you wait too long. So there's this, there are culturally competent attorneys that are available and want to support you. And by communicating with us sooner rather than later, you're giving us what we need to be able to support you. So we are running very close up on time. So I just want to give folks a little bit of time to share a common misunderstanding or myth that you want to clear up for the participants here. And I want to start by saying that the common misunderstanding or myth that I want to clear up is that there's no way that a lawyer can help you if you're someone in a criminalized profession. That any interaction with the legal system is only going to hurt you. And it's not true. And the best thing that you can do is use your chain of trust to find a lawyer that can serve you and wants to support you. And when I say use your chain of trust, I mean contact an organization or a person that you trust, ask them to find someone that they trust, and use that chain to end up with someone who can help you. This is something that the network of lawyers that exists does all the time. So find someone that wants to help you and is available to help you, and just be straight up with them. As you're going to see in the Know Your Rights resources, once you've started working with a lawyer, you have confidentiality with them. You can tell them anything. They can't be forced, except in really extreme circumstances, they can't be forced to disclose stuff that you tell them. So be honest with your lawyer. Tell them anything that's on your mind, that's worrying you, that you think might be an issue, because the reason that we're here is because we have roadmaps and experience in this field, and we want to use it to help make your lives a little easier. So I'm gonna pass it to Elena.
So I guess the more negative misconception sign-off type of advice I have is that a lot of people think that police have to tell you if they're a police officer if you ask. That's not true. Police absolutely can lie and say, I'm not a cop. Police can have sex with you. In a lot of places, police get paid extra if they have sex with you, and it counts as combat pay, so they'll get double pay. So any sort of myths around, a police officer can only go so far, that's not accurate. They can lie, they can do anything. And then the happier sign-off misconception is that I think attorneys and the view of attorneys for a long time is people who didn't know how to work with sex workers, who are very expensive, who are very inaccessible, and many attorneys still fit that bill, but there's lots of attorneys who are trying and succeeding in a variety of ways to be accessible, to be informed, to be available. And you can talk to attorneys who get it, who are going to listen to you and figure out what your priorities are and your needs are and give you advice based on that. And are people and often sex workers currently or previously. So really don't be afraid to talk to attorneys. That's what I have to say.
Can I just give a very practical piece of advice? Okay, so very quickly, the very long story short is, if you're facing any sort of housing insecurity and someone is saying, hey, you have to leave this place, you probably don't. At least you don't have to on anything other than your own timeline. Housing, if you've been in a place for more than 30 days, activates the Fourth Amendment to unlawful search and seizure. So your constitutional rights attach, and you can only be removed by due process. So, for the most part, and if you're saying, well, I'm in a dangerous situation, then let's talk about getting a restraining order from the person who's creating the dangerous situation. But there's no need to kind of flirt with the idea of homelessness due to feeling intimidated by what someone has said or what someone tells you that the law is, especially right now in New York. There are a lot of new laws from the 2019 Tenant Protection Act, including the fact that you can't have your rent raised more than 5% without sufficient notice. 30 days if you've been there for under a year, 60 days if you've been there between 1 and 2 years, and 90 days if you've been there for over 2 years. There's some workarounds about that. Again, call me. I'll explain it to you. I give that free information like this all day to complete strangers who are not sex workers, who are not the class of people that I offer pro bono services to. So, yeah, don't hesitate. That's all.
Thanks, Michael. Can I pass it to Lorelai?
Yeah, thanks so much. I think that what I'd really like to end with is telling folks what your rights are when working with an attorney. At the end of the day, you're the one who gets to decide what strategy you're using. You have the right to understand what's happening in your case. You have the right to understand what your options are and to have them explained to you in a way that you understand. I think a lot of people here who have interacted with attorneys, and especially people of color, I think our experiences are much stronger. You're going to have attorneys who might not want to hear everything you have to say, who might not want to answer every single question, who might not want to give you the time of day. That means shop around for another attorney if you can and get another piece of advice, especially if this is something affirmative that you're trying to do, like civil litigation or family or immigration, and you might have the luxury of a little bit of time. But even where criminal defense is in play and where you might be facing deportation or something like that, it really, really, really behooves you to get to listen to that voice inside you if you feel like something's off, because there's a lot of really shitty attorneys out there too, right? And so I just want to caution people and validate that those experiences are very real. And you absolutely have a right to copies to copies of things that are submitted on your behalf. And so make sure that you're asking those questions and engaging with your attorney. And if you feel like they're not respecting you and they're not listening to you and not explaining things and communicating well with you, reach out to one of us and let's try help you find another attorney who will. And you can also tell your attorney to go to one of my trainings, and maybe I'll yell at them and tell them to listen to you better.
Thank you so much, Lorelai. Kate, you wanna close us out?
Yeah, sure. I think the first and foremost, I think one of the most important things is to know that you're not alone, and to know that if something happens, once again, it's not your fault. And I think that it's really important to recognize that, like, I think we're taught so often that like the law is real and the shit that we know is not, and that's really not the case. We can talk all the time, like we can talk till we're blue in the face about laws. We also have to recognize that those laws and policing are often like Venn diagrams that are actually not the same thing. And so thinking about policing and thinking about in case of arrest are two important things. They're also two different things. And when it comes to like policing, like think of how many people in the sex industry are never actually going to get arrested. Knowing what's being policed for, knowing what the tactics and the patterns of policing are, that's something that community knows first and foremost. And that means it's so deeply important for us to just like interdependence is survival, and it's what's going to keep us alive. And it's what has always kept us alive, because there's a law in the books, but knowing that like, okay, Operation Cross Country is coming up, and in the cities that they do it, they love doing them at a hotel. So if everyone knows like, hey, my ad got picked up and everyone wants me to go to the Hyatt on 16th, like that might be a red flag. Knowing that like, hey, so-and-so got busted and she had seen this client twice before, like, and he had asked for specific things. Knowing when during the dungeon raids that were happening, that undercovers were walking into the dungeons and asking for like 15-minute pegging sessions, and everyone was like, that's weird. Like those are the things that often keep us out of arrest. And knowing and having a plan for afterwards, it's terrifying. Trauma happens, especially when you're panicked, and especially when someone is compromising your choices and you don't have a moment to like figure out what's going on. That's so scary. If you have a plan for arrest that includes things like, who am I going to call? Who's going to walk my dog? Who's going to pick up my kid from daycare? Who's going to water my plants? Like, it includes who to call, where your money's saved, what that person knows to say. Like that can make the difference between a shitty experience that was really horrible and something really traumatic that has much longer term ramifications. And the amount of trauma and violence that you experience at the hands of the state can be very different if you know what to do and you know who to call and you know that like something's going to happen versus that terror of not knowing what's going to happen. That can be a really significant difference. And so know who to talk to as far as like community. Also know that like we're mostly not lawyers. And so like knowing the patterns are deeply important, and also recognizing the limitations of that, but also knowing that like, know what you're looking for when you talk to people, whether it's a community member, whether it's a lawyer, whether it's a service provider who has connections to cops who can tell you a little bit more and tell you what to prepare for. All of those are really, really deeply important. And so when I say community, when I say interdependence, like, yes, it means other folks who are also hustling in the same way as you. And yes, other folks who are hustling in different ways than you, but community means a lot of people. And community also means incredible allies, amazing lawyers, counselors, supporters, people who just like will show up to court support because they love community. All of those people make a really rich and robust network of people. And it's that interdependence on each other that's gonna mean not just survival, but like liberation.
What a stunning note to end on, Kate. Thank you so much. Just to close us out, I want to thank our panelists from the bottom of my heart for throwing down their time and energy and wisdom for this. We're going to circulate a Know Your Rights resources document after the summit to attendees. That's in English and Spanish. It's going to have links to previous sex work survival guide panels related to these same issues. It's going to have information about where you can find a culturally competent lawyer, other links to helpful organizations, and also links to help you find culturally competent mental health professional services and other free services. So that information is all going to be circulated after today is over, so that you can have something in hand. And I'm going to make sure that all of the contact information that all of the panelists shared today is also in that document, so that if you have questions for any one of us, if you need to reach out, if something happens, you really just know you're not alone. You know, we're here, we want to help, and we're really glad to be in community with you. I also want to thank Alex and Manhattan Alternative, and I want to thank Olive and the Trans Latinx Network, and Brian and the Gender and Sexuality Psychotherapy Collective. I think I said that right. For sponsoring this panel and allowing us to compensate our panelists and compensate our amazing translators. Thank you to our translators who are doing such an amazing job. I know doing simultaneous translation for really jargony talks is a giant pain in the butt, and I really appreciate you both. And thank you to Kat and to Tiana for putting this whole thing together. You're doing amazing work, and we're all really honored and grateful to be involved.
Thank you, Andy. Appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you, Andy. Thanks, everybody.
Thanks so much. Thanks, Andy. Thanks, everyone.
Thanks for joining us, everyone, and please stay in touch.
Isso é muito bem.
en la playa. No tienes fortuna, todo para allá.
it wouldn't be the same, no substitute. Now let me kiss you while you place your hand where she wants. She's got me in the back, two on the side, you on the front. Now here come the sun. They say one's fun, two's double, three fantasy. Here we all are, room full of lovers, poly, poly. They say one's fun, two's double, three fantasy. Here we all are, room full of lovers, poly, poly.
Listen, so many ways to love and lust. BDSM, you like it rough. Our cucks just love watching us fuck close up. Wife covered in nut, her husband there to clean it up. Yes, we gotta be breaking the monotony. Cosplay menagerie, all out debauchery. We share so well, sister wives and subs, lifestyle and swinger clubs, threesomes, foursomes, moresomes, awesome, thirst traps and snacks. The whole room starving. Having my cake and eating it too. Done took on a different meaning, cause you eating it too, see. We do it all and keep it true. So what the fuck's cheating gon' do? I don't want nobody but you, unless I'm being poly with you.
They say one's fun, two's double, three fantasy. Here we all are, room full of lovers, poly, poly. They say one's fun, two double, three fantasy. Here we all are, room full of lovers, poly, poly. So glad you came, you and you. Because without one it wouldn't be the same, no substitute. Oh, let me kiss you while you place your hand where she wants. She's got me in the back, you on
Nasty as we gotta be, breaking the monotony. Cosplay menagerie, all out debauchery. We share so well, sister wives and subs, lifestyle and swinger clubs. Threesomes, foursomes, moresomes, awesome. Thirst traps and snacks, the whole room starving. Having my cake and eating it too. Done took on a different meaning, cause you eating it too, see. We do it all and keep it true. So what the fuck's cheating gon' do? I don't want nobody but you, unless I'm being poly with you.
They say one's fun, two's double, three fantasy. Here we all are, room full of lovers, poly, poly. They say one's fun, two double, three fantasy. Here we all are, room full of lovers, poly, poly. So glad you came, you and you. Because without one it wouldn't be the same, no substitute. Oh, let me kiss you while you place your hand where she wants. She's got me in the back, you on the side, two in the front. Now here come the sun.
I don't want nobody but you, unless I'm being poly with you. I don't want nobody but you, unless I'm being poly with you.
So glad you came, you and you. Cause without one it wouldn't be the same, no substitute. Now let me kiss you while you place your hand where she wants. She's got me in the back, two on the side, you on the front. Now here come the sun. They say one's fun, two's double, three fantasy. Here we all are, room full of lovers, poly, poly. They say one's fun, two's double, three fantasy. Here we all are, room full of lovers, poly, poly.
Wife covered in nut, her husband there to clean it up.
Hi, everybody. I am Katarina, the Dom Cat Pierce, and I am not excited to be on camera. I'm a little twisted here, but I am super excited to actually be the one to announce the next speaker. This babe, wonderful human, is such a good friend of mine, and I just adore this human. And I'm going to read a bio so that you don't just have to go off of my excitement. So here we go. She runs 2 PR companies. Like, seriously, she's got the biggest cat. It's crazy. While one of the most effective awareness amplifiers for adult industry performers and sex workers, public relations can be both confusing and expensive. Melissa A. Vitale has built a reputation among top-tier media as a reliable source of sources for sex and cannabis-positive brands, experts, and scoops. With an agency founded on trimming the fat on outdated media practices, Melissa's no BS, education-first attitude has made her a media darling. She is a darling. In this workshop, she'll break down the ins and outs of navigating media relations, options for sex workers, and how to maximize press presence without a publicist. Plus, we'll go over how to evade nosy journalists who could potentially dox and how to harness PR for power and empowerment. Melissa A. Vitale, she, her, is a publicist and founder of New York's first sex and cannabis PR agency. You can find her at melissavitale.com. She is the creator of Pressbox, available at Pressbox, PRESSBOXX.com, which is a streamlined public relations service for the cannabis and adult industries. And without further ado, I don't see your big cat, but I'll still put you on camera. All right, Melissa, take it away.
Thank you so much, Kat, Ash, and Glittersaurus for having me, and Sex Work Survival Guide for having me. I'm so excited to talk to you about my favorite thing, which is public relations. One of my favorite things to talk about, that is. No, I don't think Jack will be joining me, but if you do want to follow along, my big fluffy cat, his name is Jack Ass Vitale on Instagram, because yes, he could be a bit of a jackass. So without further ado, I'm so excited to talk about public relations, along with being generally confusing and very expensive. For sex workers, public relations comes with the dangers of doxing and ensuing threats of security and safety. However, if navigated purposefully and cautiously, organic media coverage can amplify awareness and catapult your goals. I hope everyone can see my screen. There we go. All right, PR can be really ambiguous. The goal of this keynote is to make PR more understandable and to help you navigate the often unclear waters of media relations. A little bit about myself. I started my public relations agency about 5 years ago and immediately started working with sex and cannabis positive brands. Since then, I've become a source of sources among press covering anything from business, technology, features, and wellness to the adult industry and cannabis industry. I've become a source of those brands, products, experts, and scoops. My agency was founded on education before sensation. So instead of working for clickbait, we focus on destigmatizing, raising awareness, and advocating. For some practicals of what I do, one of our sponsors, Zalo, is offering a giveaway of their first Wi-Fi enabled toy called the Aya. It is launching this month, and along with creating the code Sex Work Survival Guide 20 for 20% off Zalo.com, they are giving away 5 of the Aya to attendees. Make sure that you, and this is one of my clients, and we're so happy to be sponsoring with Zalo. Make sure you DM your event host your email to be entered for the giveaway. We're giving away 5 of these. And then we're also going to give away 2 sets of one of my other clients. This is a brand that started as the best-selling fiber for bottoms and is now an entire lifestyle line for staying effortlessly confident. If all these products look so delightful, again, make sure you DM your host your email to be able to enter the giveaway. All right, let's get into public relations versus media relations. You might have met a publicist before. Every publicist is different. So a healthcare publicist, a technology publicist, and a sex and cannabis publicist are going to all do very different things. For the most part, public relation focuses on organic or unpaid media coverage, aka there's not sponsorship or advertising fees. Media relations is the vehicle to which we garner coverage. This is why public relations can be so ambiguous and why this picture is so great, because it kind of shows all the different ways that PR can be conceived. Sometimes going out to drinks or hosting a party can lead to more story opportunities than spending 15 hours researching journalists and reaching out to them. Public relations puts your expertise
or thought leadership, or if you have a brand or organization you're promoting in the conversations press are already having. Or stories, or puts them, stories they want to cover as well. We focus on, when we talk about media relations, we talk about building relationships with journalists. The end result can be 3 types of coverage. This could either be the roundup, where you are included, or a brand you're either promoting or working with or created yourself is featured in a listicle type article of a number of related products or people. This could be sex positive influencers to follow on Instagram. This is something like the ones featured, which is, best sex toys, or if you wrote a book, best books to buy this year or this season. There's also what we call full features, which is from start to finish, usually headline as well. There is everything is about you or your brand. And then the most common one is inclusions, which is a story that's already being written where a journalist can feature your expertise as part of a larger trend story, where you might have an opening, a quote at the opening of the article, or a quote at the end of the article. This is why we focus on media relations, because we tend to see more of these types of stories, especially the opportunity for sex workers. We like to focus on relationships when we talk about media with public relations. The best analogy that I can give you is when you're talking about going on a date with the goal of getting laid versus dating to enjoy that person or to focus on a relationship. If you go on a date with the goal of getting laid, you might absolutely have sex once, but it might not blossom into a relationship, or you might not even hear from them again. Whereas when you build a relationship, you get a lot more, you could experience more sex during the course of that relationship rather than even if you don't get laid that first night. I also often am citing chestnut checkers, where we're focusing on strategy and not just wanting to get one piece of coverage, but the maximum impact. What I mean by this is, if you make a relationship with a journalist, over the course of that lifetime, you could see 20 pieces of press coverage that come to fruition as a result of that relationship. Whereas if you're just hoping to get one story placed, you will absolutely get a story placed, but you might be leaving a lot of future coverage on the table by not cultivating that relationship. There are a lot of benefits of press coverage. I don't need to tell attendees here that the challenges that adult content creators face on social media and with potential advertising. However, press is different. Especially online, where a lot of print publications are folding now. Advertisers want readers. They want to see a certain number of readership, and they don't really care so much how that happens, because advertising and editorial is separate. I think we all know sex sells. A lot of pleasure positive and sex positive stories are the stories that people want to read and the conversations that people are having. Post pandemic, we've noticed a trend that editors are writing stories about topics that people are searching a lot of times at 2 a.m. Things like, what can I put up my asshole? How to choke myself? Or even something a little more just adapting to modern culture, of how to take a great nude or flirt on a dating app, or initiate a sexting conversation. Readers like sex, which means there will always be a place for it, which means there's always going to be opportunities for sex workers to comment in press. Many press want to hear and be able to quote sex workers on issues impacting them, This can give a platform to address concerns and call out officials who fail sex workers, but other benefits include establishing credibility and leadership in your industry. It allows you to promote your work, whether it's something to do with your sex work, whether it's to do with an organization you founded, or whether it's something completely different, to promote your work to national audiences. This can also give you a platform to garner support for sex worker safety, as well as educating about normalizing and destigmatizing sex work. Depending on if you are developing those multiple streams of income we heard about earlier, and you're creating products or selling products, this creates opportunities for brand sponsorships as well as increasing SEO. Media and news coverage is the history of the world, so this can put conversations that you're having in a national spotlight. But before we even talk about getting press, we should talk about safety, which obviously is one of the most important things. So, not a big fan of this story here in New York Post, actually really condemn it. And this is one of the reasons why we have to have a conversation about safety for sex workers when we're talking about press, especially since financial discrimination makes it difficult to associate your legal name with sex work. And the way the media functions, press often need to have source credits by journalistic standards, typically established across the board for their publication, that include given name or identifying details. Some journalists and editors and some media outlets do not respect privacy or might engage in what this pictured story is an example of, which is gotcha journalism. That's why we're going to talk about this first. Do not take any of my advice in this presentation unless you also take this. The absolute most important thing you should do before engaging, or if you are approached, or even just following them on Instagram or Twitter, vet every journalist you engage with. Look for their previous bylines. Do they treat sex workers fairly? Do they accept anonymous sources? What is the tone of their coverage? Is it informative? Is it sensational? Is it educational? Look at their Twitter account. Do they have mutual followings? If they reach out to you and you can't find this, ask for their previous bylines before providing any personal information. Do not engage with press coverage or media requests if you do not vet journalists. Do not take any of my advice unless you take this as well. This is not just for sex workers. This is something I do for all of my clients. This is something I recommend everyone do because you never know. I do not believe all press is good press. There are higher risks of press coverage for sex workers, and that's why it is media efforts will not matter if you do not take this step. You are putting yourself more at risk for hurt than you are putting yourself at the potential benefit. Some things you also want to look for when you're double checking with your journalists. Have they covered sex work fairly and regularly? And then do they allow for quoting of anonymous sources? Are they a clickbait reporter? Can you find their name? If they reach out under a different name, ask for previous bylines so you can tell if they're a clickbait reporter. Make sure you keep your stage name, your sex worker name separate from your legal name, and be ultra cautious when following journalists on Twitter and reaching out over email. Have a test email with yourself to make sure that there's no identifying information you want out there. If a journalist is sniffing around for your legal details after you've requested to be removed from the conversation, especially if they've reached out, make an honest written appeal without disclosing any personal details. Get their response in writing. This might not stop them from writing a story, but it will lay the groundwork for you to be able to have the quote unquote receipts for a more vindicating story like this one here in Rolling Stone, if press gets out of your control. Nervous about on the record, ask for a written interview. Maybe you're worried you're gonna reveal some personal information while speaking to a journalist on the phone, you could always ask for a written interview. And this way you will have time to review it. I just recommend once you write your answers, take some time, walk away from it, and then go back and make sure that that's what you want to say and that you didn't disclose anything that you wanted to, or you didn't want to. If you are contributing to a scoop about a notorious individual or breaking news, journalists may need your legal info for fact checking. They should be clear if those details are required for publication and give you an opportunity to opt out. Do not share any information until you receive this exchange or unless you hear this exchange. Now that we've covered the safety details, now we can get into the fun stuff, which is how to actually attract organic press without a publicist. This actually is really easy to do. It's something I tell clients all the time, that getting your own press is very easy. It's maintaining the consistency is where you typically want to get a publicist. But for the most part, press want to write about what hasn't been covered before. So if you've never had any press on yourself, you have a great opportunity to get press for not just yourself, but also your thoughts and goals you have for, whether it's your industry or your personal brand or even just the world. One of the easiest ways to attract press, and this is something all good publicists do as well, is reading media articles. Read stories and read outlets. If say you want to be in Vice or Playboy or in Cosmo, read some articles that they've written about sex workers, if that's the topic, or whatever the topic that you want to comment on. When you find that article where you think, oh my gosh, I wish I was in this. I should have been in this. I have so much to say. I have better things to say than these people quoted. And, you feel that the journalist still did a great job presenting the story for the experts they had. That is a great sign for you to follow that journalist and see maybe if they're going to follow back. Before you even start thinking about going out and finding press, you want to think of a title for yourself, how you want to present yourself, and have that ready so that this way, if someone says, follows you right away or finds you right away, you're able to have this ready. And this is the best way to use press to benefit you, is to direct them where you want to direct them. This is a title that will have your website, your pronouns, and a short description. You can, even get a little, you can add a little pomp and circumstance to these titles as well. And a lot of times they will get picked up. So you can say something like one of the best dominatrix when it comes to rope play, one of the most viewed creators on OnlyFans. And then this way, if that gets accepted in your title, you might have Vice Magazine calling you one of the most viewed content creators on OnlyFans, which is great for further promotion. As I said, social media is going to be your BFF. So when you find that journalist who you say, wow, I really want to be in a story like this, this is your time to follow them. Again, you want to do your media vetting beforehand. So assuming you've done all of that, you should have some safe space to play. And then if they follow you back, it's great to send a personalized introduction to them. To follow their Twitter, try to find their byline either through clicking on the link in the article or Google their name with the publication and the word Twitter. 9 times out of 10, you're going to find them. Some journalists are super unfriendly to potential publicists following them or potential sources following them. So they might be really hard to track down. Anytime you do pitch yourself, you want to speak to the human behind the headline. Personalize it. Don't just copy and paste for a bunch of journalists. And don't give away, you're going to want to read the room before you even reach out. If they have huge headlines, bold, all caps, do not pitch me in my DMs. Just give a quick intro. Don't say anything about yourself. You want to focus on helping them, offering insight, not just saying, hey, cover me. And look out for Twitter because journalists often post source requests on Twitter. During any of this, obviously, in any of these exchanges, don't give away too much personal information. Topics that you can speak to are usually safe, but where you work, where you live, how you live, wait until you establish trust. And same thing with giving them an inside scoop. You wouldn't want to give, a really good scoop or story to someone unless you trust them. Let's go over some interview tips. As I mentioned, you're going to want to speak to the human behind the headline. Compile your thoughts in advance and practice. Be prepared with things that will help any of those little annoying anatomical annoyances like a scratchy throat, a runny nose, chapped lips. And then if a lot of times journalists like to ask multi-pronged questions. So you might have a lot of thoughts and that you really want to fully explain. So have a notebook handy so you can jot down everything. Breathe and remember you're the expert. They wouldn't be speaking to you if you didn't have something to say. So the journalist does want to hear your thoughts. I always like to tell my clients to speak as if they're speaking to a third grader. I know that we work in subjects that you probably wouldn't be talking to a third grader about, but what I mean by that is that you want to explain every term. You don't just want to leave a new term undefined. What I mean by that is that if you're saying, a lot of my clients enjoy CBT, you want to explain that it means cock and ball torture, what that means, and maybe provide one or two examples of what that could look like before moving on to the rest of your thought. Your journalists will love you for doing the work for them of explaining that to their readers. Because even if the journalist is familiar with this, you could assume that their readers are not. So having that extra bit of information makes you more likely to get future requests because you are not only helpful to them, but to their readers as well. Like I mentioned, you're going to want to prepare that title beforehand with your links, your pronouns, a little description. So this way, immediately after the interview and your thank you, you're going to send that title. And then this way, the work is done for them. They're going to really appreciate that. Sex work is obviously a sensitive subject. It's also a misunderstood subject, and it is a subject that carries a lot of ramifications for sex workers. And journalists are often looking to tell those stories. And again, assuming you've done your vetting, you should only be talking to journalists who are looking to promote and destigmatize sex work, not someone who's looking to bring it down. And so these journalists are speaking to you to get your insight, your experience, and your expertise, but they are not the expert on sex work. If you've done your vetting, you know it's not going to be a gotcha question. They usually just don't know if they ask an uninformed question that may impassion you. What I mean by that is they might ask something that says, that makes you feel, oh my gosh, you don't understand this. I need to talk about this. This is so serious. No one understands this. There is no magic incantation to move past this. However, there are some ways that you can be prepared for these types of questions. If you get a question like this, take a breath. Take another breath. Take a gulp of water. Take 6 gulps of water. If you need to, ask to resume another time. If the journalist is on deadline, ask for a quick break. Have talking points of issues prepared before any interview. So if the topic comes up, you might not be able to speak, but you will be prepared to read. Some other options to increase your press without a publicist. Create a media kit. this could be a short PDF like the one pictured. I put this together this morning. So it doesn't need to be crazy or take a lot of time. It could just be information you already have on your website. And you're going to want some safe from work photos, a little bit about yourself. You're going to want to avoid any identifying information, super identifying information, excuse me, and areas of expertise that you can comment to, as well as a contact email for interview requests. Feel free to have fun with it and share anything else that might be relevant to share. If you have a website, which I do recommend you have, creating a press section on your website will allow press to know that you are press friendly. You're going to want to include a short press mission statement about encompassing why you're looking to get press, as well as, again, those topics of expertise about being available for interview. You're also going to want an email contact that's not a general contact specifically for press. Many journalists might not look at it if they feel that it's not going to be answered timely. If you have previous media coverage, it's great to put on your website just so that journalists can get an example of what you've done before. I want to take some time to talk about unpaid sources and appearance fees. You're going to hear this a lot in media, is that journalists do not pay sources as a matter of ethics. The theory here is that if a source is paid to share their expertise or their story, there's no way to verify that they're not fabricating their quotes to make a sale. So they might not be, there's no way to guarantee that they are not speaking genuinely. At least this is the theory. It is not to perpetuate unpaid labor. It is an industry-wide standard that we have to grapple with often. The exception being is that could be the exception if you have a side of a viral story where you've already been identified by a press. Maybe one of your clients was a high-end individual and this became a big scandal. You might be able to offer an exclusive on your side of the story for a substantial fee. I only recommend if this is just, if I don't recommend this step often because, it could go a lot of ways and they will want your real information. But if you've already been exposed and already doxxed in the press, this could be the first step in restitution, both financially and controlling the story in a way that makes you feel better about it, or at least makes your life livable afterwards. About appearance fees. If a producer would like to follow you around and film a segment that requires over a full day of preparation, you can and should ask for an appearance fee based on how much time that it's going to cost you to prepare and be ready and deliver what they're looking for. Just a heads up though, a lot of production companies usually don't have the same budget as networks. So a lot of producers that are looking to cast stories are looking to film either a pilot or the first season, and it still hasn't been picked up yet. And that means that they might not have the same budget as something that is already on Bravo or HBO. And if there is no appearance fee, it really is your discretion if the exposure is worth your investment. I usually use the rule of thumb that if it's about under a day of preparation and actual active work, and the video you'll have use and ability to use it either on your website or for your future promotion, if it aligns with your goals for future broadcast to have future broadcast placements, then it might be worth it if it's under a day of work. But anything more than that, you should really insist on a appearance fee. So I hope I have now given you tons of tips to be able to grow your use press to grow your goals on your own. But once press becomes, whether it's doing interviews, reaching out to journalists, just entertaining journalists, talking to them, answering their questions, when that becomes either a part or full-time job rather than a once a week thing, hopefully you will be able to hire a publicist by then. To effectively start PR, you're going to want to have an idea of how you want to present yourself. This is in the form of a personal brand and a mission statement, what you're trying to do, why you're using PR. You're going to want to have a website. I will advocate for a website so much, especially for sex workers. You do not want to have the traffic you're driving from your press coverage go to a platform that could potentially remove you. Having your own website gives you a little bit more control than directing people to your Instagram. With the website, even if you change your website name, you could still do an easy redirect. So all the press coverage you've gotten in previous years can still go to the goals you're promoting now. You're going to want to have a lot of imagery, and by imagery, I mean safe for work imagery that can be used in press, in print, on the cover of an online article. Behind the scenes action shots, you want a diversity, not just a variety of imagery, not just a bunch of glamour shots or a bunch of headshots. You're also going to want to have time to answer interviews and meet with press. A good publicist will keep you very busy. And you're going to want a clear goal for your press coverage. Why are you doing this? What are you hoping to promote? Where do you want the money or the traffic to be directed to? What are you hoping to grow? All right. Finding the right publicist, there are a lot of things to consider about this. The types of coverage you want, the targets desired. If you are looking for podcast, if you want to be on broadcast, if you want to be on radio shows or premium radio shows like Howard Stern, maybe you want to be online, you want people to be clicking on your website, or maybe you want to be in print. That's a big goal of yours. How often do you want to speak to your publicist? Do you want to have a standing call, or do you only want them to call you when they're going to put you in the New York Times? How involved do you want them to be in the direction of your brands? And how involved do you want to be in the direction of your PR campaign? Do you want to just tell them this is what I'm doing and they're going to say, okay, this is what we can get for you, and they just go and run with it? Or do you want to say, all right, now I want to release now I want this, and you want to control this? If you have products, if you have events, if you are looking to grow your social media, are you looking for an agency or a freelance publicist who specializes in events, in mailers, in activations, or who can manage your social media or manage influencer partnerships for you? The size of the agency is going to determine the price. The best ballpark I can estimate from my perspective is that a freelancer is going to go anywhere from $500 to $3,000 per month in monthly retainers. This does not include any travel that they do or any additional press release wire services usually. An agency, however, you're going to be looking anywhere from 5,000 up. That can go up to, when we're talking about big conglomerates, the biggest global PR firms, this can be $50,000 per month for a monthly retainer. Again, this does not include everything. Things like press releases, additional distribution, tracking, travel is not included in just the base cost of representation. Something you want to ask your publicist is their contacts. Who do they know? Are they going to have to do research to get you into the publications that you have goals with? If they have worked with, say you want to be in Forbes, if they have worked with Forbes, have they worked with a sex writer at Forbes? Or if you're looking to promote an organization you work with or an organization you founded with? Do they have experiences with those types of nonprofits? If not, they might have journalists. A lot of publicists do know journalists who write for just about every outlet, but they might know someone who writes about liquor and spirits at Esquire. The person who writes about liquor and spirits at Esquire is going to be very different from the journalist who might be talking about your goals if they're not in liquor and spirits. You want to talk about expectations and scope. A lot of journalists or a lot of publicists might hit you 2-3 months in saying, oh, didn't you know PR might not yield results for 2 to 6 months. You want to know that and review those expectations before you sign anything with a publicist. Finally, if you are going to be public, if whatever you're getting press on, if it's going to be adjacent or mentioning of your sex work, you are going to want to know about their experience, knowledge, or just their openness of sex workers, because maybe they don't have experience or knowledge of sex workers, but they are willing to learn. So these are all the things you want to consider when you're trying to find the right publicist. So I'm going to turn it over to you guys. What questions can I answer? If you guys have questions for me, feel free to mention them in the chat on Hopin.
We do have one for you. Is it wise to work with an independent journalist who wants to create a piece and then shop it around? Can negotiation be part owner of the rights to content be part of the compensation?
Can you repeat the second part of the question again? Actually, wait, no, hold on. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, no, I want the full question.
Okay. Is it wise to work with an independent journalist who wants to create a piece and then shop it around? Can negotiation to be part owner of the rights to content be part of the compensation?
I've never heard that conversation about being part owner of the rights. There is a potential to author to option a byline if you're trying to share a byline. Usually the journalists don't often own their own content. Usually the publications offer a contract that says that the publication owns it, and then the publication is the one that once they write it. So the first part of that question, is it wise to work with a journalist before they found an editor? It depends on if you've established trust with this journalist or not, because you might like them and like their story, but in the course of the editing process or the course of securing and getting a green light for this story, the angle to which you were approached with and the angle to which actually gets greenlit and published can be completely different. And in which case, then, if it's not a trusted journalist and that trust has not been established, you can't guarantee that they are still going to do right by the reason why you wanted to be a part of this story in the first place. So it could turn into something different. And so it might be better to be able to have the story already secured so that this way, not only can you vet the journalist, you can also vet the editor and the publication to which it's going to. Okay. We have some questions in the chat. So what platforms do you think works best for audio porn? What are the options? Erotic, lit, ASMR, etc. Oh wait, sorry. That wasn't to me. Okay. What other questions am I missing? Kat, I can't hear you.
Sorry, I have 13 tabs. All right.
I know. I have the same amount open, and I just started like hearing myself in the other.
And then my phone, I'm like, okay. And then my cat's trying to walk on the laptop. I'm like, oh no, you don't. Okay. Here are a couple questions for you here. Let's ask this one first. How practical or integral? I can't say that word. Is it for someone in the sex work industry to have a press page or a press kit? What kind of content would be best to focus on when building a press page?
Practical is only if you want press. If you want press and you've made the decision and you've taken the precautions to protect yourself and do the work of vetting the journalists that are coming in. The benefits. Sorry, Kat, can you repeat the question again?
Absolutely. Totally can. How practical is it for someone in the sex work industry to have a press page or a press kit, and what kind of content should they focus on?
Yeah, so practical, if you want it, it's absolutely worth having. If you want press, having a press kit and a press page just opens you up to press, lets press know that you are press friendly. And what you want to have on it is what you're trying to promote. So if you are trying to make a name for yourself as one of the best rope instructors, you're going to want to have some information about rope, about the why you're trying to promote the spread the gospel of rope, or I'm just using a basic example, so ignore my lack of terminologies. And you're just going to and this will be able you want to tell journalists what you can comment on, areas of expertise, why you're commenting, and then also have some pictures. And again, number one thing you want to have is a direct to you email that they will be able to contact you with. And then obviously you're going to want to take the same security cautions that you take for your, anything to do with being a sex worker publicly facing. So if that's using a pronto mail, if that's using some type of screening service, you're going to want the same thing.
Great. There's more for you.
Oh boy.
We asked that one already. Who are some sex-friendly journalists that are worth following and building a connection with? And I know I saw one in the chat before, Zachary.
Yeah. Zach Zane is absolutely a huge one, and he will probably have about in the next month maybe 10 plus requests for can sex workers tell me XYZ? I'm doing a story on this. He's a great one. His editor Jordan Taylor is also amazing. Anna Iovine over at Mashable, they're great. Griffin Wynn, they used to be at Bustle, now they're over at HuffPost. They don't do that many sex worker stories. That's probably not a good one anymore. Here's some other good ones. If you're looking in the UK, Abigail Moss over from Vice UK and Refining 29 and Huffington Post UK. She's really wonderful and sex worker friendly. If I follow them or if they follow me, that might be a good mutual for you to be able to establish. That said, I do also know a number of sex worker friendly journalists, but I will just say I would avoid outlets that have a history of burning sex workers. Obviously, the big one being New York Post. And any of the big national news outlets, they often have a burden of proof to tell people's last name and identifying information in order to verify their sources. And so it just might be something to avoid if you don't need to. If you really want to get a New York Times article about something you're doing or a mission or a brand you're starting or something, just be prepared that they might need to print your last name.
I think that's really important, yeah, because I actually have that publication blocked on Twitter. Like, I literally don't want to see it. And you were saying about reading different articles from different publications to see their slant. And you know, if you get a publication that's just taking press releases from swerfy groups and not giving voices to sex workers, that's usually a pretty solid indication of where they stand. So that's a really good tip. And we have another. Oh, we have so many questions for you, girl.
Oh.
Do you have any recommendations for a fresh sex worker or someone who's just not like bananas famous yet? Like who to approach first and what can they truly expect?
Yeah, I mean, well, the first thing you want to do is you want to hone the expertise that you have. And then also and hone the story you want to tell. Do you want to tell a story of what it's like being a brand new baby sex worker? Or do you want to tell a story of why you got into sex work? And again, what are you trying to promote? Are you trying to promote your page? Are you trying to promote an online service you offer? Are you trying to drive traffic to your OnlyFans? Um, and then you want to isolate, what can you talk about as an expert to? And by when I say experts is kind of in quotes because most topics are going to be 101 for readers. They're not, if they're talking about something like an advanced topic like fisting or asphyxiation, this is that there's still media outlets are only going to really go into a 101 of here's where to here's how to think about this desire, here's maybe how to the safety 101, and here's resources for more information. They're not really going to give you that roadmap on how to go super intense into something. It's more if this is something you're interested in. And so if you have something that maybe you got into sex work because again you love rope tying or you love domination and you want to make money from it, this might be something that you could comment as an expert on, even if you are only relatively new to the sex worker scene.
Awesome. As a sex worker, when is the right time to work with a look at my little knee over here. When is the right time to work with a publicist and why?
When the best time to work with a publicist as a sex worker is when you want press and when press is going to move the needle on your goals. And B, when you have the bandwidth for it, because if you think that you're going to sit around and not have to do anything to get press for 6 months, that's not true. You might have a lot of interviews. You might have written expertise to provide. You might even need to drop everything and get a new photo shoot for a specific story that's being written about you. So you need to have the time to be able to give to your publicist, because if you don't, then you're just going to be throwing money away because otherwise you're going to be paying for someone's time and someone's services that you're not even taking advantage of. It's like buying food at the grocery store and throwing it out. So if you don't have the time to engage with your publicist, to answer the opportunities and to give him or her or them whatever they need to be able to reach your goals. So if you say, I want to be in New York Times, and all your beautifully shot photos that hit the New York Times criteria for photography are not safe for work, and your publicist says, listen, I need something that's safe for work because if we want to get the cover of the Times, we need, families subscribe to the Times. You can't have your nipples on the cover of the Times. So, if you're able to give your you need to be able to give your publicist everything that they need. And I'm also alluding to that there are other costs that you might not that. Can you still hear me?
Can everyone still hear me? Yes, I assume.
Now I can, yes.
Okay, yeah, my headphones just died. Sorry about that. I've been talking too long. Yeah, so if you have the ability to give your publicist everything, that's a great time. And press will move your goals. That is the ideal time to invest in press. But if PR is not going to benefit you, and you don't have a website set up and you don't have the things to be able to capture the benefit of PR, like that website, like the time to be able to answer these questions, it's a waste of money. So don't engage in PR until you have that time and you feel confident that press will move the needle of your goals.
Okay, we have one more question, it looks like. And we're almost at your time. So thank you so much. Let me ask this last question. Unless anybody has anything they want to slide in there at the end. How do we hold sex work adjacent journalists accountable for the information they're disseminating, intentionally and unintentionally?
Yeah, well, I mean, and that's why I mentioned, that's a great question. Fabulous question. One of the journalists I didn't mention, actually, any of the journalists of any of the clips talking about sex workers in this presentation are typically sex worker friendly. And so the best way to hold them accountable is if they're genuinely, if it's a journalist who genuinely supports sex workers and wants to educate and destigmatize sex work, and they miss the mark, the best thing is to have an honest conversation with them. I've found when I've had a journalist who's printed something that I was like, hey, this is inaccurate, this misses the mark. They've actually gone and done a follow-up story with that insight that we're providing. So this could turn into an opportunity for you. If it's a journalist like that situation of New York Post, that is why I recommend getting things in writing, taking screenshots, having your receipts, so that this way, if you do want to have some type of press to rectify what press has gotten wrong for sex workers, you'll have a better ability to create that story with the receipts. And I hope I answered that question well, but I'm gonna go. Wasn't in hop in too much earlier, but I will go to the vendor portal after this to answer some more questions one-on-one once I've had a chance to refresh my coffee, fill my water, everything. But before I do a final call for questions, I do just want to say, Kat, everyone, the wonderful event producers over at Sex Work Survival Guide, this summit, thank you so much for having me. Thank you, everyone, for listening and asking such wonderful, wonderful questions. I hope I've stood up to all the other wonderful keynote speakers I've been watching all day and panelists that we've had.
You were excellent. Thank you so much. That is one of the things that is kind of difficult when you're faced with a question. You're kind of like, oh, damn, I got to answer it now. And as someone where journalism was my gateway drug into porn, that was my vanilla job.
I don't know what you're talking about, Kat.
Before, I kind of know both sides of it. So this was a really great presentation. Thank you so much. Melissa will be in her vendor booth. That is Melissa A. Vitale, PR, in the expo section of the venue. If you're watching this on the live stream on YouTube, you need to register on Hopin in order to access things such as entries for the raffle. What else? I mean, also the expo booths that I just totally said. So talk to Melissa, register on the Hopin booth, and then go follow her on Twitter and Instagram. Coming up next, thank you so much, Melissa.
Thank you. Bye.
Coming up next, Instead of playing you some club tunes as we were doing during our little dinner break, because this is a long day. It's like a 14-hour day, and y'all are doing it. While we're having our little dinner break, we're going to play an amazing panel from last year's conference. There were some panels. I mean, all the panels were incredible. The whole thing was, but there were some panels that really I was just honored to watch. I couldn't believe that I was allowed to watch it. Never mind produce the event. That's ridiculous. I don't believe I did that. So we're going to play a panel moderated by Mistress Velvet, rest in peace, with panelists King Noir, Jessa Jordan, and Dirty Lola on what does anti-racist sex work look like. King Noir dropped some knowledge on you, man. If you can go back and watch those panels that he's on, dude's got so much in his brain. So yeah, if you haven't seen that from last year, it's definitely worth a watch or worth a second look. So we'll be right back after this.
We gotta be breaking the monotony, cosplay menagerie, all out debauchery. We share so well, sister wives and subs, lifestyle and swinger clubs, threesomes, foursomes, moresomes, awesome, thirst traps and snacks, the whole room starving. Having my cake and eating it too, done took on a different meaning, cause you eating it too, see. We do it all and keep it true, so what the fuck's cheating gon' do? I don't want nobody but you, unless I'm being poly with you.
They say one's fun, two's double, three fantasy. Here we all are, room full of lovers, poly, poly. They say one's fun, two double, three fantasy. Here we all are, room full of lovers, poly, poly. So glad you came, you and you. Because without one it wouldn't be the same, no substitute. Oh, let me kiss you while you place your hand where she wants. She's got me in the back, you on the side, two in the front. Now here come the sun.
I don't want nobody but you, unless I'm being poly with you. I don't want nobody but you, unless I'm being poly with you.
They say one's fun, two's double, three fantasy. Here we all are, room full of lovers, poly, poly. They say one's fun, two's double, three fantasy. Here we all are, room full of lovers, poly, poly. So glad you came, you and you. Cause without one it wouldn't be the same, no substitute. Now let me kiss you while you place your hand where she wants. She's got me in the back, two on the side, you on the front. Now here come the sun. They say one's fun, two's double, three fantasy. Here we all are, room full of lovers, poly, poly. They say one's fun, two's double, three fantasy. Here we all are, room full of lovers, poly.
many ways to love and lust. BDSM, you like it rough. Our cucks just love watching us fuck close up. Wife covered in nut, her husband there to clean it up.
They say one's fun, two's double, three fantasy. Here we all are, room full of lovers, poly, poly. They say one's fun, two's double, three fantasy. Here we all are, room full of lovers, poly, poly.
Nasty as we gotta be, breaking the monotony. Cosplay menagerie, all out debauchery. We share so well, sister wives and subs, lifestyle and swinger clubs. Threesomes, foursomes, moresomes, awesome. Thirst traps and snacks, the whole room starving. Having my cake and eating it too. Done took on a different meaning, cause you eating it too, see. We do it all and keep it true. So what the fuck's cheating gon' do? I don't want nobody with you, unless I'm being poly with you.
They say one's fun, two's double, three fantasy. Here we all are, room full of lovers, poly, poly. They say one's fun, two double, three fantasy. Here we all are, room full of lovers, poly, poly. So glad you came, you and you. Because without one it wouldn't be the same, no substitute. Oh, let me kiss you while you place your hand where she wants. She's got me in the back, you on the side, two in the front. Now here come the sun.
I don't want nobody with you, unless I'm being poly with you. I don't want nobody with you, unless I'm being poly with you.
Good morning, afternoon, evening, everyone. Welcome to What Does Anti-Racist Sex Work Look Like? My name is Mistress Velvet, and I will be today's panelist host. We are going to have such an exciting and robust conversation. I'm so excited to introduce all the folks that we have today. Before I get into it, let me just talk a little bit about myself. So I am Chicago's premier African dominatrix. I have been a sex worker for 10.5 years. I've done anything that you could possibly think of. And I'm most known for my BDSM practice where I teach white cis men around Black feminist liberation and things around consent and interpersonal dynamics and just how to be better for Black folks, specifically Black queer femmes. So today's panel on anti-racist sex work is very near and dear to my heart. We're going to be talking about how we can dismantle systemic racism within our industry. Standing together is the strongest weapon we have against those who oppress Black, brown, trans, disabled, and other marginalized people and often silenced voices. No one should be alone, even if they're independent in this work. No one should be denied access to fundamental or integral information because they can't afford it. With so much pressure from civilians and anti-sex groups, we don't have room for hierarchy and gatekeeping in our own community, and surviving should not be a luxury, which is why I think it is critical that we embody anti-racist practices in our work and in our community in order to further the liberation of all sex workers and all oppressed people. So we're gonna get into it today. Let me introduce our panelists. We got three amazing people today. First, we have Dirty Lola. Hi, Dirty. So Dirty Lola is a sex edutainer, a speaker, and a self-proclaimed dildo slinger. Love that, slinger. Known for her live sex ed Q&A show called Sex Ed A Go-Go, and as a co-host of New York Magazine's The Cut's Sex Probs web series, Lola has spent almost a decade working to end stigma and shame surrounding sex and sexuality. Having started her journey sharing personal discoveries with polyamory and kink online, Lola now uses her knowledge, warm candor, love that, and public platforms to teach the masses in person and to wrapped internet audiences. In addition to her educational projects, Lola is also the creative director of Spectrum Journal, an online magazine offshoot of the female-owned online sex shop Spectrum Boutique, based in Detroit, represent, and has brought her unique brand of sex-positive education to brands such as Bee Vibes, Spencer Gifts, and Math Magazine. We are so excited to have you today, Dirty Lola.
Thank you for having me.
That was a great bio, gosh. All right, next we have Jessa Jordan. I am a massive, massive fan of you, Jessa Jordan, so I'm kind of fangirling. Jessa Jordan is a fearless, sarcastic, non-monogamous Black femme learning, living, and loving in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, making ends meet as an independent erotic laborer, writer, educator, indie event coordinator, and reproductive justice, human rights, and sex worker rights advocates. So just doing it all. Best known for her viral photo and commentary from the photo project Topless in New York, her role as festival director for Abortion Palooza, and her work with BIPOC, which is Black Indigenous People of Color, Adult Industry Collective. Jessa has been known to drink the blood of misogynists and will punish anyone in the name of the moon. That's the vibes I'm going into for 2021, so I love that. As a writer, her style has been heavily influenced by the prose of Toni Morrison, Miranda July, Charles Bukowski, Anais Nin, and Alex L. Tiny and powerful. Jessa swapped climbing trees in her youth for climbing poles in her 20s and is usually found dancing to equal parts Kidney Thieves and Jean Aiko on any given night, but especially at all Energent's pole performance productions in Philadelphia and beyond. We are so happy to have you here. And lastly, but not least, we have King Noir, who is a male performer and fetish trainer and owns and produces and directs royal fetish films with partner Jet Set Jasmine, who is an absolute dream, just so beautiful. King got his start in entertainment as a hip hop artist under the name Hassan Salam. His song Blaxploitation won Best Live Performance and Best Underground Song of the Year from the Underground Music Awards. Honestly, I'm like amongst royalty right now. I'm so honored. He has toured internationally with Immortal Technique and was the winner of Fuse TV's Hip Hop President Contest. King has appeared on television, including NBC, Fuse, C-SPAN, and PBS, and his music videos have been featured by MTV UK, Fuse, Music Choice, and Video Music Box. King has been a leader in the adult industry, serving as a master fetish trainer, sex educator, and sexpert, believing that sexual expression is an artistic expression. King demonstrates this through sex ed, kinky pop-up events, fetish education, and fetish training seminars with his partner. You should definitely visit his website, kingnoirxxx.com. And what's the other one? royalfetishxxx.com as well, right? Yes, I love that website. There's lots of good goodies to buy, photo sets, videos, so definitely become a member. All right, I am so excited to be here with y'all. Anything that you want to say before we start? Nope. Okay, so how this is gonna go, I have a big list of questions. I'll try to get through all of them as much as possible, but I'm less tied to the questions and more just want to hear from y'all. Just ramble and talk about how you feel about this topic, and the questions will just kind of guide the conversation. If we have time at the end, or if I finish the questions early, we'll have some time for a Q&A, but if we don't, we'll just see, okay? So let us begin by defining the concept of anti-racist sex work. And I don't have any specific person for each question, so whoever just wants to start talking is more than welcome to do this. How do you kind of define the concept of anti-racist sex work?
For me personally, it would be a lack of discriminatory practices. So what we mean by that is that skin color, body size, shape, any sort of phenotype about a person wouldn't detract from them being hired for specific jobs within the sex industry.
Yeah, I think being anti-racist is that you're actively working towards eradicating racism in however that shit pops up, you know. So within sex work, it would be um, getting sites shut down that promote racist material, content, and stereotypes, making sure that people in the industry who have any kind of say so uh, are not racist and promoting racist ideals, and then also equal opportunity for people of all races, both in front of and behind the camera.
And then to add to those amazing definitions, also it's about being more than an ally, being an accomplice. When things don't affect you and when you stand in a place of privilege to speak out about things and make change because you can. And you have a way to do that without being punished in the same way a lot of our colleagues can easily be punished and have their livelihoods taken away.
Right. Hearing y'all talk, I think about how it should be innate or inherent to all of our work that we are embodying anti-racist practices. But I think it's a lot easier said than done. So I want to ask y'all, what kind of barriers do you think there are to people practicing their sex work in this way? What makes it challenging or difficult for people to be anti-racist in their sex work?
Money. A lot of times money is attached to allowing things to go on. The people at the top who are doing the hiring, who can get you the higher paying jobs, won't hire you if you are saying, no, this makes me uncomfortable, or if you're speaking out against some of the practices they're doing. And in turn, a lot of these people don't want to stop doing these racist things, making these racist products and all of these things unless it affects their wallet. So the biggest hurdle is money and just not getting blacklisted. A lot of people, when they speak out about things, they become persona non grata. So that to me is like the biggest hurdle of them all.
What about you, Jessa?
I'm also thinking a lot about just again like the physical nature of like sex work. Like we're usually talking about our bodies, and so that usually comes with a lot of scrutiny if you happen to be like a non-binary person or a trans person or a person who is plus size, right? So just again like the physicality of it too sometimes can be like a real barrier for people. Specifically like for strip clubs, I think like a lot of times like more curvy dancers have a harder time being hired because there's usually just such an emphasis on wanting like a very specific, cis het white skinny, usually like bigger boobed type of dancer in most clubs. Like that person will get hired 100 times out of anything in comparison to like a medium brown skin versus like darker skinned performer who is like curvy all around. So that's like one example I can think of right now off the top.
Yeah, I really like that example. What you were saying, Jessa, makes me think of a question I want to ask is, I know we're going to talk a lot about anti-racist sex work, but can we just talk a little bit about our experiences with racism in sex work? Like, what has that looked like? And let's expand it, like racism, classism, disability. What kind of forms of repression have you experienced within sex work that kind of are just constantly perpetuated? I can give an example. When I first started doing clips and videos, I had a really hard time advertising on many vids without using words like ebony and Nubian and language that I don't feel comfortable with, but I knew that my videos would not have visibility if I wasn't using Good morning, afternoon, evening, everyone. Welcome to What Does Anti-Racist Sex Work Look Like? My name is Mistress Velvet, and I will be today's panelist host. We are going to have such an exciting and robust conversation. I'm so excited to introduce all the folks that we have today. Before I get into it, let me just talk a little bit about myself. So I am Chicago's premier African dominatrix. I have been a sex worker for 10 and a half years. I've done anything that you could possibly think of. And I'm most known for my BDSM practice where I teach white cis men around, Black feminist liberation and things around consent and interpersonal dynamics and just how to be better for Black folks, specifically Black queer femmes. So today's panel on anti-racist sex work is very near and dear to my heart. We're going to be talking about how we can dismantle systemic racism within our industry. Standing together is the strongest weapon we have against those who oppress Black, brown, trans, disabled, and other marginalized people and often silenced voices. No one should be alone, even if they're independent in this work. No one should be denied access to fundamental or integral information because they can't afford it. With so much pressure from civilians and anti-sex groups, we don't have room for hierarchy and gatekeeping in our own community. And surviving should not be a luxury, which is why I think it is critical that we embody anti-racist practices in our work and in our community in order to further the liberation of all sex workers and all oppressed people. So we're gonna get into it today. Let me introduce our panelists. We got three amazing people today. First, we have Dirty Lola. Hi, Dirty. So Dirty Lola is a sex edutainer, a speaker, and a self-proclaimed dildo slinger. Love that, slinger. Known for her live sex ed Q&A show called Sex Ed A Go-Go, and as a co-host of New York Magazine's The Cut's Sex Probs web series, Lola has spent almost a decade working to end stigma and shame surrounding sex and sexuality. Having started her journey sharing personal discoveries with polyamory and kink online, Lola now uses her knowledge, warm candor, love that, and public platforms to teach the masses in person and to wrapped internet audiences. In addition to her educational projects, Lola is also the creative director of Spectrum Journal, an online magazine offshoot of the female-owned online sex shop Spectrum Boutique, based in Detroit, represent, and has brought her unique brand of sex-positive education to brands such as Bee Vibes, Spencer Gifts, and Math Magazine. We are so excited to have you today, Dirty Lola.
Thank you for having me.
That was a great bio, gosh. All right, next we have Jessa Jordan. I am a massive, massive fan of you, Jessa Jordan, so I'm kind of fangirling. Jessa Jordan is a fearless, sarcastic, non-monogamous Black femme learning, living, and loving in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, making ends meet as an independent erotic laborer, writer, educator, indie event coordinator, and reproductive justice, human rights, and sex worker rights advocates. So just doing it all. Best known for her viral photo and commentary from the photo project Topless in New York, her role as festival director for Abortion Palooza, and her work with BIPOC, which is Black Indigenous People of Color, Adult Industry Collective. Jessa has been known to drink the blood of misogynists and will punish anyone in the name of the moon. That's the vibes I'm going into for 2021, so I love that. As a writer, her style has been heavily influenced by the prose of Toni Morrison, Miranda July, Charles Bukowski, Anais Nin, and Alex L. Tiny and powerful. Jessa swapped climbing trees in her youth for climbing poles in her 20s and is usually found dancing to equal parts Kidney Thieves and Jean Aiko on any given night, but especially at all Emergence pole performance productions in Philadelphia and beyond. We are so happy to have you here. And lastly, but not least, we have King Noir, who is a male performer and fetish trainer and owns and produces and directs Royal Fetish films with partner Jet Set Jasmine, who is an absolute dream, just so beautiful. King got his start in entertainment as a hip hop artist under the name Hassan Salam. His song Blaxploitation won Best Live Performance and Best Underground Song of the Year from the Underground Music Awards. Honestly, I'm like amongst royalty right now. I'm so honored. He has toured internationally with Immortal Technique and was the winner of Fuse TV's Hip Hop President Contest. King has appeared on television, including NBC, Fuse, C-SPAN, and PBS, and his music videos have been featured by MTV UK, Fuse, Music Choice, and Video Music Box. King has been a leader in the adult industry, serving as a master fetish trainer, sex educator, and sexpert, believing that sexual expression is an artistic expression. King demonstrates this through sex ed, kinky pop-up events, fetish education, and fetish training seminars with his partner. You should definitely visit his website, kingnoirxxx.com. And what's the other one? royalfetishxxx.com as well, right? Yes, I love that website. There's lots of good goodies to buy, photo sets, videos, so definitely become a member. All right, I am so excited to be here with y'all. Anything that you want to say before we start? Nope. Okay, so how this is gonna go, I have a big list of questions. I'll try to get through all of them as much as possible, but I'm less tied to the questions and more just want to hear from y'all. Just ramble and talk about how you feel about this topic, and the questions will just kind of guide the conversation. If we have time at the end, or if I finish the questions early, we'll have some time for a Q&A, but if we don't, we'll just see, okay? So let us begin by defining the concept of anti-racist sex work. And I don't have any specific person for each question, so whoever just wants to start talking is more than welcome to do this. How do you kind of define the concept of anti-racist sex work?
For me personally, it would be a lack of discriminatory practices. So what we mean by that is that skin color, body size, shape, any sort of like phenotype about a person wouldn't detract from them being hired for specific jobs within the sex industry.
I like that. Anyone else?
Yeah, I think being anti-racist is that you're actively working towards eradicating racism in however that shit pops up, So within sex work, it would be getting sites shut down that promote racist material, content, and stereotypes, making sure that people in the industry who have any kind of say-so are not racist and promoting racist ideals, and then also equal opportunity for people of all races, both in front of and behind the camera.
And then to add to those amazing definitions, also it's about being more than an ally, being an accomplice when things don't affect you and when you stand in a place of privilege to speak out about things and make change because you can. And you have a way to do that without being punished in the same way a lot of our colleagues can easily be punished and have their livelihoods taken away.
Right. Hearing y'all talk, I think about how it should be innate or inherent to all of our work that we are embodying anti-racist practices, but I think it's a lot easier said than done. So I want to ask y'all, what kind of barriers do you think there are to people practicing their sex work in this way? What makes it challenging or difficult for people to be anti-racist in their sex work?
Money. A lot of times money is attached to allowing things to go on. The people at the top who are doing the hiring, who can get you the higher paying jobs, won't hire you if you are saying, no, this makes me uncomfortable, or if you're speaking out against some of the practices they're doing. And in turn, a lot of these people don't want to stop doing these racist things, making these racist products and all of these things unless it affects their wallet. So the biggest hurdle is money and just not getting blacklisted. A lot of people, when they speak out about things, they become persona non grata. So that to me is like the biggest hurdle of them all.
What about you, Jessa?
I'm also thinking a lot about just, again, like the physical nature of like sex work, like we're usually talking about our bodies. And so that usually comes with a lot of, you know, scrutiny if you happen to be like a non-binary person or a trans person or a person who is plus size, right? So just again, like the physicality of it too sometimes can be like a real barrier for people. Specifically like for strip clubs, I think like a lot of times like more curvy dancers have a harder time being hired because there's usually just such an emphasis on wanting like a very specific, you know, cis het white, skinny, usually like bigger boobed type of dancer in most clubs. Like that person will get hired, you know, 100 times out of anything in comparison to like, you know, a medium brown skin versus like darker skinned performer who is like curvy all around. So that's like one example I can think of right now off the top.
Yeah, I really like that example. What you were saying, Jessa, makes me think of a question I want to ask is, I know we're going to talk a lot about anti-racist sex work, but can we just talk a little bit about our experiences with racism in sex work? Like, what has that looked like? And let's expand it, like racism, classism, disability. What kind of forms of repression have you experienced within sex work that kind of are just constantly perpetuated? I can give an example. When I first started doing clips and videos, I had a really hard time advertising on many vids without using words like ebony and Nubian and language that I don't feel comfortable with, but I knew that my videos would not have visibility if I wasn't using much more mainstream language. And so it's kind of like, well, what do you do about that? Yeah.
I think for me, an example that, well, I got a couple examples that come right to mind. I was booked to shoot for a company called Asylum, and they shoot scenes where it would be a doctor or an orderly with, that would be the male role, and the woman's role is usually as a patient in this asylum. And I was booked to be the first Black man ever on their site. And instead of having me as a doctor, where Dr. Noir sound dope as fuck, or even an orderly, they wanted me to be a janitor. They had never had a janitor on this site before, but they were like, "Oh, Black dude, let's have a janitor now." They tried to say like, no, you know, we can't rewrite it, we can't change it. It's not because you're Black, but come on now, you don't have this site for however long you had it, and you know, now all of a sudden you want me to play even a more subservient kind of role, right? And then another time I was on set for a company called Private Society, and a performer named April Dawn called me a nigger on set. You know what I'm saying? And the company tried to like explain it away and make it seem like this was okay. You know, and that performer has gone on to be featured on this site and many others, including like Black and all these other things, but she's racist, you know, and she's still getting hired. And then there's companies now, because of that company, that'll say, I'm a problem to work with, because I wouldn't allow myself to work with a company where they allowing somebody to call me out my name on set. You know what I'm saying? So I think there is, and I think just touched on that fear that people have, where it's like, if I'm going to say, nah, don't call me that shit, or nah, I'm not going to work with a company that uses that kind of language, that now I'm not going to get hired by other companies because somehow I'm a problem. You know what I'm saying? So they try to, you know, for lack of a better term, blacklist you if you stand up for yourself as a human being. So, you know, I think that's one of the problems, where people are like, yo, I got to eat. You know what I'm saying? So maybe they'll take some foul treatment that they wouldn't take if there wasn't their livelihood involved.
Thank you for sharing that, King, and I'm sorry that you had those experiences. Anyone else?
So most of my sex work has been via like phone sex, texting, things like that. And when I first started, thankfully not now, but every company, they wanted you to send them like an audition tape, and they wanted to hear your Black voice, your white voice, not even your white, but it was like, can you sound Black? And I remember the guy talking, he was like, well, you don't sound like you're Black. And I'm like, I promise you I am. But what does Black sound like? I'm like, I'm a Black person. This is how I sound. But he's like, you don't sound urban enough. And can you do a Latina voice? And like, can you do an Asian? Like, can you do an accent? And that was getting a job, was like, if you can't do these voices so that when these people call you, you can say whatever while they call you names and do all these things, you're not getting hired. So it's like, you, before you even get your foot in the door, you have to like sit there and make a caricature of yourself. And that's most of those, unless you like strike out on your own and you find one of the companies you can work for yourself. And like, thankfully I found a place where I get to be me and I don't have to be a voice, but that's a thing too. And also like, oh, what do you look like? And can we, like, oh, you're Black, but we want to use, and it was such a thing. It was like they wanted to use a photo of a darker skinned Black woman for me because it was like the epitome to fetishize was to have the racist call in, because like, look who you can call a nigga, like look who you can, like this person's gonna take your call, and you couldn't say no. With a lot of these, you do not get to say, I don't want to take this call. You don't get to tap out if they're being racist, and you get penalized if you don't allow them to talk to you any kind of way. And so the privilege to find a company that's like, I literally can hang up on people. I'm like, no, you don't get to, unless we're negotiating what's happening. It doesn't get to happen, but that's a huge thing. And for people who can't do the physicality of sex work and rely on this kind of sex work, when that big barrier of you have to fetishize yourself or else you can't even be yourself or else, like it's ugh. And a lot of times you might not be the only brown person, but they're only going to feature one Black face. So you're all playing the same Black girl. And sometimes the white girls are playing the Black girl as well. They're Iggy Azaleaing it. So that's
Right.
what's happening.
Yes,
Go
I need to
off
start
of
using
that.
that.
Yeah, no, that's kind of been like one of the things that I've run into the most, so my career has gone through like many different phases. And so even as a nude model, and someone who is like pretty distinctly alternative, like I have facial piercings and tattoos and have always had like a non-standard form of hair in some capacity, whether that meant that it was like neon colored or I had an afro for a while. And now I have a shaved head most of the time. So it's just like, it's always about playing into that role of what the mainstream wants to see or what they view as attractive. And then again, like being asked now to wear wigs, to make myself more of a, commonly attractive like person. Also, like when I was stripping, I remember distinctly like this one customer that I had came in. He was like an older white guy. He he seemed super unassuming, but like we went back and did like, he wanted to do 3 dances. And in the middle of the first, I turned around. And so I was like, my back was to him. And he wanted me to put my arms behind my back, which I already was getting like spidey sensor vibes, like something's about to go down. But I did it, and I kind of just like tried to see like what was about to happen. And he pulled my arms like super taut so that he could see all the muscles in my back. And he was like, "You're a strong nigger." And I was just like, wow, okay, this is like the end of this. So I just immediately like got up and like collected all the money and went to the manager's station and was like, hey, like this guy just said this, like I'm not dancing for him anymore. And I'd really like him to be removed from the club. And they wouldn't do it. They wouldn't do it because they were like, well, he's spending money to be here. And, he's like a paid client. Like he's gotten dances with other people. No one's ever complained about him. Like they gave me the laundry list of bullshit, in order to shut me down and make me feel like what I was doing by protecting myself and removing myself from that situation was unacceptable. So very similar to King, where it's like, you could be blacklisted for something like that. You can not get hired at clubs for something like that. Like, because they think that you are a problem, you're going to cause like issues for their client base.
My blood is kind of boiling with this conversation. And I'm also thinking now about the I think 2 or 3 times that I've been called a nigger from clients, and just that is such a pervasive experience. has me kind of fucked up right now. So let's switch gears a little bit, and I'd love to hear from all three of you about this. And I'll probably pitch in a little bit too. But what anti-racist structures, and also I just wanted to kind of quickly divert for a second and add my own 2 cents about anti-racism, in that it includes, like, we're centering certain voices, Black voices, specifically Black queer, gender nonconforming voices, but it also encompasses so many other movements, including like the disability justice movement, things around class, things around immigration. And so I think anti-racism, as a kind of, yeah, as an organizing tool and a movement is a very big thing that we're working on. So what kind of anti-racist structures have you tried to build within your sex work and within your practice? And like, could you just give some experiences, some examples of experiences around it? I think this is really exciting.
I'm muted and muted. So again, calling myself on the privilege that I have to do this, but not working for those companies anymore, taking the time to find, a place where paramount, like my safety, my sanity is paramount. And that they're not going to stand for someone doing that out of book. Like somebody will get blocked if and not be able to call anybody in the company if they go off book when we've told them no, and things like that. That kind of pushback. Taking the money that I get from some of this privilege and putting it back into mutual aid. There's like Venus Cuffs is a sex worker here in New York who does a lot with mutual aid. So dropping her blessings when I can to try to do that, because she's on the ground doing a lot more than than anybody right now in the government for folks. So doing things like that, and then doing stuff like this, speaking out, because I have the space. Like I can speak about all the shit that's going down and I know I'm going to be okay. And I always tell people, I'm like, you invite me to your party, but I'm still going to take the mic and talk shit about you if there's shit to talk about you. And so I've done that, and I always make room to do that. And I know maybe sometimes people don't invite me back, but I'm also super likable. And so it makes people mad that I'm like, yeah, but you can't blackmail me everywhere because people love me. So, know what you're going to do. So I try to do those things where my privilege can take me. And on the back end of things, calling companies out. Like I've had companies approach me, and when they say they want to work with me, and I'm like, I don't like this. I'm not going to work with you. Or if you want to work with me, these are some things I need to see. These are some things you need to do. You can pay me to help you be less racist. Do you want to do that? Or, hey, let me pass this job on. Here's somebody who can help you, and tapping other POC. Those are things like on the back end that really in like the sex ed industry, especially, we're trying to do, because the public call out helps to a degree, but the general public they don't care. I mean, they don't know and they don't care. Like they just want their dildos. They don't. And yes, they're looking at the packaging, but they're not even realizing how much they're being brainwashed to use shitty words like tranny and calling everybody ebony that's Black and mandingo and shit like that. So going on the back end and saying, listen, in the long run, you're going to be better off if you stop doing shit like this. You're getting into a new generation of folks. Like these babies out here are not playing. They are not playing these games. They are not here for this mess. And I'm like, we're aging out. The people that are buying your products are aging out. So I'm on the back end going, you need to get ready for this new generation who's just going to stop fucking with you. And so that's a lot of what I'm trying to do, just on the back end of like, you might not see it, but you might see things slowly creeping and changing, and like trying to stay in that and not get burnt out, but like keep at it.
And if I can just add, I think what you're saying, it can be so difficult sometimes, Dirty Lola, because I think earlier you mentioned money. I remember when I was a baby sex worker, like I knew that I was perpetuating my fetishization, but that was the only way that I could make money. And now that I'm in a place where I'm more established, I'm trying to have such a big voice in this area of like calling shit out and like, oh yeah, you think it's cute that I'm African? Let's read some Audre Lorde together and hopefully make space for the people that don't have the ability because they're still trying to just survive and make money. We need to like, there's enough space for all of us to be making money together. And so kind of, I think exactly what you're saying, like using your voice, because in some ways there's a little bit of privilege that you can to do that, I think is really important. Other folks?
I think a lot of times, like even just having the discussion about like where language can take us in the future, because there's all of this dialogue that's happening now on Twitter about whether or not BIPOC should be stricken from our language, and how like, you know, it's erasing Blackness from the conversation somehow because it's lumping all Black people in with people who are Latinx or Asian and Native, and you know, so it's like somehow like giving other people elevation to speak over Black people, which in my opinion doesn't make any sense. But you know, having that foresight of, okay, well, we don't want to use terms like ebony, we don't want to use terms like BBC or, you know, Mandingo or whatever. So like where are we having these conversations, and like how are we trying to shape what categorizations are moving forward and what is actually getting phased out? So I guess that's like one thing that I try to contribute, is that, you know, I'm a writer. I usually am like putting out articles and just being very specific about the language that I use, making sure that people address me or my peers online with the language that we want to see being used. And just really forcing that down people's throats. Like, you're not going to fucking call us this anymore. In addition to like elevating people who are doing the work, you know, Lola mentioned one person that was in New York, and there are a few groups that are here in Philly as well. SWAP is always great, you know, just for the fact that they do work across the border of people who are incarcerated and people who are on the outside. And just like there's a collective here called Stilettos that is doing work to kind of like redefine what the strip club experience can look like for people, and making that anti-racist as well. There's like a list of others that I could name off right now, but I don't want to like take too much time up. I want to let King speak. So yeah.
I think for me, and came to sex work at different times in our lives, and from different roads we traveled on to get to the same spot, but we realized the same thing. And that was, there is a huge lack of representation
Uh-oh. Did King froze for me? Did King freeze for anyone else?
in the industry.
Sorry,
I'm sorry,
King,
I don't
we
know
lost you a little bit.
if I have frozen for a second.
Yeah, could you
Okay,
say what you said?
hopefully I'm back now.
You are, yes, you're good.
For both of us, we realized that there is a huge gap in representation for the full spectrum of Black sexuality. You know, we were doing parties for people, and you know, our primary attendees of our events were Black women between the age of 25 and 45 who were like, look, I don't see myself represented in porn at all. I don't see Black women get kissed. I don't see no passion. I don't see us involved in BDSM unless we are overly fetishized and, you know, made to be in all these racist stereotypes and tropes. So we were like, you know what, fuck it, we gonna make something. You know, and I think that it's so important, whether it's Royal Fetish Films or Jessa Jordan or whoever the performers and the companies are, is like, we have to support Black owned businesses everywhere, but especially within sex work. Especially when you see people who are stepping out like, yo, I'm not involved in none of this racist shit. I'm not taking these racist jobs. I'm not working with companies or people who treat us as less than human beings or any differently than they would treat anybody else in business, period. So like, we have to actually be anti-racist and active in, you know, in that if we know that there are strip clubs out there that hire, you know, all different kinds of people and all different kinds of body types, then we need to take our ass there and support that strip club and support, you know, sex toy companies that show all different types of us and actually have, you know, our different skin tones, not just, you know, matte black dildo, you're black dildo, you know what I'm saying? So I think it's very important that we actually take, you know, an active role in supporting, and whether that's creating it ourselves, where we see where there's not someone who is, you know, a dominatrix that's making motherfuckers read a book, you know what I'm saying? And you go and take that reign and do that shit. Like, it's so important, because when we add our flavor and the uniqueness of what makes us black, we add a flavor to the shit that's not there. They've been imitating us for so long and trying to get paid, where we need to bring our authenticity and who we are to the game, and then also work with others and support others that are doing the same.
You know,
Just
as you were talking, oh, go ahead, Jessa.
just to piggyback off that really quickly too, there was like another thing that happened on Twitter not too long ago, where someone left a comment about an article that I written about, you know, moving forward with pornography and making it anti-racist as a industry overall. And I think we also need to give more space to companies and brands and people who are making that effort. You know, if they have transgressed POCs in the past, are now moving forward with, like, you know, if they're not actually like putting POCs directly on like their boards or like their company mastheads or whatever the fuck, but also just like speaking more to performers of color, or like, you know, whether they're independent or mainstream performers, and actually getting their input and then like putting that back into their products that they're releasing. Because I know that that's a thing that we tend to harp on, where it's like, oh, well, this company did this racist thing like 6 years ago, and like now they're trying to do all this woo-saw shit and we don't believe in it. It's like, well, if they're actually making the effort and it does look like that's what they're trying to do moving forward, then like we can't keep like holding them back from that. So just that one little piece.
As you were talking, Jessa, I'm looking up these two books that I'm reading right now, but I cannot remember their names. One of them is We Will Not Cancel Us by Adrienne Marie Brown. It's a really short read, talking about like we need to be canceling our oppressors and not folks within our community, but also what does like restorative and transformative justice look like? Kind of like you're saying, Jessa, if folks fuck up, how do we make space for folks to make amends and build a better future and like work on themselves? And I think that's something that's a space that we could grant to these companies and to individuals if they are willing to make that change. The second thing I was thinking about, because you brought up Twitter a lot, and I think Twitter and social media is so important. I'm reading Feminista Jones, Reclaiming Our Space from the Tweets to the Streets. And she talks about social media and Twitter as a form of art and like knowledge sharing, and where a lot of like information is originated. But the reason why I said that is because I just think that language is so important. I haven't heard this discourse around BIPOC yet, but I want to just, something that I want to just say is that anti-racism is not a monolithic movement, and we have to be centering Blackness specifically because anti-Blackness is so rampant. Brown folks and allies can be so anti-Black, and I think with the legacy of slavery and Jim Crow and everything, we have to be centering Blackness and like fat Black bodies and dark-skinned bodies and Black bodies, however they look within this. And so not just being not being very watered down. Our anti-racism cannot be watered down. I wanted to add that to the conversation. This is so great. We have so many questions still. Let me pick through some. We've talked about that. Can I just ask y'all, and you all don't have to answer this, but how does sex work intersect with the Black Lives Matter movement and other movements for racial justice? Where do we fall? Where do we go within the Black Lives Matter movement?
I think that's a really good question, because there is such a people try to act like Black folks are one monolithic group. You know, there are Black folks that's conservative. There are Black folks that's more liberal. There are Black folks that are both. You know what I'm saying? So, but like when we talk about actually moving forward, we have to put a whole lot of that shit on the back burner. There's this Malcolm X speech that's one of my favorite Malcolm X speeches ever. He said, "I don't come to you as a Democrat or a Republican. I don't come to you as a XY." His name are just all the things. I come to you, he's not as a Muslim or a Christian. I come to you as a Black man. That's what I am first. You know, and as Black people, we have to do that. Because if we allow ourselves to get fractioned up into all these little splintered off groups, it's so much easier to subvert us and to cut off the head of any type of movement. I do think, though, within our community, there are a whole lot of folks that need to step up. And I'm calling out other Black men on this. Black men have oppressed other Black folk for too damn long for a spot on a totem pole that does not exist. Thinking that you're better than Black women, thinking that you're better than Black trans folk or LGBTQ or any other Black people for that matter, like we have to actually step up and be allies in that way. And I think you said not just allies, but accomplices in the way of making sure that Black women, Black trans women are safe, making sure that Black folk in general are safe, and just thinking that, you know, I'm a Black man, so, you know, I'm gonna go take this job fucking with this company that never hires Black women, but it's called Blacked, is somehow not racist and fucking over a lot of performers and sex workers in my own industry. You can't have that mentality. You can't be like, yo, I'm a superstar Black male talent, but I don't shoot with Black women. You know what I'm saying? Like that shit is crazy. Or or don't promote other Black companies or shoot with Black companies. That shit is crazy. And we have to actually step up and show that Black folk are safe amongst Black men. You know what I'm saying? I think that is very important, and that goes for where it intersects between Black Lives Matter and the sex work community. And then also other Black folk got to recognize sex work is work, and a whole lot of your favorite Black folk throughout history have either been sex workers or fallen under the LGBTQ.
And you know, this kind of positioning of Black men against Black women or Black queer folks is a deliberate construction of white supremacy and imperialism and colonialism specifically. I think about like pre-Klansmen vigilantes running through Memphis in like the early 1900s and making Black men watch them rape Black women. They put us against each other to dismantle our sense of community. And so it's actually going against white supremacy and furthering our liberation for us to be united and in solidarity and for us to understand that we're not a monolith, but that our liberation is tied together. And I think about like the civil rights movement and how Black women were too Black to be part of the feminist movement, but were too women to be part of the racial movement. It's white supremacy that makes these divisions. And so it's so important for us as a community, as a race, whatever the fuck that even really means, to be in solidarity with each other. Yeah, thank you, King. Anyone else want to add to this question about the Black Lives Matter movement?
Just adding, like, I think the biggest thing is a lot of when Black Lives Matter and a lot of the protests were really heavily happening, there was a lot of conversation about the Black trans folks who were being murdered and nobody was saying anything. Mm-hmm. And so it's like we have to be one, but I think we also need to remind each other that there are subsets of us that exist that we aren't supporting when we say those words, and that we are forgetting about them because their names aren't lifted up in the same way. We're not making murals of them. We're not saying their names. So it's like, yes, we do need to come together and not be like in our separate groups, but at the same time, we do need to remember, like, we're a variety. That is the magical thing about Black folks, is that we look all different ways. We're shaped all different ways. We can do all different things. We are the originators of so much. And a lot of times that's been stolen from us. And then we turn against things like LGBTQ folks in alternative relationships, and we suddenly label it as that's white shit. It's like, no, that's Black shit that you forgot about and that you didn't know about and you didn't learn about. So we get to be and need to be a part of that movement. And I think when we show up in it and then identify ourselves, it's like, I'm here and I'm Black, but also I'm queer, I'm a woman, I'm poly, you know, these are the things I am, and I'm still Black. Black's at the top of that list, but here are all the other things. And so, yes, we need to pull everybody in. And I think that's our role, is to be in it and not hide ourselves within it, and tell people what we do and that we deserve to be a part of this, and that our liberation is tied all together. And so we're going to all get lifted up, and people can't be like, oh, but not these people. You know, we're going to leave y'all behind. It's like, no, you got to take, all of us need to go together.
We
Yeah,
are not free. One is not free until we are all free.
exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Okay, I'm doing a quick time check. We have 5 minutes left. I actually have an additional question I wanted to ask Dirty Lola specifically, and I'll have one question and then give us time to kind of plug our social medias and like cash apps and stuff like that. But Dirty Lola, something I didn't mention about myself is that I practice ethical non-monogamy. I think it's so important, and that's something that you have mentioned in your bio and just brought up polyamory, things like that. Do you see non-monogamy or polyamory being a part of anti-racism? And if so, how? And I'm sorry, I'm singling you out. It's just
No, it's fine.
brought up. Yeah.
Most definitely. I think, well, a lot of, especially with the non-monogamous movement, has been a lot of white men acting like they invented it, when we know that Black folks were doing this for ages. Like, they learned it from us. They learned it from watching you. Like, that's where they got this from. So it's coming, part of it is dismantling that, and also showing another way. Like I always tell people, it's like, you don't have to abandon monogamy if that's not your, you know, if that's where you're at and you're good at it. But a lot of us aren't. And it's because there are other ways to be that we're not taught. And I think when you get in those spaces, you have to make room, because what's happening is a lot of Black folks are coming into those spaces and it's full of bullshit and it's full of racist white folks. And so then they're like, oh, this isn't for me. And then like, they're not able to really learn and stretch and grow, because they're letting, you know, white people are going, oh, this is ours. It's like, no, this is ours, and y'all are welcome to it. So I think there's work that needs to be done, a lot of work that needs to be done within it. A lot of folks are out there doing the work within it, but it is I try to talk to, you know, Black folks about polyamory, and it's like, what you're telling me, I'll have conversations. I'm like, okay, y'all are polyamorous. You may not be doing it ethically, but it sounds like all you need to know is just like, oh, I know what he's doing, but I don't care. Okay, it's polyamory. If you just had a conversation about it, like, you're doing this and then you're telling me, oh, I don't fuck with that. It's like, you literally are fucking with that. You're literally doing it. So it's like, I think the divide is when you see the shenanigans and you're like, I'm going to stay over here. So yes, definitely within polyamory, there's a lot of anti-racism and unpacking that needs to be done and is being done, but whoo, we got work to do.
Thank you. And I know, Jessa, that you talk about being non-monogamous as well. So I just wanted to uplift that because I think it's an important thing to do. All right, the last question in our 3 minutes that we have left. Which one do I want to ask? What are some tips or resources you have for folks who would like to root their practice more in anti-racism? And you can just give a short answer. Any tips, any resources?
People can definitely hit me up. I will give you a very, very long reading list. I think the more that we know about our history and as far back as we can read up on our history. Like, I would suggest to everybody, do research on what relationships, love, and sexuality and gender was like pre-colonialism. It is so important to decolonize our sex lives. You will find so much out about yourself and how you feel right now. You'd be like, oh shit, my horny been going on for thousands and thousands of years. Back in my ancestors' time, you could even look at the pantheons of Orishas and our history of how we worshiped and how we lived, and you will find out so much just about what was just mentioned in regards to polyamory, even monogamy, whatever the case being. Like, yo, Black folk did that shit already. BDSM, fetishism, all of that shit, we've been doing it. It's not some white people shit, it's some our shit. And it's very, very important that when you know the history, it makes you feel so much better about yourself. You don't feel like you're lost in a sea of somebody elseness. You know what I'm saying? You find yourself.
Thank you, King. What about you, Jessa?
I also think it's important to diversify your experiences and check, I guess, like going back to more of the dating practices, check yourself when and if you find yourself in a situation that feels strange. Like, really, like, people need to learn to understand their own feelings and their intuitions, because that's something else that white supremacy teaches us, that like we need to like get away from, like just go along with the flow. But yeah, like, check your intuition. Like, if you went on a date with someone and something that they said really stuck with you, that felt fucking weird and gross, like, understand that like that's valid, and that you don't have to just be like, oh, like this person's attractive, so I should just continue on with whatever the fuck they want to do. Like, because then it will give you the space to start calling people out when it's happening in real time. Because a lot of people also like don't always feel comfortable doing that. And it's until you learn, like, you have to first learn your feelings about something before you can actually start to speak on it.
Thank you, Jessa. And Dirty Lola, in the last like 30 seconds that we have left,
Yep.
what would you
Just
say?
really quick, a resource. I've been compiling the Black and brown sex educators, marginalized folks who speak to different things, folks with disabilities, but who talk about sex and relationships and love, because a lot of the things I hear from folks, they're like, I want to learn more, but I don't want to learn this from a cis, white, able-bodied person. They want somebody who looks like them. So if you follow me on Twitter, I have a group you can follow. It's called the Lola Dex, and it's literally just marginalized folks. And there's everybody from sex toy makers, sex educators, performers, but it's people who you can go and follow. And then like, once you follow that person, because that's the nest egg, is you got to diversify who you're following, because those are the voices. If you're getting a lot of your messaging from social media, which a lot of people are, you have to make that area look like you want it to look like. It has to be full of voices of the folks that you want to hear more from and that look like you. And you can't keep just going with everybody who doesn't look like you. And then you're like, well, why am I not getting this messaging? So I made that resource so folks can, and you can just follow the group, and it's a whole separate, it'll give you a whole separate timeline of just those folks. So yeah, check that out.
Awesome. Thank you all. This has been such an amazing conversation. I'm so sad it's coming to an end. So let's end with, starting with you, Dirty Lola. What's your Twitter? Are you on Instagram? What's your website? And Cash App or Venmo?
Okay, so I'm Dirty Lola on both Twitter and Instagram. My website is sexedagogo.com. We're in hiatus right now because it's a pandemic, so we're not doing live shows. And my Venmo is @DLola, and my PayPal is dirtylola69@yahoo.com.
Awesome. Jessa, your turn.
I'm Miss Jessa Jordan on all social media platforms. My website is coming soon, and my Venmo and my PayPal are both Jessa Says. So JESSASAYS.
Awesome. Thank you, Jordan. And King?
You can find me at The Real King Noir on Instagram, at King Noir on Twitter and OnlyFans. I'm shadow banned just about everywhere. So Google me until you find me. KingNoirXXX.com is the website.
Awesome. And for me, I'm at Miss V Chicago on Twitter and Instagram. Miss V Chicago on Cash App, at Velvet Dreams 666 on Venmo. My website is miss-velvet.com. And I am one of the executive directors at SWAP USA, Sex Workers Outreach Project. So get at me if you want to do some local organizing in your local community. Thank you all for such a great conversation. It has been a blast, and I hope that folks that tuned in enjoyed themselves as much as I did. All right, take care, everyone.
They say one's fun, two's double, three fantasy. Here we all are, room full of lovers, poly, poly. They say one's fun, two's double, three fantasy. Here we all are, room full of lovers, poly, poly. So glad you came, you and you. 'Cause without one it wouldn't be the same, no substitute. Now let me kiss you while you place your hand where she wants. She's got me in the back, two on the side, you on the front. Now here come the sun. They say one's fun, two's double, three fantasy. Here we all are, room full of lovers, poly, poly. They say one's fun, two's double, three fantasy. Here we all are, room full of lovers, poly, poly.
Listen, so many ways to love and lust. BDSM, you like it rough. Our cucks just love watching us fuck close up. Wife covered in nut, her husband there to clean it up. As we gotta be, breaking the monotony. Cosplay menagerie, all out debauchery. We share so well, sister wives and subs, lifestyle and swinger clubs. Threesomes, foursomes, moresomes, awesome. Thirst traps and snacks, the whole room starving. Having my cake and eating it too. Done took on a different meaning, cause you eating it too, see. We do it all and keep it true. So what the fuck's cheating gon' do? I don't want nobody but you, unless I'm being poly with you.
They say one's fun, two's double, three fantasy. Here we all are, room full of lovers, poly, poly. They say one's fun, two double, three fantasy. Here we all are, room full of lovers, poly, poly. So glad you came, you and you. Because without one it wouldn't be the same, no substitute. Oh, let me kiss you while you place your hand where she wants. She's got me in the back, you on the side, two in the front. Now here come the sun.
I don't want nobody but you, unless I'm being poly with you. I don't want nobody but you, unless I'm being poly with you.
atarraya la canoa de bareque para llegar a la playa. Habla con la luna, habla con la playa, no viene por otro lado, no atarraya. Habla con la luna, habla con la playa, no viene por otro lado, no atarraya. Regresan los pescadores con su barca para vender al puerto de sus amores, donde tienen su querer. Va subiendo la corriente, con chinchorro y atarraya, la canoa de bareque para llegar a la playa. Habla con la luna, habla con la playa, no viene por otro lado, no atarraya. Habla con la luna, habla con la playa, no viene por otro lado, no atarraya.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for continuing with us here at the Sex Work Survival Guide Career Summit. It is our second annual event, and we have a few different speakers coming up. The one speaker is going to be in a moderated discussion room. So if you check your chat, you can access that room. That's going to be Mohammed Amin. We had this whole discussion about all these words, and they were just like, "Oh yeah, no, that's totally cool. You could pronounce it like that. That's not how you say it." So, Amin, Mohammed Amin from Caribbean Equality Project. So we're going to be talking voter rights and civic duty, endangerment. Oh, engagement. Oh, sorry, I'm listening to the backstage. Civic engagement. Ooh, that's better than endangerment. Okay. So let me give you a quick little bio here. Mohammed Q. Amin, he, they, is an Indo-Caribbean queer and Muslim immigrant rights activist, a native of Guyana, who currently resides in Richmond Hill, Queens, New York. Amin is a survivor of anti-LGBTQ hate violence, a cultural producer, and the founder and executive director of the Caribbean Equality Project, a nonprofit organization that advocates for Caribbean LGBTQ plus voices in New York City. His transnational advocacy and community organizing are rooted in gender equity, racial justice, dismantling and decolonizing systems of oppression, healing and ending anti-LGBTQ hate violence in the Caribbean diaspora. And there is a larger bio in the speaker portion, so you can find out more about our speakers. And let me pop up some of, oh, my cat, hi cat. Look for the chat, or look for the room in the chat, and you can be part of the moderated discussion. And we will be right back. I'm back and I'm muted. So our next main stage speaker is Sai, who is an Indo-Caribbean trans right activist and lesbian identified woman. She is the facilitator of Caribbean Equality Project's Queens Unchained support group and is the Caribbean Equality Project's trans justice organizer. She's also on the steering committee for Salga NYC. So we are very excited to have Sai here also. And Caribbean Equality Project is going to benefit from any donations that y'all give us for this conference, even though tickets are free and everything is free for you to access. Any donations are going to be split between SWSG and CEP. All right, Sai, did I say your name right?
Yes, you did. Thank you so much.
Okay, good.
And
Are you just saying that like Muhammad did and being like, oh no, that's great?
no,
And I'm like,
it's Sai.
no.
It's Sai.
Okay.
It's like the dagger, you know. So
All right, you're perfect. Take it away.
okay, great. Let me see if I could share my screen. slides. All right. Oof. You know, you think I'd be a lot better with tech at this point, but just give me 1 second.
While we're waiting, I'll just mention that if you are watching on YouTube and you want to enter the raffle, you want to access the session room, you want to visit any of our vendors, you have to sign in on Hopin. So come on over and join us.
All right. All right, I think it's almost there. It's almost ready. All right, we're ready to go. Send me in, please. Hello? Hello?
You're on. Hit it.
Oh, okay. Welcome. My name is Sai. My pronouns are she, her. And I'm really, now that all that technical stuff is out of the way, I'm really, really glad to be here. I'm really glad to be working with the Sex Worker Survival Guide, and to be here to represent the Caribbean Equality Project. So tonight we're going to be talking about utilizing and supporting community. And in this presentation, I really just want to give you guys an idea about what exactly it is CEP does, and how we do it and how we work, and some of the work we've done over the last 7 years we've been around. So let me just quickly introduce my organization so you guys know what it's about. I hope you guys can see that logo, hopefully. So the Caribbean Equality Project, or CEP for short, I'll be calling it CEP throughout the night, is a community-based organization that serves Afro and Indo-Caribbean LGBTQ immigrants in Caribbean-centric neighborhoods in New York City, such as Little Guyana, which is in Richmond Hill, Queens, Little Caribbean in Flatbush, Brooklyn, and Castle Hill and Soundview in the Bronx. Our work focuses on advocacy for LGBTQ immigrant rights, gender equity, racial justice, providing immigration and mental health support services, and fighting to end hate violence in the Caribbean diaspora in New York City. So what do I do with CEP besides just looking pretty? Let's see if I can move on to the next slide. So I wear two main hats in CEP, and my work is twofold in our Unchained program and our Trans Justice program. So in the Unchained program, what I'm responsible for is guiding a monthly support group that focuses on creating safe spaces for LGBT Caribbean people in the city to come and discuss issues and share their experiences with one another. Its primary purpose is to cultivate, a sense of community and offer a gateway to CEP's broader programming and the services that we offer people, particularly in regards to mental health and immigration services. I'll be speaking more in depth about this a little later on. And secondly, I'm one of the trans justice organizers. There's 2 of us currently for CEP. And we're just, a group of trans folk who work to create visibility and uplift the voices and perspectives of trans Caribbean folk in New York City. And it is a developing program. And I'm really excited to see where it goes in the future. And I'll, of course, be talking more about what we've done recently. So as you can see here, I have these 2 images. On the right is our Unchained program, which is, it's held monthly. We have 2 of them. We have the Queens and we have the Brooklyn Unchained. And right now the Queens is in person, and, it's actually tomorrow, as you may be able to see, Monday, May 2nd. And then at the end of the month is the Brooklyn one, which is virtual right now, but it will be in person. That one will be in person come fall, I believe, if everything goes the way we plan. And on the left, this is just a cover image of a name change guide that I put together with the help of some of my friends and organizers. It's on the website, but during the pandemic, I had the opportunity to change my name, and it was a lot easier because of the COVID pandemic. It facilitated, you didn't have to jump through as much hoops as you had to in the past. So this guide here goes through like all the forms you need, what you need to put in them, where to go. And it also tells you if you're born in a Caribbean country, where you can get your birth certificate from if you need to get it for that process. So we've been saying this word community a lot, and to us, to CEP, what does it mean? Well, in my understanding, community is the connection between those who share mutual dependence, experience, and resources. The people who are in CEP, the intersections of oppression are numerous for the community we work with. The combination of immigration issues, asylum seeking, histories of criminalization of gender expression, queer gender expression, sexuality, sex work, of course, and then the big 3, sexism, racism, homophobia, transphobia. It makes that understanding of community very important. It's not just an identity label. We have to understand these realities if we really want to serve our community well. And this is especially true as many of us have little to no Oh, is that Mo? Who's that? Yes. I don't know if you guys can hear, but I have our ED and my executive director in my ear. But anyways, like I was saying, this is especially true as many of us have little to no family support and are living in the shelter system or in SROs, single room occupancies, or in rentals. And I'll detail later, and as I will detail later, this is why a lot of our work focuses on storytelling, mutual aid, guidance, and raising visibility. So, our understanding of community is really guided by these facts about our community. So, utilizing community, what does that mean? CEP is a nonprofit, and we have chosen, this structure is very deliberate, and it allows us to really develop a catalog of programs designed to provide people we want to build community with the resources. Sorry, I keep hearing my ED. What was I saying? Designed to raise awareness. Excuse me. Mo put me off track. Okay, let me just start over. As a nonprofit, it really allows us to develop a catalog of programs designed to provide these things I've been talking about, like mutual aid, and creating cultural events and stuff like that, because it allows us to have a very detailed structure with with everyone having certain responsibilities, and it really helps when it comes to the money side of things, grant raising, fundraising, um, making sure that we can keep these programs funded, because as I will describe later on, it's not these programs, they require money. So the nonprofit structure is like the most viable path for us. But we are still very much a grassroots organization. We're only about 7 years old now, and this Caribbean Equality Project really started as a response to like a hate crime in Richmond Hill that happened to our founder and his brother. So we really are the people who we are the community that we're seeking to help, and that really helps inform everything we do, and I think really adds a lot of weight and power to the all that we have managed to accomplish in the last 7 years. And we're a volunteer organization as well. Everyone is a volunteer, which means we have our own regular employment. We have many of us go to school and work, but we still do this work because it means so much to us. We've been through a lot of things I was mentioning before, and it's why we, even though we have so many other things going on, is why we dedicate so much of our time and energy into doing this kind of thing. And hopefully, as I go into more detail about what it is we do at CEP, you'll be able to see that as well. So let's start with what I like to call the bedrock program for CEP, which is the Unchained program in both of its forms, whether it's the Queens or Brooklyn one, virtual or in person. And this is because it's very often the place people start with CEP. We it's one of our most marketed events. It's one of our best attended events. It really lets people come find out who CEP is in like a low stakes kind of way. They don't have to spend their time volunteering for us. They can just come meet so many other people just like them who are LGBT, Caribbean people, and it allows them to meet leaders as like myself, because I facilitate the group. And it's just such, the way that we run it is it's a safe space. It's really there for sharing and vulnerability around issues that affect all of us in the community that we're trying to serve. And me being part of that community as well, really gives it a lot of impact. And it's a great way for us to find out like what exactly is going on with people. We're just individuals, right? And we all have our own circumstances. So this group really lets us hear from so many people and really get an idea of what's going on. And it's not just like sharing about like harassment or the issues people face, or depression and stuff like that. It's also a program that we actually have a lot of fun in as well, because we have parties. We have, I think in the slide you can see on the right there, the bottom right, our holiday party. It was a really great event, actually. That event was so great. We had music, games. We really got into playing dominoes in that session, and it was what a lot of people needed in that time during the holidays, as it can be a lonely time. We always have food. We go we go out, we go do outdoor events like barbecues and stuff like that, field trips, I guess you can call them. And we talk about fun things too, you know, relationships, dating, sex, environmental activism, history, and so many other things. But from a like organizing point of view, Unchained accomplishes, you know, three major things. You know, one, it creates a safe space where people can become more intimate with one another emotionally. And like I said, that allows us to find out what's going on with them. If they need help with mental health services, immigration, you know, they just need someone to talk to. They need, they can maybe benefit for some of our relief programs. And then it leads to, you know, trust, because people see that we can provide them something, and they see that we can create spaces for them. And this is important because then it leads, you know, it pulls them into like volunteering, or maybe even eventually becoming leadership. You know, that's what happened to me. That's what happened to several of our leadership team. You know, we started with Unchained, and we fell in love with the people in the organization, and we had the time, the drive, and the energy to like participate in a more, you know, leadership capacity. And, you know, the organization grows, and this is how we grow the organization. It is, I mean, Unchained is not the only way, but it is the way, and that's why I call it the Bedrock Foundation. But most people actually, when they come to Unchained, they end up volunteering for our food justice program, which I'm very, very excited to tell you all about, because it is such an amazing program, and it helps a lot of people. So as you all know, over the last 2 years, a lot has changed, and things have gotten really hard with the pandemic. And many of our community members, you know, they lost their employment, and they couldn't qualify for stimulus checks or unemployment based on the fact that they weren't documented, or they were asylum seekers or refugees. And, you know, we had to do something. We couldn't not do anything to help those people, right? So we started a COVID-19 relief fund shortly after the beginning of the pandemic. And it was a fundraiser to build funds to give direct cash payments to people to help them pay their bills, pay their rent, pay for medical treatment, pay for, you know, food, and all, you know, all the things that you would need money for. And I was really proud of that program, because we were able to raise over $40,000. And in the grand scheme of things, you know, 40K is nothing, but, you know, we were really proud that we were able to raise so much, and there was so much outpouring of support, and we were able to give out that money to people who really need it. Like I said, you know, our membership is at the intersections of a lot of different, you know, intersections of oppression. So the money really goes to help people. And when we were doing this program, you know, we were seeing a lot of people using that money for food. And we were noticing this as we were doing this program, and we decided that we should also take action on this more specifically. And that's really how the food justice program really got kicked off, because it was stemming out of this relief fund. And, you know, in this picture here, you can see some of the photos we took at those food pantries that we put on. And CEP at this point has made a lot of connections to a lot of different organizations. Like, this is not just all CEP here. We've worked with the Campaign Against Hunger, New York City Health and Hospitals, New York Communities for Change, Flatbush chapter, the Flatbush chapter of Communities for Change, Flatbush Mixtape. And I think at this point we've organized over 20 local pop-up pantries, both in Queens, Brooklyn, and the Bronx. And we've also provided not just food at these events, we've also provided vaccine and COVID testing resources, sexual health products, hygiene products, which are very popular at the pop-up. You know, there's a lot of really valuable things. Oh, is someone not able to see the slides? Uh-oh. Oh, there we go. Oh, I had such a beautiful presentation. I'm sorry that you guys didn't get to see it, but let me just recap it really quickly. Like I was talking about, the image here on the left is the name change guide. That's like our marketing for Unchained. I'll go through that. Here's the Unchained. It's these are some pictures we take during the end of the event of the support group. You know, we have food. We always have food. It's always well attended, and it's always a good time. And you know, we really have a lot of great discussions there. And like I said, any of the money we raise goes towards things like this, and it really goes towards really helping people. Yeah, there's a lot of nostalgia on these pictures here for me, especially the one on the left over there. But yeah, it's really great. Well, I'm glad you guys can see it now. I'm sorry about that. Yeah, I'll just leave this one up for a few seconds. But yeah, like Unchained has, you know, originally going to these groups like Unchained was really important for my transition in my life, to keep me, you know, in community so I could find people who to support me. And like, you know, it's a real honor that I get to do it. I get to facilitate them now, when before I was just, you know, a regular member. And here's what I was talking about, the food justice stuff. As you know, as you can see, I mean, these are just a few pictures. We have a lot of pictures, but the events are always really successful, and we managed to give out a lot of food. Let me see where I was. Yes, like I was saying, we don't just give out food there. We give out a lot of resources like COVID testing, vaccine resources, sexual health products, hygiene kits, which are very, very popular. You know, domestic violence support, and you know, we work with so many organizations to make these food pantries happen. And you know, it's a really great program. And now that you guys can see the pictures, like as you can see here in the top, the flyer, the picture we have is my absolute favorite flyer that we made. I mean, it's just so nice. Like, really, I want to give props to the graphic designer who made it. Like, it's, I think, artistically one of the best we've ever made. But let's keep moving on. So, the things I've been talking about, I just kind of want to give you guys like a microcosm of the volunteer grassroots nature of a lot of the programs we do, particularly with our newest addition to CEP, which is the Trans Justice Unit. You know, right now, like I mentioned before, it's two of us, myself and my fellow organizer, Tiffany. And, you know, it's kind of it's a real manifestation of, I guess you could say, of like CEP bringing people in and trying to elevate them to leadership roles. So about a year ago, I was approached to head up this unit, and eventually, you know, someone else joined me as well. And we all went through Unchained. We all started volunteering, you know, over the last few years. And then eventually we made it to leadership positions. And, you know, we decided CEP should have like a trans focused arm that does trans events and trans visibility and trans storytelling and trans, you know, justice. So we recently, we've really had the opportunity to put into practice a lot of the grassroots training that we've been getting from working within CEP and, you know, learning from all the other leaders in the organization. So, like I mentioned, there's only 2 of us, and these 2 days here, Trans Day of Remembrance and Trans Day of Visibility, are really important days to organize around, especially if you're doing anything trans related. But particularly at last November, you know, our capacity was kind of limited. And like I mentioned, you know, we all work jobs and we go to school and stuff like that, right? And we were able to use a lot of the relationships we had built doing things like the food justice work and all the cultural events and all the speaking roles that we've done in the city throughout the last 7 years to really kind of represent CEP beyond what we, you know, normally would be able to do on our own. So Trans Day of Remembrance, like I said, is November 20th, and we yeah, we couldn't do an event, but we were able to work with 2 different organizations so that we had a presence in both Queens and Manhattan at a you know, really well attended rallies in remembrance of the lives that were lost due to transphobia and trans violence. You know, we were working with the Queer Detainee Empowerment Projects in Washington Square Park, and we were able to represent there. You know, if you guys go on our social media, you'll be able to see like all the photos from that event, and they're really incredible and very, very powerful. And you know, we meet a lot of people there, and people find out about us, and you know, they can really take advantage of what CP has to offer. And we were also able to work with an organization called Collectivo in Queens, which is we've partnered with them many times before, and it was great. We were able to put out, you know, one of our community members who just recently came from Trinidad, who was a performer, was able to perform at that event, and you know, it was really, really beautiful, and it really kind of takes a little bit of the edge off of the day, which is a very heartfelt, emotional day. And you know, we take this very seriously, so we always try to have like great marketing images. You know, I think out of all, you know, the nonprofits that I've seen, CEP definitely has some of the best graphic design, and that's because our executive director also is kind of a Photoshop wizard, so we can put together a lot of really nice images, and it really makes us seem more bigger than we really are. But we are actually just a, you know, a small grassroots organization. I believe there's like 7 of us, something like that, in the leadership team. Actually, no, there's more than that, but I can't remember off the top of my head the exact number. But you know, we're not a massive organization. And just recently, we were able to create quite the exciting multimedia campaign, you know, for Trans Day of Visibility. We called it Lay Back in Heels, and this live stream, it was a live stream event, is available on our Facebook for sure. It's recorded there, so you can take a look. It was a culmination of many months of planning, and it's, I guess you could say, it's the first step in the journey of the Trans Justice unit. Myself, and if you guys can see, we have our images there. Tiffany and myself, you know, we put on this event, and we were able to get some amazing people to come and speak and host that event, and we were able to really just embody Trans Day of Visibility and the joy and the fun that day kind of is meant to celebrate. And you know, we had a lot of work to plan it. You know, we did video promos, working with people who believed in our mission and really work with us, really talented videographers and graphic designers, and who really believe in us, and they work with us even though we're such a small organization, relatively speaking. And you can really see it in the way everything kind of like shakes out. Like, it was a really successful campaign, and I'm really excited to see where this program goes. But this is just on the storytelling kind of visibility side of things. We, of course, do a lot more than that. I think up next we have, well, this is another storytelling program, but these are super important. Oftentimes we don't even know who is who in the community. We don't know how many of us are actually out there, and there's a lot of us. So storytelling, visibility, awareness is such an important thing that we do. And My Truth, My Story was kind of one of the original ways we try to, push for more LGBT Caribbean visibility. And we had the wonderful opportunity to interview Dominique Jackson, her interviews on our YouTube channel, as well as, Skylar, Krishna, and Renala here. And they're really great videos, and they're really well done. I really hope you guys will check it out on our YouTube page sometime later when you have the time to look at them, but they're really worth watching. So this is, I don't know if you guys know, but in Little Guyana, which is in Richmond Hill, one of the big holidays, traditional holidays, is something called Holi. It's a Hindu celebration. We call it Pagwa as well. And it's a massive cultural, religious event. Hundreds upon hundreds of people come out onto the streets, and they, it's like they throw colors at one another. You guys may have seen this before. I'm not too sure, but it's to celebrate a Hindu holiday, and every person in Little Guyana at some point or another has participated in it. And it's really amazing that we get to be queer and open during this event, which is a very important day in Indo-Caribbean people's lives. And it's such a shame that the last 2 years we weren't able to participate, but going forward, hopefully we will be able to go back to them in full force. But this kind of thing is what we love to do. Sometimes it's hard, you think you're the only one, but events, doing what we've done here it's very, very cool. And it just brings out so many people who otherwise might have felt like they had to hide or they couldn't participate in something like this. And here's us doing more outreach. Some of these photos are a little old, but we it's a lot of familiar faces here, And again, the flags, the LGBT, the rainbow flags, the trans pride flags next to the country flags is really a sight to behold if you're from, one of these countries. Normally it's, homophobia, transphobia is very strong in the Caribbean. So it's a very important sight. It really brings a lot of joy and hope in people. And you see it when they come and talk to you. And of course, we're always at Pride. Well, except for the last 2 years, but we always come and we always do it big during Pride. These aren't all from 2016. That one is from 2016, but we always have some of the best, I think. I'm not just saying that because I'm in CP, but we have some of the best, some of the best presents, some of the best art, some of the best costumes during Pride. And, you can see a little bit of it in this photo and these photos. Do I have A little bit more. Yep, more pride. As you can see, we have our aunties here marching in the pride colors. Beautiful. You can see some of the costumes and performances being done here. It's really, like, I'm not just saying it, right? I mean, look how amazing that is, right? Especially this person down in the far left. That's, I believe, RED's brother. Yeah. Here's more. This is from an event we did in the summer, last summer. We were helping people get registered to vote. It was a great, great event. We had a lot of cultural event, a lot of cultural presence in Little Guyana, and it's just so important that we go out there. But I think that's my last slide, actually. So yeah, I mean, like has been said by the organizers for the Sex Worker Survival Guide, some of the money being raised will be going to our organization. So I would love to get any questions, get any comments, and I'll be happy to answer them to the best of my abilities. Let me see if I could take this off. I don't think we need that anymore. Or I could, here's our contact info if anyone's curious to find out more about what I was talking about. You can, if you go to our website, we have a section of all the programs and services we offer. So if you after the stream is over and you want to get involved, or you want to reach out to us or anything like that, this is all the information you need. Let me see if I can find the questions.
I'm looking through here to find some questions. If anybody has questions, go ahead and you can put it in the chat, or best way to do it is the Q&A tab. That way we can see it among all the chatting.
Okay. What can Queens residents do to be of assistance? Well, it depends. If you're an LGBT Caribbean person, definitely come to our events, come to our Unchained, come to, anything we'll be doing in the future. But if you're just interested in volunteering, we actually do have plenty of need for it, especially in regards to the food pantries. And that's open to anyone to volunteer. I believe if you go to our website, you can find a sign-up form. I hope that's what you mean, but I don't know, what do you mean assistance? Do you have another? I hope that if that's what you mean by assistance, but if you mean something else, please let me know. Yeah, we have a volunteer. If you go to the website, we have a volunteer form, and you just sign up there. Any other questions?
I love great. Can you ask your question in the chat? For some reason, this lovely platform is not allowing me to see the questions. If you wouldn't mind copying and pasting it into the chat. Oh, you had a question about helping check volunteering. Okay, you're going to check the site.
Oh, I think I see some other questions here, right?
Okay, awesome.
What do you say to young trans community rejected by family? Well, you know, it's not the first time I've been asked this question. Well, my first concern is, you know, are you dependent on these people? Like, what can we do to help you immediately be safe? And of course, that depends on that person and their situation. But let's say they're living with someone that does support them, but like their broader family rejects them. I would say to them, it's unfortunate, but this is an opportunity for you to find real family, because family it's not something you just turn off like that, you know. It's something a lot of us have gone through, and one of the ways you can find that family is, you know, come with us, talk to me, talk to people that you meet in our groups. That's why we're there. We can have the opportunity, you know, you have the opportunity to build a real chosen family that will last you a lifetime, hopefully. It's unfortunate, but it happens, and maybe in the future they'll come around, but right now, know that there are people here to support you, and you know, we're one of them, or we're a few of them. What do you wish your young self to know? What do I wish my younger self to know? I mean, it would be nice to have some, like, I used to do this thing where I would, like, you know, people sometimes they kind of imagine what they want for themselves. Like they imagine what they wish they can do. So I would always have this like image of like a witch. She would come to me and she would tell me, "Oh, do you want to see your future self?" And I would say yes, and like a portal would open, and then for some reason, I don't know why, but I would always be wearing like a really beautiful red dress, and I'd be, you know, beautiful and just very feminine, and you know, I made it come true, right? So I don't know if I'd never necessarily tell myself anything. I think in my life, you know, things have happened at the right time. I got really lucky. Things happened at the right time for me to still be here alive. And, you know, I don't want to upset that delicate process that, you know, has brought me in front of the screen today. It's, you know, I've talked about this in the support group. But yeah, it's very, I'm very lucky. I'm a very lucky person, put it that way. I meant, but how can you help and provide support? I guess I can answer this in a few ways. You know, street harassment is a real thing. It happens all the time, especially in Queens. You know, we recently did a Queens hate violence report where we collected the stories of incidences that happened to people in our community in regards to them experiencing hate violence, harassment, discrimination, that sort of thing. And you know, I think we got over like 200 answers, and we're going to use that information we're going to take it to the city and, you know, see what we can do in regards to making sure. Well, actually, I'm kind of getting distracted. Sorry, but the street harassment is very real. If you see it happening, you know, just make it known that what's going on isn't right, and that that person has like an ally there on the street with them. I'm not saying to go and fight anyone or yell at anyone. I'm telling you, like, be there to provide support for the person who is being harassed or victimized. Because oftentimes, you know, it's very easy to just look away. I mean, you get trained to do that in the city, you know. It's not your problem, so you just walk away. But you can't, if you want, you know, if you believe in trans justice, if you believe in supporting LGBT people, you can't just turn away, you know. I've been in many situations where I wish someone would, you know, come up to me and say, "Hey, you okay? What happened? Like that was wrong. You know, that's, you know, let me help you get home. Make sure that doesn't happen again." That's one thing you can do. You could always donate too, but yeah, you know, just sign up. You can always volunteer with us. You can come to our events. As things cool down with the pandemic, open up again, we'll be doing a lot more in-person stuff. We'll be doing a lot more of our regular programming that we used to do before the pandemic. Like every year we would do an event called Love, Living Our Values Equally. It was a big chance to see amazing performers, storytellers, even academics. We would create a space for them to talk about LGBT Caribbean issues inside of Queens and Brooklyn. And, you know, having people come out to those events means a lot to us as well. Where are we located? How can we support from outside of New York City? Where are you located? Well, we're located, we don't have an official, you know, location. We haven't gotten to that point yet. We're working really hard actually to get an office or a, you know, a workspace that we can work out of, so we can, you know, do referrals for people and stuff like that. And, you know, just provide like a community center. But we mostly do our work in Flatbush and Richmond Hill. How can we help and continue support from another state? Like, I'm from Texas. Well, right now, we still do some virtual programming. You can come to our virtual support group. You know, we also do a lot of streams. It always helps when people come and check us out. Unfortunately, you know, I don't have a great answer for this. We're in New York. We focus our work in New York because that's where our people are, you know. And you know, if you're in Texas, well, if you ever come out here, we'd love to see you. Sorry, I don't know if that answers your question. Sending love from DC. We have done event. We do go to DC. We do marches in other states. So we do go to DC to protest. We do go to Albany to protest. You know, if you ever hear about it, come join us. Because more bodies on the street is always a good thing in a protest or a march or anything like that, right? Of course, we haven't been able to do that do it as much as we would like to in the last few years, but it is something that we will definitely be getting back out. We will definitely be getting back out on the streets as things warm up and COVID is not as well. When COVID, you know, is not as scary as it is right now.
All right. I don't know if we have any other questions. If not, we can wrap this up. Mohammed is giving some knowledge in the chat. You can learn more about volunteering opportunities at CaribbeanEqualityProject.org/volunteer. And the CEP relies on generous supporters and community members. So you can donate a meaningful gift to amplify their work, and the link is in the chat. And if you live outside of NYC, you can help by sharing with your networks. So go ahead and check out those social media links in the chat. And I'm going to pop
I just want to say one more thing.
Absolutely. It's
our
your show.
our COVID relief fund is still ongoing. And like I said, that money goes directly into the pockets of people who are undocumented, asylum seekers, refugees. And compared to the beginning of the pandemic to now, we do not get as much donations to it, unfortunately. So if you can definitely share that to people, because, you know, it really, I've seen the impacts. There's a lot of people that fund helps, and the more money we raise, the longer it can keep going, because otherwise, you know, eventually it's not gonna have any more funds to give out, right? So please definitely share. We have a lot more planned coming up throughout the year. We're always seeking to do more. And, you know, I just wish you all well, and thank you for listening to me. And thank you, everyone at the Sex Workers Survival Guide, for all the work you've done. You know, the previous panels have been extremely incredible, informative, amazing. You know, it was a real pleasure to be able to participate, and you know, I hope in the future we can work together again. And I hope I won't have as many technical difficulties this time and waste like 10 minutes, but I'm sorry about that.
That's why I'm like, ooh, these tech run-throughs.
Yeah.
Ooh, this new platform.
Yeah.
We did it. You were great.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And we are going to get ready for our next speaker. So we're going to put on a little bumper. So go ahead. I know I'm going to go get hydrated because I am fading like a delicate flower in the sun. So I'm going to go get myself some hydration, maybe a little protein, and then get ourselves open for Alan, who is a copyright lawyer. So he's going to talk about protecting and monetizing your brand. So don't miss that. Got it? Good.
breaking the monotony. Cosplay menagerie, all out debauchery. We share so well, sister wives and subs, lifestyle and swinger clubs, threesomes, foursomes, moresomes, awesome, thirst traps and snacks, the whole room starving. Having my cake and eating it too, done took on a different meaning, cause you eating it too, see. We do it all and keep it true, so what the fuck's cheating gon' do? I don't want nobody but you, unless I'm being poly with you.
They say one's fun, two's double, three fantasy. Here we all are, room full of lovers, poly, poly. They say one's fun, two double, three fantasy. Here we all are, room full of lovers, poly, poly. So glad you came, you and you. Because without one it wouldn't be the same, no substitute. Oh, let me kiss you while you place your hand where she wants. She's got me in the back, you on the side, two in the front. Now here come the sun.
I don't want nobody but you, unless I'm being poly with you. I don't want nobody but you, unless I'm being poly with you.
All right. Thank you for sticking with us. I'm very excited for this next one. Not only is he darling to talk to backstage, but he is going to teach you how to protect and monetize your brand. We have a copyright lawyer, you guys. So this is Alan Small. We are going to welcome Alan to the stage. Offering legal tips specifically for creatives, entrepreneurs, and content creators is Alan Small III, Esquire. Drawing on his experience drafting and negotiating contracts at multiple levels for individuals and businesses, Attorney Small brings knowledge and understanding to underrepresented masses. With a degree in business and the law, Attorney Small brings a holistic approach to legal advice to ensure legal protection, brand enhancement, and business expansion, which is what we want. You ready?
All right.
Drop that knowledge on us, sir.
All right. Well, good evening, everybody. As it was mentioned, I am Alan A. Small III, Esquire. I have been an attorney for a few years now. I work specifically in the state of Georgia, so I'm a Georgia barred attorney. So quick little housekeeping rules, just in general. I can answer plenty of different questions. However, some of my answers will be specific to Georgia just because that is the state that I practice in. Most of the things that we're going to discuss today are going to be more on the federal side. So that's something that an attorney in any state or any city will be able to practice for you as long as they are barred at all, because we are all barred from a federal standpoint, but then also from our state as well. Beyond that, no advice, no thing that I tell you today is creating an attorney-client relationship between us. That is simply just because we have not actually had that private conversation. There are way too many people here for us to be able to say that, we have created that type of dialogue just based off of this forum. With all that being said, all that nasty stuff out of the way, let's go ahead and get into it. So to start off with, there are a couple of different things that I want to talk to you about. One thing is one of the biggest things that people hear when it comes to anything in the media realm. So you're talking about articles, movies, TV shows, things like that. We're going to talk a little bit about copyrights, kind of what goes into it. That's more so going to be relevant for anyone who does films, pictures, things like that, because that body of law is going to be very relevant to those people. After that, we're going to talk about trademarks. Trademarks is a little bit different. It can apply to anybody who has a brand, anybody who has a business, regardless of how you actually run your business. As long as there is a business itself, trademarks are going to be very helpful. Then one of the other things that I would definitely want to speak to everyone about is going to be the major difference between some of the different areas that are involved within sex work itself. So from my perspective and many others, the biggest thing that you get some protection on is, one area with it that applies to sex work as a whole, and other areas do not. So we're going to go into a little bit of information, a little bit of detail into those type of things. So we'll get to that in just a few minutes. All right. And by all means, if there are any questions that come up in the middle of me saying anything, please feel free to stop me, drop a conversation in the chat room, so that way I can see your questions, hear your questions, and be able to make sure I get those answered for you as quickly as possible. All right. Now, with that being said, let me go ahead and get started. So first things first, copyrights. Let's start, what's a copyright? So copyright is a form of protection that, at least here in the United States, it's grounded in the United States Constitution itself. It's granted by law for, anything that is considered to be an original work, something that you created on your own, that can actually be put on some type of tangible medium. It becomes a lot harder to really explain when you start talking about things like the internet, because obviously the internet was not around 200, 300 years ago. But the internet is considered to be a tangible medium when it comes to copyright law. So when you're building something, creating something, pictures, videos, whatever the case may be, that same protection, whether it's actually on like a printed book, or you're talking about, something that you've uploaded to, an internet site, whatever the site may be, your OnlyFans, your loyal fans, all those different things, that is considered to be a tangible medium. So, copyright law applies to those things. So then, the obvious next question is, okay, so what does a copyright really help or protect people from? Well, like the other forms, it's a form of intellectual property, kind of like trademarks, trade secrets, patents, that other stuff, that protects, creators like you, in all of the different artistic realms, so we're talking about literature, music, anything that can be considered an artistic work, painters, things like that, movies. It even protects architecture, more things than that. Copyright law does not protect facts, ideas, or methods of operation. So the thing that's being protected is more so the how the creator put their ideas or their setup onto a page or a record or whatever in their own unique and authentic way. That expression itself and not the idea is what is protected. Best way I can kind of explain it for a real life example would be like the phone book. I know no one's actually used a phone book in years, but for those of you who can remember what a phone book is, that would be the example of your phone number is your phone number. That's a fact, so printing a phone book, you don't get protection over the fact that the numbers in it are real. What you get protection over would be how you decide to present the information to the people. So that's a big distinction that I think a lot of people are not aware of that I want to make sure that I highlight now. So next question is, when do I actually start getting protection? Is there like a specific day? Is there a line in the sand? What's going on? How do I actually know? Well, technically, you get your protection the moment that you actually create your item and actually put it on something that people can see, hear, access, read. That's the moment that you actually get protection. Simply because it has now been put on a document, it's been put on a website, it's been put on something that you can draw it back to a specific date and time. So then the question, okay, well then if I get protection as soon as I put it on something, record it or whatever, do I have to register it? Or, is there a specific place that you have to register it? So the easy answer to that is you don't have to register it. Registration is completely voluntary, just like anything else. However, if you want to be able to sue somebody for taking your original content, reposting it someplace where you didn't authorize it or something like that, then registration is going to be the only way that you can actually bring that lawsuit. That's going to be the key difference. You get your protection for the fact that you created it and you put it on something. But if you want to be able to sue somebody or, say that you can't use my content, you can't use what I created, my pictures, whatever, in any way that doesn't compensate me, at that point, then you have to register it first. That's going to be the key difference there. So, as an attorney, I always hear so much about something called the poor man's copyright. This is, when people will take, a photocopy or a picture of something that they created, and they will mail it to themselves. They'll take it to, UPS, USPS or something like that, and they will do some type of sealing on it and mail it with a timestamp attached to it. So that way they can say, oh, well, I know for a fact that, whatever I created had to have been created at or before this time, because that's when the letter came to me and I never opened it. It's completely sealed. No one can ever, no one, it's never been tampered with. So I know that if we open this 20 years from now, we know for a fact that this is exactly what I made and this is exactly how I made it. That is the biggest load of crap in life. I can tell you that right now. It's wrong. That idea is wrong. It doesn't help you. It will not help you. Although your copyright does exist from the moment of its creation, the idea of the poor man's copyright is not something that copyright law covers or protects. So if you do want real protection, or if you want to be able to sue somebody and prevent somebody else from taking anything that you created, register it. You will register it through the Library of Congress. So that's the entity, the organization that actually keeps up with all that kind of stuff, keeps it together for people and allows people to, do the research into copyrights and stuff like that. All right. Any questions so far? I don't see any in the chat, but I know I'm talking fairly fast, so I don't want to go too fast and, lose anybody. I don't see any, so we will keep on going. All right. So one of the things that I want people to understand, there are certain rights that you do get when you register a copyright. There are 6 exclusive rights with copyright registration. I'll go into them. I might do a little explanation into them, but it's a lot easier to explain them with some type of example, so that way people can actually understand a little bit better about what's going on. So first thing is, you get a right to reproduce the work in copies. So like republishing a book or making a copy of the sheet music if you're a musician, or screen printing a previously created painting due to popularity. Trying to think of one of those really popular things that's been recreated like time and time and time again. So think, random pictures of stuff like the Mona Lisa, or the giant screen guy who's holding his head like this, like Macaulay Culkin. Those are things that were created at some point years ago, and people liked it. People wanted to see it all the time. So then at that point, people have whoever was the original author or whoever owns the copyright for it then can recreate it and reproduce it for people for mass consumption, essentially. You get the right to create. The second right is you get the right to create derivative works. So like you can think adapting a book into a movie. So think your Harry Potters, think your all of the Lord of the Rings movies, all that kind of stuff, Twilight, anything where it was a movie first, or it was a book first, or sometimes even a play first. Like think all of the Medea films that exist out right now. They all existed in one medium first, and then they were adapted into something else. So those people have the right of first, the right to actually do it on their own, and then they can tell other people, no, I don't like how you do things, so I don't want you to be able to do it. Somebody else is going to be able to do it, just not you. You get the right to distribute copies to the public, whether that be by sale, by rental, by lease. This comes more into, this is very relevant to sex workers, especially for those who create films or pictures and things like that. Because once you've created it, you own it and everything like that, then you have the ability to turn around and then say, okay, I'm going to sell it, or I'm going to give people, the chance to, pay per view it, or, they're going to be able to see it for a short amount of time. You're actually distributing the work, but you're also requiring some type of payment or something on the back end to make sure that, you can still control how frequently it's being consumed by people. You have the right to public performances. This kind of comes more into play, with something that is being recited, playing, dancing, something that's can be done in public. Transmitting a singer on TV or radio is another form of public performance. So, so when you're thinking, live performances by any musician while they're at a concert or something like that, but somebody is now doing like a live stream of it, that maybe they're throwing some commentary or something like that over it, that would be considered the right to public performance. The people who are the artists on stage, 9 times out of 10, they give people a license, they give people a ability to actually publicly perform the music, or to show it to other people. You also get the right to display it publicly. So, to show a copy of it, through a film, through a slide, a television image. This is going to play in really importantly when it comes to sex workers, when we start talking about movies and the creation of those movies a little bit later on, because people always want to make sure that they know what their stuff is going to be. Putting a brand inside of a movie or something like that, it becomes very, very important to the people who own each and every brand, whether it be the actress or actor, whether we're talking about the owner of the business, if we're talking about a soda company, or you're talking about a beer company or something like that, clothing company, all that stuff comes into play a little bit later on. But this is where they have that right to exclude people from being able to display it publicly. And then, kind of like I mentioned earlier, you get the right to perform sound recordings publicly. So, that's when people are, think of a listening party. Listening parties would be a prime example of this. It's like, I created this album, I made the album, and now I want everybody to be able to listen to it this one time inside of, this arena for like the next hour. Or, if they're actually doing a concert themselves, so it's like, you're doing the concert, but anybody who's worked in, showbiz or something like that, they know that there is actually some type of CD or audio recording that's being played at the same time that the person is doing the live performance, because they have to make sure they can hear the music in their head and all that kind of stuff. Sometimes they're playing music in between sets. It's the reason why things like, what are they called? The verses that became very popular during the pandemic, where music artists were going head to head, on Instagram and stuff like that. Instagram never gets a license, and not even though these artists are the ones that are doing the performances, or they're playing their own music, ownership of the music is a very different. So, you could be the person who created the music, you could be the artist who actually sang it, you could be the songwriter, you could be the producer. The only thing is, you may not actually be the one who owns the music itself. It may be owned by Columbia. It could be owned by, any who owned So Def. I don't remember off the top of my head, but like the actual music labels are the ones who actually end up owning the music. So then it becomes a very different thing when it comes time to, playing it on something like Instagram during like a versus, because then you have to start asking that question of, well, who's giving the permission? It can't be the artist, because the artist doesn't own it, which is why, some of your more popular artists have always gone back and quote unquote remastered their old songs, because what they were really trying to do is they were creating a new original depiction of the music that they then owned had ownership over. So Prince was very known for that. He remastered and actually did all of his ownership for all of his music. I know Michael Jackson did it one or a couple of different times as well. You know, when an artist really wants to make sure that they have true ownership of their stuff, of the things that they took painstaking hours to create, they end up doing those remasters and stuff like that. So that way they then have the right to perform those same sound recordings publicly, however they want to. The labels can't come back and tell them that they can't do it. I know, long answer. So then the next big thing that I want to make sure that, yep, see, there you go. God is, I hear you, God is, I want to say it's define. I don't know if it's Goddess Daphne. But you're definitely right. Taylor Swift is doing it right now, you know, remastering some of her old songs, because it always seems weird when a song that you've heard, you know, 5, 10, 15 years ago, all of a sudden it doesn't necessarily get a completely new sound, but it comes back out and everybody's like, didn't they come out with this song before? Yeah, no, they did. They did. There's a reason for it. They want to make sure that they own it. But the last thing that I want to talk about, at least specifically to copyrights itself, how long does a copyright last? So, you know, does it last, you know, a couple of days, couple of weeks, couple of months, couple of years? You know, what does it really mean? And there are, I'll leave it like this. There are a lot of different factors that can always play into how long a copyright will last that can either increase or decrease this number. But for most things, ever since roughly 1978, the rule for a copyright is that they will last for the life of the creator plus 70 years. So let's say I create a movie that goes gangbusters for the remainder of 2022. And I copyright it. Like the movie comes out on June 1st. I make sure I register my copyright on June 1st of 2022. And then it goes gangbusters for the rest of the year. Perfect. Awesome. Great. Let's say I die on January 1st, 2023. Well, I still get, or whoever has the rights to my estate, they will be able to protect the movie that I created from January 1st, 2023, the day that I died, for then another 70 years. So then they would be able to protect it at that point till January 1st, 2093. Had to think about the math. I'm an attorney, not a mathematician. So 2093 would be the length of time that they'd be able to own that copyright without there being any problems. They could protect it through the same 6 things that I mentioned before without any problems. Okay. I think I got a question here from Rebel Ray minutes ago. So to register for a copyright, do you have to do it for each video, each photo? Okay. So yes and no. I know that's not an answer that you want to hear. But the best way that I can explain it is copyrights can be registered in bulk. That's going to be the big thing that you want to keep in mind. So best way I can explain it, you know, let's say, you know, you did a photo shoot. Photo shoot came out with, you know, let's say 50 photos. You got 50 photos that, you know, you actually want to keep, you know, that, you know, you did some editing on, all this kind of stuff. Do you have to register a different copyright for each photo? The answer is no. You can actually do a bulk submission for a copyright, which can copyright. I'm not completely sure of the number. I know it's more than 50. I want to say it's roughly 70. They've been doing a lot of work within copyright law for the last couple of months. So as they're still developing a brand new committee to handle all of the copyright submissions, they're still updating some rules. So we have to keep our eyes on that. But you know, like I said, you know, you come up with 50 photos, you wouldn't have to do a separate registration and pay a separate registration fee for each one of those photos. You'd be able to do a single submission for, you know, those 50 photos or whatever. And that would, as long as, you know, there's something that can be copywritten and registered, boom, you'll be able to do it that way. Okay. That's going to be the big thing there. We circle back to the value of repurposing content to continue generating income. Love it. to make it and use all parts of that cow, then monetize and protect you. Exactly. That's exactly what we want to make sure people are doing. You took the time to create it. You took the time to put it down on paper, to put it on a movie, to take the time to figure out, the lighting that comes in with the movies and all this kind of stuff, the lighting for the pictures, holding potentially very complex or very uncomfortable positions for minutes or hours or whatever the case may be. You took time to create it. You took time to actually think of it, to get it out to the people. Make sure that you protect it as much as you can, so that way you can also monetize on it, make some of that money back that you spent. All right. Any more questions about, copyrights and things like that before we move on to trademarks? This is going to be this next piece is going to be a lot more on the business side than the copyrights. Copyrights were, just the content itself. Now we're going to be talking a little bit more about the brand and the business. All right, got a question. If I copyright or trademark something, is it expensive to protect it if I catch someone using it without my permission? Okay, so I don't like easy answers because it's not an easy answer. Yes, it can be expensive, but it all depends on how you choose to go about it. So both trademarks and copyrights are federally regulated things, but each one of them is going to be protected in a very different way, if that makes any sense. So, like I said, copyrights, the only way you can actually sue somebody for it, you have to register it first. That's the long and short of that one. The lawsuits that can go along with it can be fairly cheap, because sometimes you don't actually have to file the lawsuit. Sometimes you're able to send a cease and desist letter, which, to be frank, if you ever asked for an attorney to do one, we'll do it. We'll do it, and we'll charge you for it because you're asking us for our legal expertise to do something. However, if the other person is represented by an attorney, what they will recognize the cease and desist letter to be a nastygram. It is basically saying, hey, I recognize that you're doing something that I don't like because you're using something that belongs to me. Stop. And then it kind of leaves it up to that other person on whether or not they actually stop. They can continue to do it, and you don't really have much of a legal recourse based off of a cease and desist letter. Now, you file a lawsuit for an injunction that will actually say, hey, no, you can't use this. That's the actual thing that people will start, at least attorneys will start moving on. Cease and desist letter, we take notice of it. We see it. We're like, okay, and like I said, attorneys will draft them for you, but the regular person, they'll get a cease and desist letter from an attorney, and they'll be like, oh snap, okay, let me rethink what I'm doing. They most of the time they will stop, but you can't demand money from somebody if they keep using something that you created based off of a cease and desist letter. You will have to file a lawsuit somewhere, whether it be in the state or from a federal standpoint. You'll have to file a lawsuit. But as far as, expenses can be low or high. It kind of really depends on what you're trying to get done or the egregiousness of whatever somebody did. So if you file a lawsuit and you're successful in your lawsuit based off of whatever they took, you can always request for attorney's fees. So at that point, that means, at the front end, you set everything up. Let's say you paid your attorney $10,000 to represent you from the beginning of the case to the end of the case, depending on how long it actually takes. And when it comes time for the settlement or for a judgment to come down, the judgment is $50,000. I'm trying to use even numbers and numbers that everybody will be able to follow. So you paid $10,000 up front. You ended up winning $50,000. Now, what you could always say is, I now want the losing party to also pay attorney's fees. You can request that. By doing that, that then will make the losing party then have to pay essentially back, if you prepaid, essentially, the fees for that attorney. So if they spent $10,000 to represent you from beginning to end, then the other party would, the losing party would then have to go back and pay that 10 grand plus the $50,000 settlement. That's kind of how that's going to work out. So like I said, it can be expensive, but it all kind of depends on what's going on. The biggest thing that, you know, what I would like to say the better attorneys will do for you is during a consultation, they'll discuss what are your capability, like what are they capable of doing for you, and what are your rights in the situation. And they will then tell you, you know, a settlement could be low, a settlement can be high. You can never really guarantee what a settlement's going to look like. Even when you're in the midst of a litigation or in the midst of suing somebody, you never know what the settlement could actually look like. Because of it, you have to ask the client, or we all ask the clients, and you have to make the decision yourself. Do you think that it's going to be worth proceeding? If the answer is yes, let's do it. Let's get it let's get it popping. Let's see what we can do. If not, no harm, no foul. Just know that you can't really keep going. I mean, you could always go back and forth with the person or the people who are stealing your content on your own. But like I said, there's not really going to be much of a legal recourse outside of filing a lawsuit to prevent them from doing it. I know that was kind of a long answer, but I wanted to make sure that I gave you as much information about it as possible. Okay, so I got another question here. How would you go about registering a copyright internationally? Are there country-specific copyrights outside of the U.S. that we should also keep in mind? So yes and no. So I am not I am not an international attorney, so I don't want to speak too much about the laws of another country, because the last thing I want to do is, you know, get anything incorrect. Like I mentioned before, you know, that's not kind of the setup that we have right now. But what I will say is there are copyrights that are handled, created, and registered in multiple different countries, just to make sure that whatever depiction that they have or whatever artistry that is created in one country also gets handled and protected in another. Internet sales and internet creation has made that a much more dense subject than it was before, when everything was, you know, being put on, you know, a physical copy of something and then you had to mail it, you know, snail mail and stuff like that. Made it a lot harder, or I'm sorry, as far as international copyrights and stuff like that were concerned, it made it a lot easier for them to police it. But as far as, you know, the law itself, it was fairly stringent to the type of medium that was being used. Now that, you know, the internet is as prevalent as it is, international copyrights, because it's so easy for somebody from Timbuktu to access something that somebody created in Madagascar, or from, you know, England, or from the United States, from Bolivia, wherever they want to go, it's a lot easier to do it. The laws have had to change. But also keep in mind, the laws that we see here in America don't apply to people outside of this country. You know, the even though there are rules that say, you know, the Constitution travels with you when you leave the country, this isn't what they're talking about. Let's be real. This isn't what they're talking about. So the laws that we have for copyrights here in America aren't going to be as helpful when you go to another country, unless you're able to get them to be allowed to be sued from American law, which is a whole nother thing. I am not getting into that. That would take, let me see how I can explain that. It took me about 3, maybe 8 weeks during law school to be able to understand all that kind of stuff. I'm not going to try to explain that in this short amount of time, I promise. Okay, so will watermarking my content protect me? This is where we're getting kind of what we're getting into with trademark law and stuff like that. Watermarking your content is going to be helpful when it comes to brand recognition. It lets people know that who is the creator, who is the person that's actually being depicted inside of this medium and through whatever I'm creating. However, that it kind of it jumps back and forth across the fence between copyrights, because it's affixed to something, because we're talking about a movie or a video or a picture or something like that. But it also matters in trademark law because it speaks to the brand that was created, the brand that's being distributed, the brand that you're trying to get people to recognize and to become happy about seeing. So it can come into play. Context for my next question. I'm based in Canada. Okay, I got it. So yeah, so the being in Canada, like I said, I don't want to speak too much on Canadian rules because I know that there are some rules that Canada has when it comes to movies and things like that that are absolutely completely different from what we have here in America. So I don't want to speak directly on those. An attorney in Canada obviously will be able to be very helpful. Now, if the rules in Canada when it comes to sex work are very different, what you can always do is find an attorney in the United States that obviously is sex worker positive or sex worker compatible, and either has a license in Canada, because it's not uncommon, especially for attorneys that work along kind of like that northern strip of the country. So you got Washington. Sometimes you can get some from California, New York, Maine. Those areas that kind of border Canada. There are plenty of attorneys that will be barred in both areas, just because sometimes they have clients that are Canadian based. Attorneys that work here in America, we can have clients in other countries, but there are a lot of different rules that go along with that as well. Okay, got another question. What are some model rights? I see a lot of stuff about photographers' rights and ownership, but as a model, what rights do I have over my likeness where no release is signed? Does it change if I pay the photographer? Ooh, okay, so I like this question. And it's because very rarely do models think about their own ownership and rights when it comes to taking photos, taking pictures, making movies, things like that. The short answer is you own your likeness. You own it. It's yours. The issue that most people end up coming into is they sign their rights away for whatever is created to the photographer or whoever does the editing or whatever the case may be without realizing it. And normally it comes into play when you sign a release to take the photos, or if you sign a contract with those photographers before you start, or when you pay them or something like that. Or sometimes even in the payment, there'll be terms and conditions, or there'll be something that's written in there that kind of explains and say, hey, after these pictures are taken, the photographer owns all the rights and they can reproduce it, use it, and they have a non-revocable license and all this kind of stuff. All these legal terms that lets them use it however they want to. And they have that right only because whoever is the model itself, themselves, they allowed that person to take those rights. They signed them away for whatever reason. Maybe they just didn't know. A lot of people, and this isn't just sex work specific, but in all photography, a lot of people don't realize that. So I get clients all the time that mention, hey, this person's using the pictures from my from my photo shoot, and I never gave them permission, I never did this, I never said that. And then I'm like, okay, well, did you sign anything with them before you took the photos and everything like that? Like, oh yeah. And they give it to me, and when I look through it, I'm like, yeah, see right here, this line right here, it says you gave the photographer the license, the irrevocable license and authority to use anything from the photo shoot as many times they want to, as often as they want to, in any way that they want to, and you can't say a damn thing about it. It's not fun, but this is one of those things where I tell people attorneys are not cheap, but they are very important when you want to protect yourself, because it's always more costly to get an attorney to fix something that now that it's been broken, or now that it's been taken, or now that it's been something, than to get an attorney on the front end to help protect you and prevent you from getting into those problems later on. Is it still going to cost money? Yes. But it's a lot easier for an attorney who knows the industry or knows what you're trying to work with, and to protect it that way than to come in later on. Okay, so can you copyright all content created under a project's name? If what you're talking about is like if you create a movie that has multiple scenes or something like that in it, can you copyright everything that's done under the name of that project, like the name of the movie or something like that? It would depend on how the project is been created and how it's being packaged together. Because traditionally what they'll look at is they'll look at the package as a whole. So they'll look at the entire movie or something like that. But then at sometimes when movies or scenes from movies or pictures or something like that can be completely captured from something without taking any context away from it, sometimes that also creates a second or a secondary piece that can be copywritten as well. It gets a little bit more into the weeds. That would be something that, you know, we would want to look into, or that I would look into more on a case by case basis, just to make sure we know what's going on and what you're trying to protect and how you can protect it yourself. You know, anybody can always copyright something on their own by going to the Library of Congress, but it can be costly if you do that and don't know all the other things. Okay, so I'm gonna do one more. If I have time, I'll do both of these questions. I just know that it's already 9:40, and I still have to. I definitely want to talk about the last piece if I don't get to talk about the trademark stuff, but I'll still try to do my best to get to both of them. Do I offer a service similar to Legal Shield? I can't say that I do, only because I'm not exactly sure of all of the different things Legal Shield does. There are a lot of different legal entities that offer legal services to people across the country, and they have a crap ton of different things that they do for people. But I can't specifically speak to what Legal Shield offers because I am not 100% sure about what would be relevant to any individual person. Now, what I can almost speak to that I think that they probably do is they probably do some stuff with business formation. They probably do a couple of things. They may even do some criminal defense work, because I know a lot of those different companies do that type of stuff. When it comes to civil things, so business formation type stuff, operating agreements, contracts, licensing agreements for whether it be for the photographer or for the model, things like that, anything that can help with branding and stuff like that, registration applications and all that kind of stuff. Those are all things that I do. I am not a litigation attorney, so when it comes time to sue somebody, I am not the person that you call, just because I am not one of those attorneys that goes into the courtroom all the time. I handle all your paperwork on the front end to make sure that you don't have to go to the to a courtroom. So that'd be the best way I can explain that one. Can a person take a picture of me at a public performance and then sell it on their site without permission or paying me? That one is going to be a hard one. It kind of goes back to a couple of different things. One of the biggest ones is when you go to an event, were there any terms and conditions or something like that that you signed when you bought the ticket? When you buy a ticket through something like Eventbrite or something like that, a lot of people will have disclaimers and warranties and things like that that are embedded inside of your ticket that says, hey, photographers may be present, they're going to take pictures. By showing up to the event in and of itself, you are now giving our photographers, specifically the ones that the event organizer paid for, you are now giving them the right to take pictures of you and to use them, and for us to use them as the event organizers for advertisement of our future work and all this other kind of stuff. You always have the ability to try to reduce that risk by telling people, if you're at just a regular public, like a fair or a concert or something like that, you could always try to push for saying that you don't give permission for somebody to use your likeness or anything like that, but it's a lot harder to stop them if you show up. Now, if you're a performer at the event, my suggestion to you would be to negotiate your contract with the event organizer prior to, like, when you're signing your contracts and everything like that, to say that, hey, no, any pictures, they have to go through me. I have to approve them. I have to be paid for them and stuff like that. You can always negotiate that on the front end before you sign your contract to say that you're actually going to show up. And you said the photographer was not hired by the venue. Okay, so like picture on a cell phone or something like that. Those are a little bit like, if you're talking about like maybe somebody taking a picture on a cell phone, it becomes a lot harder, just because it's kind of hard to police everybody when they have a camera in their pocket. Professional photographers, becomes a little bit different, but again, like I said, it becomes a thing that you still would have to negotiate with the venue and with the event organizer, because if you say that, hey, during my performance, nobody can take pictures, nobody can take videos, because I never approve that, then at that point, that's a completely different thing. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to keep going. We're going to go ahead and get to the trademark law. I love great. I see you got a couple more. You still want some more information on it. To keep things moving forward, I'm going to go ahead. This would be a better conversation where somebody can really get into the weeds about everything that could potentially be going on with their situation during a consultation or when you hire an attorney. This won't be the I won't have the ability to do that right now, so I'm sorry about that. So let's get into trademark law. So I'm going to move through this one a little bit faster. This one, trademark law is something that makes sure that you can that customers can rely on a brand. Stuff like McDonald's, Apple, stuff like that. So this can be done through logos, through colors, through slogans, anything that can identify the source of a product or a service. The point of trademark law is to prevent competitors from using a similar mark or a logo that can confuse, the average customer about who's actually making or producing a product. Trademark law protection can come from common law, which is what, everybody knows to be, court cases and things that, for something that's already happened, or through registration. Registration for trademarks goes through the United States Patent and Trademark Office, USPTO, or through a state that you can live in. My suggestion to anyone and everyone is, if you have a business, and if you can, always shoot for national registration instead of just doing it through your state, because registration through the USPTO will protect you across the entire country and not just your local area. Like, if you're in the state of Florida and you get a Florida trademark, you're only protected in Florida. So somebody takes your stuff or does something similar to your stuff, or people don't know who's making what, and they do it out in Alabama, or they do it in California, they do it in Maine, you can't say anything to them because you only got your protection in your state. The rules can get a little bit more into the weeds with it, but that's the general rule to keep in mind. USPTO, national registration, is always going to be your best bet. It's going to give you the most protection. Now, getting a trademark isn't the end of the story, though. As the owner, it is still important to research online periodically to make sure that no one is making a product that can confuse the consumers. Being vigilant is the key to maintaining your brand recognition and your control and your ability to protect yourself. This comes very big when you're talking about national brands, or especially now with the internet, where people can consume a brand from one side of the country and not another.
Can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Now I can hear. Oh, can Alan hear me too? You should not be hearing me, Alan.
Oh. Okay. Let me keep going. Okay, so imagine if you would also have to read any releases you signed for the event, similar to what you said earlier. Yes. Absolutely. A national trademark in the US is affordable. International is another story. Correct, Ashley, or Ash Dark. Yes. Trademarks in the US can be very reasonable when it comes to the application itself. When you start talking about international stuff, it gets a lot more complicated, a lot more pricey. I would say always start here, because for most people, their branding and everything kind of starts in that local area. Now, like I mentioned before, trademark is a way that the average customer can identify the source of a product through the use of designs, symbols, and colors. There are 4 different types of trademarks. So trademark is kind of like an umbrella, and it covers a couple of different things. So the different types of trademarks that there are trademarks, a service mark, a certification mark, and then a collective mark. Trademarks help customers, identify the source of a product and distinguish it from its competitors, prevent other competitors and stuff like that from confusing potential customers later on. So think how Apple throws that, the actual symbol of Apple with the bite taken out of the apple on everything that they create. It doesn't matter if it's online, if it's paperwork, if it's the phones, the tablets, the whatever, everything that Apple creates, that Apple is on it. That is the perfect example of a trademark. A service mark deals more with services, obviously, and not physical products. So companies that have service marks are something more like Southwest Airlines or Uber. where they're not actually packaging up a physical thing that you can take home with you. They're packaging up a thing that you use. So Southwest Airlines, you're taking a flight. Uber, you're getting a ride somewhere. A certification mark occurs, more so when you're talking about a person or an organization that can verify a good or a service having certain characteristics. Best example that I would give people would be like a bag of potatoes that says these are Idaho potatoes. I don't know why Idaho is known for potatoes. It's a whole nother thing, but that kind of idea is where, that would be a certification mark, an Idaho potato. A collective mark is something that identifies membership of an organization or a group. Similarly to how BIPOC has its own organization, or something that a lot of people know is the AAA symbol that you see on the side of cars or in the window of a car, or the AAA cars that you have. So let me, before I move forward, that's all just stuff that deals with trademarks. So let me check this chat real quick. I see a couple of things coming in. Can you speak to camming or live stream due to the content being made live in real time? Is there a way to protect like copyright if someone screen records and distributes, for example? So this, yes and no. It's going to be kind of weird. So I'll give you a prime example. Plays, musicals, things like that. Those are things that are copywritten material because those people have reduced whatever that they put on the stage to some type of paper, something that they can actually quantify. They can show somebody that they created this thing. And then what they're essentially doing is they're now adapting it to a live performance that people can see. Because live streaming and camming and things of that nature are live performances where there is no true way to predict what's going to be said, what's going to be done because of the nature of a live stream itself, it's a lot harder to try to get that kind of protection, because the only way that you would truly be able to do it would be to, one, record it yourself, and then go back and then try to register each and every live stream you do. And for some people, they go live multiple times a day. Some people go live multiple times a week. You'd be paying a lot of money for registration for those live streams. That's kind of going to be the best way that I can explain that right now. Okay. I got another question. How would service marks work in a sex work example? I suppose if you develop a specific technique or method used in real life services, you mark it as part of your brand. Okay, so the way that I would suggest you think of trademarks when it comes to sex work type things, it kind of all depends on what you provide. If you provide things like photos or videos, my suggestion would be to create a business or a brand. There are a lot of different business entities that you can create. Something else that I handle that you can create to then run all of those different items through. By that, you can then make sure that you have a trademark that you need to make sure that somebody mentioned before, talking about watermarks, where you can place that on every single thing that you create. That watermark, make sure it's on everything that you create, every video, every picture, everything. Make sure it's on there in a way where people can't kind of crop it out or remove it. So that way you can then say, hey, I have, created a trademark for my brand, for my business, that now you register it, and then you can protect it to make sure that nobody is taking your mark and putting it someplace else. Then by also making sure nobody's taking your mark, your actual logo or something like that, and using it on their own to catfish people later on, you can also register it from a copyright standpoint and then say, hey, the video is being protected. Now my brand is being protected. Now on both ends, if anything gets taken from the video, now you have legal recourse to try to stop somebody from doing that. Any recommendation on how to use DMCA on a clever way? I am not sure off the top of my head what DMCA is. Just there are a lot of acronyms out here, so I'm not exactly sure what that is. So I am sorry. What if it is pre-recorded and streamed live? If we're talking about trying to do something with when it comes to copyrights and protection for something that's pre-recorded and then just streamed to people, kind of like how TV shows, movies are all obviously pre-recorded, and then somebody you play them kind of like at your leisure sometime later on, even if it's through a live performance. My suggestion is, if you want protection on it, you're still going to have to copyright it and register it first. Again, this is the issue when it comes to copyrights. You get a copyright just by the fact that you created something and you put it on a tangible medium, internet being included. The problem comes into play that if there is no registration, you cannot sue anybody from it. Now, like I said, you could always send a cease and desist letter telling people that they need to stop doing it. But if that person ends up hiring an attorney to respond and deal with the cease and desist letter, absent there being a registration on the copyrighted material, and you then also moving forward and trying to file a lawsuit, you kind of run yourself into a little bit of a problem. Digital Millennium Copyright Act. Okay. Ooh, okay. Any recommendation on how to use it in a clever way? That is a very long and extensive act. I'm sorry. In the amount of time that we have here, in good conscience, I cannot answer that question, just because I would have to go into a lot of different things about the DMCA and everything that goes along with it, where it's relevant in all the different ways that it can be used, protect people, not protect people. I already only have 4 minutes left. I would completely run out of time and use everybody else's time as well, just to start to get into it. So I'm sorry about that. I will. Ooh, you know what? I wonder if is there a way that I can put like a comment in here? I want to allow people to send me emails or something, so that way they can get in contact with me. I will check on that. So give me a minute. So last thing that I do want to make sure that I do mention before we run out of time, it's the idea of what is actually protecting people that are sex workers, and the difference between the actors, actresses, when it comes to pornography versus all the other different types of sex work. I don't see them as any different, but from a federal standpoint, or a federal law standpoint, they consider it to be a difference. So why is pornography considered to be legal within the United States, but other forms of sex work are not? It begins with the fact that pornography and those involved in it, seen in it, they're considered to be actors and actresses themselves under the First Amendment, which protects the freedom of artistic expression. That basically means that the distinction is porn stars are being paid for their acting skills in a film that happens to portray an artistic expression of nudity. The fact that somebody actually is having sex in the midst of that film or picture or whatever, that is not what they're getting paid for. They're getting paid for their acting, and sex just happens to be, a byproduct or, a fringe benefit, depending on who you want to talk to, that's going on at the same time. That's the big difference between that and what a lot of people would be call prostitution, just because the expectation and the definition for prostitution itself is someone who's being paid specifically for sexual acts. That's where the illegality of it comes into play. Now, federal law prohibits the possession of and the intent to sell or distribute obscene photography, obscene images, across state borders for the purposes of distribution. Although there is no law that criminalizes possession of what they consider to be obscene material, the act of receiving such stuff can violate the statutes by using, the mail system, common carriers, internet, computer services. Now, with that being said, it's like, well, if people can't distribute it, then how are porn stars and porn and everything within that kind of field able to do it? There is a specific law. If you've ever seen any video, any movie, 18 US code 2257. It is what is on every video movie before it starts. Basically, it says that you can create adult video and photographic things that are sexual in nature, as long as it complies with the record keeping requirements of the federal law. That means that you have to give people your real name, your date of birth, any professional or stage name that you may use, and all of that information has to be provided with, documentation like IDs and things like that, to make sure that there are no minors or anything like that that are being used or that are being depicted in anything. And then like kind of something that we talked about earlier, that's why there's a big difference between how a lot of these different things are being seen by the federal government. Yes, can we get one of the organizers to drop my contact information in the chat? If not, I can always send it to you again, so that way we can get it. Yes, you can start. There we go. You can start with following me on Instagram. My information is on the screen right now. I answer questions there as well. Obviously, depending on the length of the question, it's a lot easier to contact me through email or to set up an actual call between us. It's a lot easier for me to answer questions that way. Unfortunately, and I feel really, 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 really bad, we've hit to the clock. I don't know if I'm going to get kicked off here for now. But I definitely am very happy that I was able to come and speak with everybody, to give as much information as I could in the amount of time that I had. This will not be the last time that I will be here in this environment with this summit. Obviously, anytime that I am called upon to try to help out, to educate people, to provide some information, maybe I can even limit it to the specific type of things that we talk about, I would love to come back. I love everything about this. I have worked in it myself. So I definitely have a very unique perspective on my involvement and my viewpoint on assisting anyone within the what is considered to be the sex work world.
You have no idea how happy I am to hear you say that, because we're going to talk after this, because you got a lot more to say and you're going to need to say it. And we're going to schedule you to say it because you got so much more to say. This was brilliant. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Which email would you like people to contact you at?
Okay, best email to contact me at is going to be allen.smallesq@gmail.com. I have a couple other ones, but some of them are about to be redistributed and deleted and stuff like that. So that one will not be going anywhere. It's going to be ALLAN.SMALLESQ@gmail.com.
Perfect. You are a hero among men. Thank you so much for all of your information.
Thank you. Thank you,
I
everybody,
hope you also
for listening.
get chicken tendies like I did during that.
Gotta go get some nugs, man.
Yes, get the nugs. Get the nugs. All right. Up next, we have Daisy Ducati, who is waiting backstage. And I'm not going to lie, I am fangirling a little bit because she's a wrestler. So I'm a fetish wrestler. I can't help it. I love tough bitches. So we're going to take a little bit of a break. Stretch your legs, hydrate, because man, I feel like a new human now that I did that. We're going to come back at 10:15 to talk about doxing prevention. So get your questions ready, put them in the chat or in the Q&A tab. And we'll come back at 10:15 with Daisy Ducati.
Isso é muito bem.
y atarraya la canoa de bareque para llegar a la playa. Habla con la luna, habla con la playa, no viene por otro lado, no va a raya. Habla con la luna, habla con la playa, no viene por otro lado, no va a raya. Regresan los pescadores con sus barcas para vender al puerto de sus amores, donde tienen su querer. Va subiendo la corriente, con chinchorro y atarraya, la canoa de bareque para llegar a la playa. Habla con la luna, habla con la playa, no viene por otro lado, no va a raya. Habla con la luna, habla con la playa, no viene por otro lado, no va a raya. Regresan los pescadores con sus barcas para vender al puerto de sus amores, donde tienen su querer. Subiendo la corriente, con chinchorro y atarraya, la canoa de bareque para llegar a la playa. Habla con la luna, habla con la playa, no viene por otro lado, no va a raya. Habla con la luna, habla con la playa, no viene por otro lado, no va a raya.
'Cause without one it wouldn't be the same, no substitute. Now let me kiss you while you place your hand where she wants. She's got me in the back, two on the side, you on the front. Now here come the sun. They say one's fun, two's double, three fantasy. Here we all are, room full of lovers, poly poly. They say one's fun, two's double, three fantasy. Here we all are, room full of lovers, poly poly.
Listen, so many ways to love and lust. BDSM, you like it rough. Our cucks just love watching us fuck close up. Wife covered in nut, her husband there to clean it up.
Hi, everybody. We are back now. Sorry, I just heard a little echo there. I love how everyone in the chat afterwards was like, this is what I'm ordering. I'm finally eating too. Like, we are in this together, you guys. That is truly community. So we're going to move on to a safety and security badge with Daisy Ducati. And we're going to talk about doxing prevention. So get your questions ready. Daisy has a lot of knowledge in there, but definitely want to make this a discussion. So ask away. Daisy Ducati is a veteran adult performer and adult industry activist with a BA in interpersonal communication. Daisy has explored many facets of the adult industry over the last decade, from performing live and online to producing content and events, as well as being a founding member of the BIPOC Adult Industry Collective. She has received numerous award nominations over the years and was named 2022 AVN Niche Performer of the Year. You can find more at daisyducati.com or follow her on Twitter and Instagram at Daisy Ducati. Welcome, Daisy Ducati.
Hello, thanks for having me. I'm excited to be here talking to all of you. Oh, okay. So let's jump right into it, because protecting your personal and private information is super paramount in this industry. There's so much of a safety risk if our information gets out there. And it's just heightened with the industry that we are in. So there are two main ways that your private information can be leaked. Things like your legal name, your home address, your phone number, those sorts of things. There can either be a hacking incident or there can be a data mining incident. And one thing that a lot of us forget sometimes is that if somebody really, really, really wants to find out something about us, they will dig through every piece of information they can find to find what they're looking for. So with data mining, it's not necessarily that they did some special computer trick to get into your account somewhere. It just means that maybe they've scanned through your pictures and saw what the outside of your house looks like, and then use that to do a Google Maps search to find out what your home address is. So not only do we have to have like solid data security, but we also have to be careful what we are posting and be careful how we behave on the internet, because we can actually accidentally give a lot away. A big rule that I have in my own personal life is if I'm out and about in public somewhere and I'm not making like a known appearance, like at a convention or something, but if I'm just out having a meal, I won't post about where I'm at unless I have already left the place, because there are people that will just wait to find out where they can find you. So it's very important to protect your own privacy in that way. And like I said, pictures of the outside of your home, or even like a picture that shows maybe a street sign, you have to be very careful what's in the background of your photos. I've seen people post photos with mail in the background that shows their address and their legal name. And so we really have to be careful what kind of information we're willingly giving out. And we also have to be careful who we trust. I have heard instances of performers shooting with somebody they don't really know and shooting trade content. And because we have to have model releases with our legal name or ID that has our address, that sort of information, it's very, very delicate information that has to be sort of kept in a certain way. Like if it's digital, you should have it encrypted so no one can get to it. But I've heard of instances where performers have shot with someone they don't necessarily know, and then there was some sort of falling out, and then the other performer doxed him based on the information they had from model releases. So you have to really be careful who you trust with that information. Another thing that I personally do is I have a PO box, and that's the address that I use for everything, especially model releases, because things happen and not everyone has their data secure. So every bit of data that you put out there, it just multiplies. So you really have to be careful who you trust and what information you're willingly sharing. And then we also need to talk about social media, because there is a thing that Facebook does, and I'm not sure if other social media networks do this, but Facebook definitely has an algorithmic thing where if your phone is sitting next to someone else's phone that you may not necessarily know, it will recommend you as friends. So if you have a Facebook account in your legal name, and it's a name that you're not trying to share with, say, a client, or if you're dancing at a club and you're in a champagne room and your phones are next to each other, you really need to be careful that Facebook isn't recommending you as a friend to this person, unless you're only using your model name on Facebook. So you have to double check your privacy settings on a lot of social media accounts. You can turn off your location services. Personally, I keep my location services off completely unless it's absolutely necessary for something like GPS. And even with GPS, I prefer to use a separate email address. I have a Gmail address that I only use for GPS, because there are ways that if they can get into your email, they can get into your Google Maps history. So I tend to use separate emails for just about everything. And that kind of goes into the hacking situation. If one account gets hacked, it can be very easy if you use the same email and the same password, especially, to go from getting into that one account to getting into a bunch of other accounts that are linked to that or have the same email linked. So I prefer to I have like a separate email that I use for social media. I have a separate email that I use for maps. I have different emails for different things. And you want to definitely make sure that not only are your passwords secure, but they're using a different password every website. It can be extremely tedious, but that way, if one account does end up becoming compromised, it doesn't give them the information they need to get into all of your accounts. So try to keep things separate. It's not necessarily recommended to use a password manager. I know it can be helpful, but the thing is, if the account with the password manager becomes compromised, then that person has everything. So really the best thing you can do is write it down, or have a spreadsheet that's encrypted somewhere. But password managers can definitely cause a problem. And then back to talking about the location services, you also want to make sure that your location services are turned off on your camera, because there's something called metadata which is data that is stored in the photos that tells you like where the photo was taken, what time, what day, and a bunch of other information like what kind of camera. And you want to make sure that you have your location services turned off on your camera so that it's not geotagging your photos. And when you send a photo to someone, it gives them the location of where the photo was taken. So another way that you can erase the geotagging in photos is if you just take a screenshot instead of using the photo straight from your camera roll. But definitely make sure that your location services are off. And you want to do that across all of your apps, really, unless it's something that you absolutely need, like GPS. And then I would recommend setting it to only while using this app. Also, I highly recommend using a VPN whenever connecting to the internet. It just makes it harder for someone to get a hold of your IP address. And if someone is actively trying to find out information about you, the first thing they're going to look for is your IP address. And then they can get to other information with that one little address. So you want to make sure you use a VPN that encrypts all of your data. Mozilla has one, Proton Mail has one. And you also want to make sure that the VPN that you choose doesn't store your data, because another problem that we encounter is data leaks of websites that we use. So most of the good paid VPNs will just encrypt your data end to end and then not store anything. But if it's stored through their website, then if they have a security breach, then someone can access your information that way. So definitely use an encryption service and a VPN on your phone and your computer. And I use Privacy Pro for iPhone. That one works really well, and it has like some customizable settings that I really like. But like I said, Mozilla has one, Proton Mail has one. There are a few options out there. I do not recommend NordVPN because they are one of those companies that stores your data, and they did have a data leak. So we don't do that. Another thing that comes up is data leaks on sites that we are posting our content on. And that's something that we don't have a whole lot of control over, because we have to provide identity information in order to use the website for adult content. But you want to make sure that you're not just signing up for every new site. That's one way to reduce your risk. Newer sites have a higher risk of data breaches, and people will actively target those newer websites because they haven't worked out all the kinks yet necessarily. They may not have the toughest security in the beginning. So I recommend waiting to sign up for new websites until it's sort of an established thing. And again, things like using a PO box on your ID, that would really help to, and when you upload your ID to these websites, then at least they won't have your home address. But again, we can't really avoid giving our legal name and information to websites that we're selling adult content on. So just make sure that you're only signing up for sites that you trust the way that they are running their security, because anywhere you put your data can be breached. So you kind of want to limit how much data is out there. And that brings me back to data mining. Another way that people often get doxxed is through having a LinkedIn page. So I know a lot of us have sort of our sex work life, and then we have some other job maybe. And so you may need a LinkedIn page to deal with other types of work. And people can search for things, they can do like reverse image searches, for instance, and find your face on your LinkedIn page, and then they have your name and where you went to school and a bunch of information. So I recommend keeping your LinkedIn page fairly private, or limiting how much information you put on a LinkedIn page if you do have to have one. And also make sure that whatever photo you use is very different from anything that you have posted, say, on your social media as your performer name. Make sure you're using completely different photos, because people can go a long way with a reverse image search. They just take an image that they find of you and then plug it into a search, and it comes up with anything that looks like that image. So that's one way that a lot of people get doxxed, is they have accounts in their legal name on some other website, and somebody searches an image and the image looks too much like something they posted on, say, Twitter as their performer name, and then all their information is just readily available. You can limit the settings on LinkedIn. I know you can make it so that only people who sign in can see your account, or only people within your network. But I recommend keeping it pretty locked down unless you're actively using it. But yeah, data mining is really the easiest way that people get a hold of personal information. Like, very rarely do people actually hack into accounts in order to get the information. A lot of times it's information that we accidentally gave away. And again, it can be something that somebody saw in one of your pictures. Some people have been found because they post pictures of their pets on their model social media, and then also on their legal name social media, and people can do reverse image searches there as well. So you want to make sure that the character that you create for work stays completely separate from your real personal life, especially when it comes to pictures. You want to keep the pictures completely separate. Don't use the same pictures on both accounts. And ideally, I personally wouldn't actually post my face on an account with my name, with my legal name, just because I'm recognizable. Someone could see and know and then talk, I guess. And that's another way that people have their information spread, is someone who knows them is like, hey, I know this person and they're famous now, and here's all their information. So one of the things that I do is, when I'm out in the world and meeting people, I am Daisy all the time. Obviously that doesn't work for everyone, but it makes it so much simpler because there aren't people out there calling me my legal name, so it's not going to accidentally come up. So let's see. We went over a little bit of doxing from hacking and a little bit of doxing from data mining. We talked about turning off your location services. We talked about double checking your pictures for geotags. And we talked about being careful what's in your pictures, such as male, identifiable, anything. Definitely do not post photographs of the front of your house. I've seen so many people get tracked down using Google Maps. It's terrifying. It's terrifying. I don't know if you guys have heard of the situation that happened with Shia LaBeouf and his flag or whatever, but people from all over the world found him, and using just photos on Google Maps and little tiny details, like this corner of a building matches up to this thing here. So just keep the information that you share very, very, very limited. And like photos, it's best to shoot like indoors, somewhere that is just a room somewhere. And if you are going to shoot something outdoors, just be very careful what's in the background, because any recognizable building features, any street signs, um, even sometimes like license plates, don't ever, ever, ever post pictures with your license plates, because they can get all of your registration information. So you really have to be careful. I can't stress it enough. You really have to be careful what information you share, specifically in photos. And again, don't post about where you're going or where you're at unless it's like actually a public appearance. But if you're just going out, do not post pictures where you're at while you're there if you don't want people to come find you. Also, hotels can be particularly recognizable, even just like the carpet or the decor in the room. That's a common thing that happens in Vegas during AVN and conventions. People can tell what hotel you're in by just looking at the carpet. So just be aware of anything identifiable in your photos. And again, a PO box is highly recommended. That way you have an address to use that is not your home address, and you can fill out all of your tax paperwork with a PO box and it'll all go to your PO box. And it definitely helps. Yeah, Kristen in the chat says Facetune has a quick and easy blur background feature. There are tons of apps to edit your photos and videos and blur out the background or crop it out completely. So just make sure that whatever is in the background is there intentionally. Also, something just changed with Google that I'm really excited to talk about. I haven't really had a chance to explore it in depth, but this just happened the other day. Google changed a rule where you're able to request the removal of your personal information from Google searches. So I highly recommend you search your legal name in every search engine, not just Google, to see what comes up and make sure that it gets removed. Any old social media accounts that you aren't using anymore, delete them, because no matter how buried something is in the internet, if somebody wants to, they will find it. It's terrifying how much time people have on their hands. I can't even wrap my head around it. The stuff that I've seen, the information I've seen people dig up, it's terrifying. So it's really, really important to limit how your online footprint. So only have the social media accounts you're actively using. Anything else, make sure you completely deactivate it. And then now you can go into Google settings and delete your personal information off of search history or off of search listings, which is incredible. That's kind of a game changer to be able to say, hey, someone posted my home address. This needs to be taken down. And also, it is illegal to post people's private information without their consent. So most websites, if your information is posted like on Reddit or something, you can contact the site and request your information be taken down. So you really have to be vigilant about what is out there, and you have to search yourself. You have to look for it and see what kind of information people can find about you, because like I said, most of the doxing incidents come from just people searching and finding information that was already out there. And it's so scary what they're capable of. But there are things you can do. So you can keep your presence limited on the internet, and you can control what is posted. You can control what's in your photos, what's in your videos, what's posted about you to an extent. And you can control what websites you have accounts on and what information you share on those websites. So, are there any questions so far? Because let's see. Yeah, so if you have any questions about like how to remove your information or how people end up getting doxxed or any of that, you can drop it in the chat comment here.
I don't know if we saw this one before. What about Hotspot Shield VPN? I remember you answered something about a VPN.
I'm not familiar with that one specifically, but the main important thing about choosing a VPN is just make sure that they don't store your data. That's the big key thing. Make sure they don't store your data. Generally, free VPNs are not a good choice because they have to make money somewhere, so they're probably using your data, which kind of defeats the entire purpose. So I recommend finding a good paid VPN. And like I said, I use Privacy Pro. I think it was like $100 for the year or something like that. And it's a tax write-off. So I recommend getting a good paid VPN that doesn't store your data. And then 2 phones to separate social media accounts. Yes, you can definitely use separate devices for work and for personal life. That helps a lot. For instance, if somebody gets into your email, for instance, they won't have access to anything connected on a separate phone because, let me backtrack here. If you have only sex work things on this phone and then you have only personal life things on this phone, then if somebody gets into the sex work phone somehow through your email or through your Google account or whatever, they won't have access to the things that are not connected because as far as the internet's concerned, these are 2 different people. So it does help to have a separate phone. But obviously that's not an option for everyone. You can also just make sure that the accounts aren't otherwise linked, like how Google lets you stack your accounts and you can have different Google accounts and sign in through different ways. You want to make sure you sign out completely and treat it as if you're 2 different people. Okay. And then were there any other questions about all that? Let's see, we're talking about S Corps. That is definitely not my area of expertise. Oh, taxes confuse me. I hate them. How common are iCloud breaches? I'm not sure how common they are. They can happen. It is a real thing to be concerned about. But again, like a lot of instances where your account is compromised. Oh, here's the other thing I didn't discuss. Suspicious links. Don't click a link if you don't know exactly where it goes. Because there is a thing called phishing, and if you click the link, it can give someone access to a lot of things. It can do a lot of things on your device. So you want to be careful what links you click and don't just click any random link from a random DM. Make sure that you absolutely trust a link before you click it. And the VPN that I recommend is I use Privacy Pro for iPhone, and you can I also like Mozilla's VPN. I think you can have like 5 devices on Mozilla's VPN once you pay for it. Yeah, so as far as keeping your emails separate, I would not recommend using your civilian email as a backup for your sex work email and vice versa. I would create a secondary email. I'm one of those people that has like 15 different email accounts because I use different accounts for different things. And you don't want to have your civilian account linked to your sex work account at all. You want the internet to believe that those are 2 different people. So I would make a secondary email account that's the backup for your whatever email. And then I was talking about phishing. So one of the big ways that people get into, say, your iCloud is through a suspicious link. You click on it and then they are able to gain access that way. I don't know the specifics. I'm not a hacker, but I know that there's a lot that can be done with just a link. So be very, very careful what links you click on. Make sure your passwords are very strong and completely different from anything else, especially your iCloud password. You want that one to be really strong because they can access a lot through your iCloud, obviously. So again, that goes back to keeping your password strong and not necessarily using a password manager, and also not reusing the same password over and over again, because a lot of times there's a data breach of a website and they're not necessarily looking for one specific person. What they do is they get all of the login information from that website for everyone, and then they make a document of just login information and then pass that around wherever. And people can try logging into various accounts using what information is there. So I definitely recommend being very particular about your passwords. What's my approach to having multiple email accounts and accessing them from the same phone? Yeah, actually, so I don't use Apple email. I keep my email accounts pretty separate. Like I keep all my Gmail accounts in Gmail, and I have an email account through my domain name that is for work. So I don't recommend keeping them all together. And then as far as accessing them from the same phone, obviously sometimes you're going to have to use one device for different things. But if you have to do that, then make sure you log out of the one email account completely and then log in to the other email account as if you are a separate person. So like if I logged out of my email account and let my friend log into their email account, it doesn't necessarily connect those as together. And oh yeah, back to phishing. So with phishing, it's pretty much the main way that people get access to something like somebody's iCloud. It's the easiest way for somebody to get into any kind of account. And then once they have that account, they can, if you reuse your password, they can get into all sorts of things, or they can send out phishing links as you. So it also becomes a security risk for other people if you get hacked. So you really, really, really want to be particular about your passwords and your email accounts. And then for someone who is not particularly tech savvy, is there someone somewhere to go to tighten up security? Okay. There are services that help you remove things from the internet, like remove accounts and things. You really just have to take the time to make the changes. And that may mean deleting certain accounts or creating new ones, but you really just have to take the time to make those changes. And then I'm not sure about Hotspot Shield VPN. I'm not familiar with that one in particular, but again, just make sure that they don't store your data. That's the big key here. Oh, and then also Apple does offer a service where when you are signing up for new things, you can sign up through Apple, and you can choose not to share your email address. So it creates like a sock account. And then And then that way there's a faux email that can redirect messages to you, but it's not your email address. And so if someone gains access to your information from that account, they only have this fake email and they can't really get any further information from that fake email. Another thing to be careful of is which websites you're giving your credit card information to. A lot of online stores, if you don't trust the company, you could be giving your card information to just a person who set up a store to get your card information. So you have to really be careful now, especially since there's services like Shopify where it's very easy for someone to just set up a store and have fake merch and not even have a product to sell and just use it to gain credit card information. So you really, really have to be careful with who and what you trust. And you really have to just kind of make smart decisions as you go along, because every time you put in your information, your name, your address, your credit card information, any of that, it's a potential security risk. So you have to make sure that you're only inputting that information where you trust it will be safe. I'm glad I can help share this information. It's a lot, but it's something that really everyone should be thinking about, not just sex workers. Like, this applies to everyone. Everyone should be concerned about their data privacy and how their data is being used on the internet. So are there any other questions? Let's see. I know I've been talking your ear off with this, but it's important. It's so important. Like, and I've seen so many people just have such a hard time in real life because some of their information got out there, and it's not just about like doxing, but being swatted, things like that. So you have to be super careful with what you share.
That's terrifying. And also when you're talking about the background, I'm like, I was looking at like the little jar of pre-rolls. I was like, that's not intentional. We do have a question here in the one chat. Do you have any insight on using crypto for payment and any potential risks for that?
The only risk I see with using crypto is that everyone can view all of your transactions. And that's where it gets a little bit sticky, so they can tell how much money is coming and going and how much you have in the wallet, which can be a privacy issue. But if you're accepting the money and paying out immediately, it shouldn't be too big of an issue. But if you're keeping the money in a crypto wallet, I would recommend not keeping it in the same one you use to receive payments. So you're going to need multiple wallets and kind of shuffle the money around so people can't necessarily tell which one you're holding the money in and which one is actually yours. I also recommend getting so I use something called Ledger. The crypto is still stored online, but you can't access it without a physical device and a password on that device. So it makes it harder to hack into your wallet because I can't send or receive or do anything with that wallet unless I have this physical device plugged into my computer. It's just like a little flash drive type thing. And then I have to enter a password on there and a password on the app. And then I can make transactions with the wallet. So I recommend getting something like Ledger to store your crypto, so that way it's not just floating around on the internet. And you also want to be very careful about how you store your passwords for crypto, because I know they have these like passphrases. I recommend writing it down somewhere physical and then storing that somewhere safe, and not having it like stored in your notes app, for instance. I think that's something that a lot of people do, is store passwords in their notes app. But then if someone gets into your iCloud, they have your notes and then they have all your passwords. So writing them down is really the way to go. Venmo, Cash App. I recently got kicked off of Venmo. But with Venmo in particular, you want to make sure that your account is set to private, so it's not sharing your transactions with everyone in your contacts list, because that can be a little bit of a sticky situation. I don't believe Cash App shares your information the same way, but you definitely want to be careful not to use accounts that use your legal name. Like, I don't accept PayPal payments because my PayPal account I use to buy things and it has my legal name attached. So I won't accept payments on that PayPal account, because then that person would have access to my legal name. So I think it depends on how much information is connected to that account. So like with Venmo, you definitely want to turn off the sharing everything with your contacts and set your account to private. But otherwise, it should be okay. And you want to make sure you're careful to not get kicked off for being a sex worker, because we all know that even if we're not doing anything that's against the law or even against their terms of services, just being a sex worker can be a reason to get kicked off of these payment apps. So you want to be very discreet there. Yeah, it's really difficult to remain anonymous with payment apps. Crypto definitely is a good option because you don't necessarily have to have your name attached. These other payment apps are going to want to verify your identity and get your social security number to report for taxes. So we might see things like Cash App and Venmo being phased out soon. So I'm not really sure where to go from there, but it's always best to accept payment through an adult website that you know is safe and secure. Even though they are definitely going to take a cut, you just have to adjust your rates accordingly. Do I provide services to help? I mean, I'm happy to consult. Like most of what I've learned from just being on the internet for a very long time, and I am not necessarily a cybersecurity expert, but I can point you in the direction of one if that would help you. I just know the things that I have personally enacted to keep myself safe and that have worked for 10 years now. But yeah, if you contact me, I can definitely point you in the direction of someone. Yeah, I don't know anything about Canadian banks. That would definitely be a question for someone else. I walked so you could run. Thank you. Yeah, I did have to learn some things the hard way also. And sometimes we have to have those lessons, but hopefully with the information that I've shared today, a lot of you won't have to learn things the hard way, and you can take these precautions up front and protect your information and be safe. I highly recommend following Violet Blue. There's somebody who they've written a book about cybersecurity. Actually, probably multiple books, but they're someone I've learned a lot from. Oh, another thing that I've mentioned that I forgot to mention is a lot of credit card companies and some banks will offer you a digital card that is the debit or credit card number is different from your actual card number. It's like a one-time use digital card. So when you're purchasing things and you're not quite sure, or if you don't want to have a reoccurring subscription, for instance, you can use this one-time use card. Definitely check with your banking app about that. I highly, highly recommend that. And that way you can use a different card for every single thing. And then it becomes even more difficult for someone to get access to that information. So photos posted by other people, that's a tough one. The only thing you can really do is, one, be careful who you allow to take your photo and in what situations you allow those photos to be taken. But also, once it's already posted, you can request that they remove it. And a lot of websites, you can also request that the website remove it because it's a photo of you and you don't want it there. But it's really important to just be careful who you allow to photograph you. Like if you're out partying with friends or out to dinner, just let the person know, like, I have a situation where security is an issue and I'm concerned about people finding me. So please don't post that or please don't post that until we've left. Yeah, being kicked off of Venmo was not fun, but oh well, it happens. There's a million other ways to pay me. People know how to pay me. It's fine. I prefer to take payment through adult sites anyway. It's less stressful. Even if they do take a cut, it's worth it. It's worth it because you know your information is not being shared and you know that you're allowed to be there. So it is what it is. Another thing is when you create your website, you can, there is a setting where you can pay a little bit extra to have your registration information kept private so that people can only access that information if they legally subpoena it for like a lawsuit or something. But otherwise, no one can get your name and address and phone number that way. So you definitely want to make sure to pay that little extra to hide your website information, because that's a big one. That's a big one. And you do have to register your website under your legal name. So I found out recently that it's actually illegal to register your website under a stage name unless you have a business entity under that name. So, yeah, having grown up on the internet makes it really difficult to control your internet footprint. But I mean, you just have to go through and delete stuff as you go. Even cleaning out your emails so that people aren't gaining access to your email and then seeing all of your past emails and getting more information that way. So Stephanie says that Privacy LLC is only available in certain states. So that's true. You have to definitely check what the laws are locally about that. But you should be able to register your website privately, no matter where you are. Yeah, a sex work friendly bank would be absolutely ideal. If anyone out there wants to start a bank for sex workers, yeah, I mean, you can count me in. But until then, we just have to kind of do the dance. So yeah, are there any other questions before we call it a night? Yeah, we went over a lot. Is anyone else afraid of Elon and Twitter? Yes, I am a little nervous. I don't think he'll kick us off. But I do think he might make some very annoying changes. So we'll just have to see what happens. Who knows? Who knows? yeah, nothing seems sex worker friendly these days. We really need to band together to get some legislation changed. That would help a lot, but that's bigger than just me. And Ash is saying they're building a sex work friendly bank. Oh, I would love more information about that because I'm in. Oh, yeah. Thank you all. It was so wonderful being able to share all this information. And I'm sorry I seem a little scattered. It's just the way I process information. But I hope it helps you, and I hope you're able to go and reduce your internet footprint and keep your information safe and private because it's so important. It's so important. It's absolutely terrifying what people can do with just one little piece of information. There's an Anon question. I'm not sure how to get to the anonymous question. Thank you all. It's wonderful being here with you. I'm not sure how to get to the anonymous question, but if anyone can post it in the chat here, I'll be happy to answer. Thank you. This is such a cool event. I'm really happy to be a part of it. I think we definitely need more industry educational events. There's so much to learn in this industry. There's so much, and some of us just jump right in and have to learn things the hard way. So if you're doing the 2-phone strategy, what phone number, email should you use with people like photographers or websites? If you're using 2 phones, I would say keep all business on the business phone. And I'm not sure, I'm not a tax expert, like I said, but I do believe it's a bigger tax write-off if you only use one phone for work. But you'd have to check with a tax expert on that. But yeah, I would use the work phone for just work and the personal phone for just personal things. So if you're giving your phone number to a photographer for work or someone you're shooting content with, keep it on the work phone. It just keeps things simple. And then, yeah, so yeah, and like I said, I personally find it easier to just be Daisy all the time. And it has just become a nickname in my personal life. And it's easier on my brain too, like having to switch names and it becomes complicated for me. I'd rather just be one name. And then you don't have to worry about anyone who knows your legal name and whatnot. But yeah, thank you all. This has been really cool, and I'm so glad to be here. So glad to share all this with you guys, and I really, really, really hope that you can take this information and also share it. Tell everyone you know. It's not a secret. Tell everyone, because we all need to be safe, and we all need to support each other and learn from each other. And I would not be here today if I hadn't learned from other sex workers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Who keeps us safe? We keep us safe. Definitely. Thank you so much for that. And yeah, it's not a secret. This is a free resource. The recording is going to be available. We're going to send out an email blast to everyone who registered on Eventbrite to let them know first when the recordings are available. I know some people are having a little bit of a trouble getting off or getting on to hop in. I think the platform is protesting, working on May Day. So we are going to honor your raffle entries if you are on YouTube. So go ahead and give us a shout out in the comments if you entered the raffle and are hanging out. If you entered the raffle and did not get a number, I'm getting to you. If you have not entered the raffle, hurry your ass up because I got shit to do. I'm tired. All right, so let's go. We're going to spin this cookie. We're excited. We got prizes. But yeah, let us know that you're still here. Let me see your names. And we'll be right back after this. Thank you so much, Daisy.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
wanted wouldn't be the same, no substitute. Now let me kiss you while you place your hand where she wants. She's got me in the back, two on the side, you on the front. Now here come the sun. They say one's fun, two's double, three fantasy. Here we all are, room full of lovers, poly, poly. They say one's fun, two's double, three fantasy. Here we all are, room full of lovers, poly, poly.
Listen, so many ways to love and lust. BDSM, you like it rough. Our cucks just love watching us fuck close up. Wife covered in nut, her husband there to clean it up.
They say one's fun, two's double.
5 minutes, and then we are closing registration for the raffle and starting to draw the numbers. So last call for your insertables and your vibrating panties.
So glad you came, you and you. 'Cause without one it wouldn't be the same, no substitute. Now let me kiss you while you place your hand where she wants. She's got me in the back, two on the side, you on the front. Now here come the sun. They say one's fun, two's double, three fantasy. Here we all are, room full of lovers, poly, poly. They say one's fun, two's double, three fantasy. Here we all are, room full of lovers, poly, poly.
Listen, so many ways to love and lust. BDSM, you like it rough. Our cucks just love watching us fuck close up. Wife covered in nut, her husband there to clean it up.
Olha
no tiene fortuna, todos los atalaya.
I'm yelling because I'm very excited, but it doesn't matter because y'all can't hear me because I am muted. Tiana is going to come here and help me spin the cookie wheel. Oh, I love hearing all the things that you guys loved about this. Sorry, not gender neutral, guys. I loved every speaker. I especially loved the one chat in the breakout room with Lust Arts, anti-racism and sex work, and Merrick at the Sex Work Rolodex, the prevention of burnout and self-care mental health for sex workers. Ooh, yes. What else? Optimizing content batching. Yes. The Pornhub booth. Yeah, man. That booth was popping tonight. All right. Amazing. Amazing. And there's a poll in the chat that you can also take to let us know what the next topic is that you would love to hear about. And trust us, we got some ideas for the next bit of programming with all the great discussions that everybody had today. So I am going to figure out how to share my screen, and then T, I am going to leave you in charge. Should we just go like down the list, starting with the Zalo vibrating pantas?
Yes, please and thank you. Let us do exactly that.
All right, let's share my screen. Yes.
And we have 5. I hold up till 10 fingers. So I should put one of those down. I said I was far earlier, and I swear it's still true. It's just been a long day. 5 Zalo options to win. So 5 chances to potentially get some yummy Zalo products. Zalo. I keep saying Zalo, but Melissa pronounces it Zalo, so I need to respect how she says her client's name.
Yeah. Okay. Y'all can see that, yeah?
Everyone knows their number. Please make sure you know what your number is.
Please know your number. Ready? That is not where I click it. You gotta click it before you stick it. Okay, here we go. Spinning the wheel. Here, cookie, cookie, cookie. The first set of pantalones goes to 38. Ooh, we're getting applause.
Yes, 38. Amazing. So I'm going to put that in our winner chicken dinner.
Yeah.
For winner number 1. 38, do you happen to be here? We know some people were having issues. Yes, Kat, were you going to say something?
So we had extra fungal. Am I on mute? I don't know what platform I'm on. Okay.
You're now echoed more. So whatever you did, do the opposite of it, because you were fine. You were fine before.
Okay, now I'm good.
Yes, you are.
Suspense. We doubled up some of the numbers because we had extra. We doubled up the numbers because we had extra spots on the wheel. So if you are here, you got an extra entry. If you're not here, you didn't. You got one. So 38 is someone who also has a number.
That is a fact. Eliza is the name that they gave us. That they should be comfortable with us sharing publicly. Eliza, number 38. Okay. Yes, everyone should have been given one number, but we put that one number in twice. So if you were number, let's say 38, I didn't get my number 2. Yes, so Chantel, if you were given the actual number 2, that would have been submitted twice because you're still here. But if you were given number 2 and you're no longer here, you only get submitted once. So whatever your Liza said, I thought I was 13. Oh my goodness.
You are, babe. You're 13, but then you're also 13 times 2
because you're here.
Yeah, you're here. So we entered you twice. That's why when we asked who is here, everybody who is here, because I did not want to have to make another cookie wheel just in the final hour because I already put all those spots on the wheel. So if you were here, you got an extra. So you are in, you got put in 13 and then you also got put in 38.
Boom. So Liza, you are confirmed. We will be emailing you details of how you can receive your Zalo. Thank you so much for sticking in with us and your participation. Kat, would you like to do the next one?
All right. Should we continue with the I'm gonna mess up how to say the brand thing.
Zalo?
Yeah, there we go. Zalo.
Yeah.
Are we gonna continue with that? All right.
Yes, please and thank you.
You don't, Shanta, you don't. Okay, here we go. Ready? We're gonna take that off and we're gonna spin. Ooh, lucky number 13.
Who I think is also Liza.
Is it?
Yes.
Oh,
yes.
Yeah, right?
So, Liza, there's something in the universe for you, Liza. We are only allowing one prize per person, just to be fair to everyone. So, Liza, you are blessed, but we are going to pick another number for the next prize.
All right.
Oh no, I've been typing in the wrong chat. Oh no, Makeda, glad you found your way.
11, number 11.
Number 11.
That is Revelry, who is here. We have a note because Kat is very thorough. So Revelry, congratulations. You have won a Zalo. So you will be receiving an email from the email that you gave to us to follow up with details for you receive your prize. Thank you so much for being here and hope you enjoy. Kat, would you like to do the next one?
Yay. Okay. I got distracted. Who's 7? I was right on the
Number
line.
7. Ooh, that is Lovely Viridian, who is also here.
Oh, Rebel was 12? All right.
Rebel
Ruth was
12.
11.
Yes,
Okay.
that was my bad. That was supposed to be just between us.
We got you. We got you.
But 7 is
we are
Lovely.
having fun.
We are, and it's late, and we've been doing this for a very long time. Actually, months, a long time. Lovely Viridian, we shall email you. Thank you so much for your participation and congratulations. Yes, you.
Yay! And that was the second
Number
prize,
7. Yes, yes. So
All
that
right.
is now the third for Zalo. We have 2 more spots available for Zalo.
All right. Let's get that cookie. Mm, 30.
30. Okay. 30. Let me scroll. Sarah Orr, who is not here, as it's not marked that Sarah Orr is here. Sarah, feel free to
Let
announce
us
yourself.
know. Yeah, because that was a late, I think that was a late entry. The Dick Toaster.
So funny. Nope, no Sarah Orr here. That is A-okay. Oh, Sarah Orr is here.
Sarah Orr,
Yes.
yay! That's you.
Yes, Sarah Orr. Thank you for being here.
Woo, woo,
You
woo.
have won a Zello, and I'm actually going to mark that you are here because you are. Thank you for still being here and also entering. We shall email you a follow-up with details for your prize.
Here we go. $39.
39.
Clap, clap, clap.
Give me one moment. Sorry. 39 is Princess. Oops, sorry. Nope. I should say their name. Maddie. Sorry. I was about to share some personal information. Maddie is number 39. Maddie, are you still here by chance? Maddie, you have won. You've won the 5th Zalo prize, actually. Where you at, number 39? That's okay. We did decide we wanted to honor people that were not present just because we did have some issues with Hopin. So if you submitted, Catherine, were you 14? Yes, you were. You're 14 and you're 39. Thank you,
Yeah.
Maddie. Kat did her magic so that you could get in there twice.
Yeah.
So that's what that happened. And
Yes.
yes, Maddie, you changed your display name. That's A-okay. You are free to do that. We are all supportive self-expression in this group. So Maddie, we will email you details of how you can get your prize. And that is going to be the 5th and final Zalo prize for this evening. Thank you to all of our winners, but guess what? There is more prizes to come. So please stick around. Kat, would you Kat, would you like to share, go for the next one?
I sure would. $16.
16. Winner, chicken dinner. That is Divine Yemoja Oshun. Yes, queen. Get some Yorishi energy up in here. I don't think Divine is here. Divine. Are you here, lovely?
I have to say that scrub from Pure for Men, I got that for my birthday, and I love herbal things. The rosemary is very yum, very yum. And talk about different streams of income. I already used it like on my fan club. I was like, every time I'm in the shower, I'm like, content. Here's my titties. So
Yes.
birthday present. So yeah.
Yes, you scrub those titties. Love it. Well, we shall email.
Divine is here.
Oh, Divine is here.
Yes.
Divine is here. Me, claim it. Yes. Thank you, Divine, for still being here and submitting to the raffle. So we shall email you a follow-up of how you can claim your prize. Thank you. So we have one more Pure for Men available. So we shall see who is the lucky winner of that.
$36. This is one of those doubled up numbers.
36. Yes. Sorry, I'm still trying to work out. Give me a moment to organize the sheet to lock in Divine. Okay, amazing. 36 is going to be Ruth.
Ruth, you did it!
Ruth, yes.
Ruth, and your nickname for your yoni is your cookie.
Yes.
Wait, did you already win?
Ruth.
Did Ruth already win? No, Ruth did just win.
No,
Now.
Ruth didn't. It was Rebel Ree
Oh,
who
that's-
won before. And now Ruth wins. Thank you, Ruth. You get an amazing full collection set of Pure for Men. I think you're going to love it, even if you're not a man, as Kat just instructed. Or just shared. Sorry, just instructed. She instructed you that you are going to love it. You're going to make some content. Okay, Ruth? We want reports. We want those receipts.
Great. Ruth, did you win before?
No, Ruth did not win. No. It was
Tiana. You have Tiana has the thing.
Yeah, I have it.
You did. Ruth did win 11 earlier.
No, she didn't.
Yes.
Is at
because Rebel was the oopsies, and it was truly Ruth. Right? Ruth, you were 11?
Wait.
Yeah, Ruth was 11.
Ruth, so 11. Okay, so you already did win. Okay, well, yay, Ruth, you got the
Well, after
solo.
that whole end zone dance,
I know.
We're just gonna spin again.
Yay, let's spin
Sorry,
again.
Ruth. Sorry to gas you all up about that scrub.
That's okay. We're gonna make sure Ruthie is taken care of. We're gonna make sure you get your Zalo, Ruthie.
31.
31.
It is getting dramatic. Thank you for saying that.
Stephanie. Oh, Stephanie. You have been in this chat, Steph. Oh my goodness. Steph, I actually feel close to you in that I know you and yet I don't know you and we've never met. But you've just been all up in our chats that I feel connected. And the enjoyment, it's really the joy. I have compersion from you enjoying our event. That's really what it is. Yes, we ain't playing. Yes. So yes, Stephanie, you won. I hope after all that, Stephanie is here. Yes, Stephanie is here. Oh,
Yes.
That would be the biggest gag.
Stephanie has been here since like 6 a.m. waiting on the sidewalk with a cooler and a fold out chair. Stephanie has
Ready.
been here since before I woke up. So Stephanie is not
She
missing
went
this
to all the
prize.
booths. She gave us reviews on the booth. She was like, yes, I'm in this.
Give
I'm checking
Stephanie the
out all of
prize.
it. Yes. Steph, you got it. We got you, Steph. So
Pamper your
happy.
man, Stephanie. Keep that for yourself.
Yeah, exactly. Treat yourself.
Treat yourself.
Awesome.
All right, we ready for what's the next prize?
The
Glitosaurus
next
Rex.
prize. Sorry, I literally just deleted Stephanie's name, so I needed to not do that. The next. I'm so sorry, Steph. After all that. It is the spring summer issue of Petite Mort magazine and a Petite Mort tote bag. So for those of you who do not know, Petite Mort is an amazing, beautiful magazine that they have a digital and hard copy version. You will be getting the hard copy version for the person that wins. And the covers of it this month is the beautiful V, or V, I called her V because we were going to work together, but her full performer name is, why am I drawing a brain fart? What is that performer's name? Why am I drawing a brain? Kat?
I'm sorry?
Do you know the cover star's name this month for this issue?
Oh. I'm the one who put it on the site.
We're a work in progress.
Sorry,
there.
I was all up in that chat. We were dunking on that poor dude. Sorry.
What? You're gonna win the men's line, so you're gonna Vanille.
Yeah.
Vanille.
There we go.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes. No, I feel literally terrible. Was on production set with her, and okay, yes, Tatiana. Vanille is the cover star for this issue, and they do a really exceptional job. It is run and owned by sex workers or I think retired sex workers, or so it's like of our community, for us, by us. And this actually series, Jet Setting Jasmine, is actually featured in this one as well. She did a beautiful article about sex positive parenting. I highly recommend, not only because it's a really beautiful read and Jasmine is incredible, but I created the questions that are in there for her. And Madam Dumb Cat, there with me, copy edited the questions because we all need a little help and support. And Kat,
everybody needs a copy editor.
Everyone needs some copy editing.
But also, Glitosaurus did the styling for the photos that are in there, created the looks, made those headpieces. Give it up for that.
I did. Yes,
so you're gonna die over those photos. They're so beautiful.
They're really gorgeous. And she already posted some on social media. So if you're following Jet Setting Jasmine, you've already gotten a sneak peek at what is in the magazine. So I think without further ado, we've held these people long enough. Let's roll this wheel.
All right. Yeah. And this is for the Lust Arts, I think? Or is this for
this is
Petite
for
Mort?
the Petite.
Oh shit, we're still on Petite Mort. Look at us gabbing.
We're talking for so long.
We're like blah blah blah, shit to do. Number 28.
28. Vanessa.
Yay.
Vanessa.
You are here and you've been in the chat gassing everybody up with their wins.
Yes, and now it is your turn. You deserve it. Thank you for being here. Thanks for your presence. Hope you enjoy the magazine. So yes, I'm all set because there's only one magazine you're giving away. So Kat, feel free to roll to the next one. And this is for the Lust Arts goodies. Not that we saved the best for last, but they are my personal best. But even though all of our prizes are amazing, and thank you for all of our sponsors.
14.
14.
Oh, we got cut off. The event ended.
Maddie, the event ended.
Yeah, we got cut off.
Oh, good God. Can no one see us anymore or hear us? Hoppin kicked me out saying event over. Oh my God. Seriously? Did we set? I thought we
They
set it
see
for
us.
midnight.
They see us. If they see us, let's do this shit.
Okay, you see us.
All right.
We're still on YouTube. Yes.
Number 17 is
Hoppin
the
kicked us
winner
out.
of the first, what was it, the unicorn?
Yes.
Oh, you still see us on YouTube. Bless the tubes.
Bless the tubes. Yes, StreamYard, keeping us alive. I can see and hear you. Thank you, Jeffrey. Shout out to my boo. He's been helping us on the low. Okay, so I'm sorry, I got distracted by Jeffrey. 17. Gypsy, VIP Gypsy, VIP Gypsy, number 17. Gypsy, we hear you, not really technically, but we see you, and we validate you. What did we miss? Gypsy just won. If you were just now joining us, we got kicked out of the hop-in because, you know, but you don't know because we don't know.
Not much, just 17.
Just 17. Yeah, so VIP Gypsy just won. Congratulations. We have a bit more prizes for Lust Arts to give away. So there are still 2 more chances for those still sticking it out with us to win a Lust Arts goodie. Kat, who's next?
Hang on. All right, we're spinning. This is for which one now? The insertable?
Lust Arts, yes.
Is it going to be the unicorn horn or the mermaid? Lizzie. 19.
19. That is Chantel Miranda. Yeah, Chantel. Yeah. Yes, we back. Yes, we never left. We always here. We're not going nowhere. We
Can't
got
stop, won't
you.
stop.
Can't stop, won't stop. We're clearly delirious, people.
Clearly,
Thank you.
we've lost our minds.
Yes, so the winner is 19, and that is Chantel. If you are here, Chantel, congratulations. Thank you so much. And we're going to now just move on to the next one.
And this is our last one, I think, right?
This is the last one. Yes, this is going to be our last one.
All right. If you didn't win yet, cross your fingers, toes, eyes, labia, do what you need to do. Get your good luck.
$42. 42. Hullabaloo. That is actually Gypsy. Wah, wah. Thank you, Gypsy, for being here. You were entered twice because you were still present with us, and we are so grateful for that. But since you have already been gifted, we are going to give another opportunity to someone else.
Hell we go.
Let's go again. Let's go again. Let's go again. Oh. 34. Hey, 34. I don't know how to pronounce this name, so please forgive me right from the back. Amina Al. L.
Amina L. AAMINAH. Amina 34. Congratulations. That's you. Yes, it is you.
That is you.
Yay. Yes, congratulations. We will be emailing you a follow-up of how you can receive your gift. Oh my goodness. I'm beyond words, literally because my brain doesn't work anymore, but also because I'm so like enthusiastic that this happened, this existed. This is a work of blood, sweat, and tears from everybody on our team, but also you guys doing the work. You're here because you're here doing the work. You're out here doing what you need to do to survive, to live, and you're not alone. You have community. We have each other. And that is the most beautiful thing that I think my highlight of all of this was just seeing everybody supporting everybody, especially when we had our speakers, people asking our speakers questions, and then other people were answering for them. They were like, let me give you my 2 cents in addition to what this, speaker has to say. So that community and that wealth of knowledge is always available and always exists to us. We just have to reach out to it. And we're here to help facilitate that. So we want to bring you even more programming. We have even more ideas. Literally, as we're doing this, we're like, this is what we need to do for next year. This is what we need to do for our speaker series. It's never going to end. There's always more work to do.
I want to see the outside, though. I haven't been outside. I've been outside like 3 times all month. I just want to go outside, and then we'll make something else.
Yes, we're going to give a thank God we did this. And or whoever you worship, thank the entity, thank yourselves that we did this, and there's more to come. Kat, would you like any last words? Sorry, I'm just like
I am just, thank you. That's it. I feel like you said it all, and thank you so much, everybody. We will email the Eventbrite email list, everyone who is registered on Eventbrite, to let you know when to give you the link for this. Do these summits more often during the year. Oh, you want to kill me.
We need volunteers to help us.
You're volunteers. See me back here like, what?
We want to. We really do. It's really about time and capacity. And we are also sex workers or sex worker adjacent for some members of our board. Shout out to Dita and Ash. And so absolutely want to do more of this programming. We have these amazing sponsors who are helping facilitate the financial support. So that way we also can continue this and put money back in the pockets of our, community members. So yes, from your lips to whatever higher power entities, ears that are there, we are working on it and going to bring more to you. But feel free to follow us on all the platforms, and you will catch all the things in our link tree, in our social media. I can't even speak anymore. I'm going to stop talking. Okay.
And we are going to have our speaker series, and we already have some great speakers that we're already tapping on the shoulder. So don't miss our speaker series this year, because we are coming at you. As you can see, this was bursting with information. So there's so much more, because we don't just deserve to survive. We deserve to fucking thrive.
Yes. Okay, shout out Unicorn Toke's new book. Okay, Unicorn Toke's new book. Feel free. We want to also support you guys. What are you doing? Feel free to share it with us, and we're happy to amplify it on our platforms. We want to, help boost community and not just, promote our own stuff. We want to help promote what everybody else has going on as well. So feel free to email us, DM us. We will get back to you. Be patient with us to getting back to you, but we will. And we'd love to share all aspects of community resources.
Excellent. And you can get us at SW Survival Guide on social media, SW Survival Guide at protonmail.com, swsurvivalguide.com. You get the idea. All right. Thank you so much, everybody.
Good night.
We are out. Oh, guess what? I forgot. Let's not let this work go to waste.
Oh, yes, we have credits. Kat actually spent a lot of time on these credits. I know you guys have been here for a long time. She's not going to say anything. I'm going to speak for her. Like all the bumpers, all the teasers, like anything that you've seen was edited is all Kat. Like she put literally all of this together. She made this entire Hopin group. So if you enjoyed this Hopin universe, that is because of Kat, and I was just there to support her doing the support. But so if you can have a few more moments and patience with us, we would love for you to enjoy the credits because there was a beautiful effort in them, and it has valuable information of all the people that were involved. So if you missed anything, you can actually catch who is there, and this will all be recorded and shared as a free resource on multiple platforms. We will be posting on social media where.
Now they're all hyped up.
Yeah. They should be.
They say one's fun, two's double, three fantasy. Here we all are, room full of lovers, poly, poly. They say one's fun, two's double, three fantasy. Here we all are, room full of lovers, poly, poly. So glad you came, you and you. 'Cause without one it wouldn't be the same, no substitute. Now let me kiss you while you place your hand where she wants. She's got me in the back, two on the side, you on the front. Now here come the sun. They say one's fun, two's double, three fantasy. Here we all are, room full of lovers, poly, poly. They say one's fun, two's double, three fantasy. Here we all are, room full of lovers, poly, poly.
Listen, so many ways to love and lust. BDSM, you like it rough. Our cucks just love watching us fuck close up. Wife covered in nut, her husband there to clean it up. Nasty as we gotta be, breaking the monotony. Cosplay menagerie, all out debauchery. We share so well, sister wives and subs, lifestyle and swinger clubs. Threesomes, foursomes, moresomes, awesome. Thirst traps and snacks, the whole room starving. Having my cake and eating it too. Done took on a different meaning, cause you eating it too, see. We do it all and keep it true. So what the fuck's cheating gon' do? I don't want nobody but you, unless I'm being poly with you.
They say one's fun, two's double, three fantasy. Here we all are, room full of lovers, poly, poly. They say one's fun, two double, three fantasy. Here we all are, room full of lovers, poly, poly. So glad you came, you and you. Because without one it wouldn't be the same, no substitute. Oh.